Section 14 of The Morals, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Cynthia Moyer. The Morals, Volume 1, by Plutarch. Translated by several hands. Corrected and revised by William W. Goodwin. Of Superstition, or Indiscreet Devotion. Our great ignorance of the divine beings most naturally runs in two streams, whereof the one in harsh and coarse tempers, as in dry and stubborn soils, produces atheism, and the other in the more tender and flexible, as in moist and yielding grounds, produces superstition. Indeed, every wrong judgment, in matters of this nature especially, is a great unhappiness to us, but it is here attended with a passion or disorder of the mind of a worse consequence than itself. For every such passion is, as it were, an error inflamed. And as a dislocation is the more painful when it is attended with a bruise, so are the perversions of our understandings when attended with passion. Is a man of opinion that atoms and a void were the first origins of things? It is indeed a mistaken conceit, but makes no ulcer, no shooting, no searching pain. But is a man of opinion that wealth is his last good? This error contains in it a canker. It preys upon a man's spirits, it transports him, it suffers him not to sleep, it makes him horn mad, it carries him over headlong precipices, strangles him, and makes him unable to speak his mind. Are there some again that take virtue and vice for substantial bodies? This may be sottish conceit indeed, but yet it bespeaks neither lamentations nor groans. But such opinions and conceits as these: poor virtue, thou wast but a name and mere jest, and I, choust fool, did practise thee in earnest. And for thee have I quitted injustice, the way to wealth, and excess, the parent of all true pleasure. These are the thoughts that call at once for our pity and indignation, for they will engender swarms of diseases, like flyblows and vermin, in our minds. To return then to our subject, atheism, which is a false persuasion that there are no blessed and incorruptible beings, tends yet, by its disbelief of a divinity, to bring men to a sort of unconcernedness and indifferency of temper. For the design of those that deny a God is to ease themselves of his fear. But superstition appears by its appellation to be a distempered opinion and conceit, productive of such mean and abject apprehensions as debase and break a man's spirit, while he thinks there are divine powers indeed, but withal sour and vindictive ones. So that the atheist is not at all, and the superstitious is perversely, affected with the thoughts of God; ignorance depriving the one of the sense of his goodness, and superadding to the other a persuasion of his cruelty. Atheism, then, is but false reasoning single, but superstition is a disorder of the mind produced by this false reasoning. Every distemper of our minds is truly base and ignoble. Yet some passions are accompanied with a sort of levity that makes men appear gay, prompt, and erect; but none, we may say, are wholly destitute of force for action. But the common charge upon all sorts of passions is, that they excite and urge the reason, forcing it by their violent stings. Fear alone, being equally destitute of reason and audacity, renders our whole irrational part stupid, distracted, and unserviceable. Therefore it is called deima, because it binds, and tarbos, because it distracts the mind. But of all fears none so dozes and confounds as that of superstition. He fears not the sea that never goes to sea, nor a battle that follows not the camp, nor robbers that stirs not abroad, nor malicious informers that is a poor man, nor emulation that leads a private life, nor earthquakes that dwells in Gaul, nor thunderbolts that dwells in Ethiopia. But he that dreads divine powers dreads everything, the land, the sea, the air, the sky, the dark, the light, a sound, a silence, a dream. Even slaves forget their masters in their sleep. Sleep lightens the irons of the fettered; their angry sores, mortified gangrenes, and pinching pains allow them some intermission at night. Dear sleep, sweet easer of my irksome grief, pleasant thou art, how welcome thy relief. Superstition will not permit a man to say this. That alone will give no truce at night, nor suffer the poor soul so much as to breathe or look up, or respite her sour and dismal thoughts of God a moment, but raises in the sleep of the superstitious, as in the place of the damned, certain prodigious forms and ghastly spectres, and perpetually tortures the unhappy soul, chasing her out of sleep into dreams, lashed and tormented by her own self, as by some other, and charged by herself with dire and portentous injunctions. Neither have they, when awake, enough sense to slight and smile at all this, or to be pleased with the thought that nothing of all that terrified them was real; but they still fear an empty shadow, that could never mean them any ill, and cheat themselves afresh at noonday, and keep a bustle, and are at expense upon the next fortune teller or vagrant that shall but tell them, "If in a dream hobgoblin thou hast seen, or felt'st the rambling guards o' the fairy queen." Send for some old witch who can purify thee, go dip thyself in the sea, and then sit down upon the bare ground the rest of the day. O that our Greeks should found such barbarous rites! As tumbling in mire, rolling themselves in dunghills, keeping of Sabbaths, monstrous prostrations, long and obstinate sittings in a place, and vile and abject adorations, and all for vain superstition. They that were careful to preserve good singing used to direct the practisers of that science to sing with their mouths in their true and proper postures. Should not we then admonish those that would address themselves to the heavenly powers to do that also with a true and natural mouth, lest, while we are so solicitous that the tongue of a sacrifice be pure and right, we distort and abuse our own with silly and canting language, and thereby expose the dignity of our divine and ancient piety to contempt and raillery. It was, not unpleasantly, said somewhere by the comedian to those that adorned their beds with the needless ornaments of silver and gold, "Since the gods have given us nothing gratis except sleep, why will you make that so costly?" It might as well be said to the superstitious bigot, "Since the gods have bestowed sleep on us, to the intent we may take some rest and forget our sorrows, why will you needs make it a continual irksome tormentor, when you know your poor soul hath ne'er another sleep to betake herself to?" Heraclitus saith, "They who are awake have a world in common amongst them, but they that are asleep are retired each to his own private world." But the frightful visionary hath ne'er a world at all, either in common with others, or in private to himself; for neither can he use his reason when awake, nor be free from his fears when asleep. But he hath his reason always asleep, and his fears always awake, nor hath he either an hiding place or refuge. Polycrates was formidable at Samos, and so was Periander at Corinth; but no man ever feared either of them that had made his escape to an equal and free government. But he that dreads the divine government, as a sort of inexorable and implacable tyranny, whither can he remove? Whither can he fly? What land, what sea can he find where God is not? Wretched and miserable man, in what corner of the world canst thou so hide thyself as to think thou hast now escaped him? Slaves are allowed by the laws, when they despair of obtaining their freedom, to demand a second sale, in hopes of kinder masters. But superstition allows of no change of gods; nor could he indeed find a god he would not fear, that dreads his own and his ancestors' guardians, that quivers at his preservers and benign patrons, and that trembles and shakes at those of whom we ask wealth, plenty, concord, peace, and direction to the best words and actions. Slaves again account it their misfortune to become such, and can say, "Both man and wife in direful slavery, and with ill masters too, fate's worst decree." But how much less tolerable, think you, is their condition that can never possibly run away, escape, or desert? A slave may fly to an altar, and many temples afford sanctuary to thieves; and they that are pursued by an enemy think themselves safe if they can catch hold on a statue or a shrine. But the superstitious fears, quivers, and dreads most of all there, where others, when fearfullest, take greatest courage. Never hail a superstitious man from the altar. It is his place of torment; he is there chastised. In one word, death itself, the end of life, puts no period to this vain and foolish dread, but it transcends those limits and extends its fears beyond the grave, adding to it the imagination of immortal ills; and, after respite from past sorrows, it fancies it shall next enter upon never-ending ones. I know not what gates of hell open themselves from beneath; rivers of fire, together with Stygian torrents, present themselves to view; a gloomy darkness appears full of ghastly spectres and horrid shapes, with dreadful aspects and doleful groans, together with judges and tormentors, pits and caverns, full of millions of miseries and woes. Thus does wretched Superstition bring inevitably upon itself by its fancies even those calamities which it has once escaped. Atheism is attended with none of this. True indeed, the ignorance is very lamentable and sad. For to be blind or to see amiss in matters of this consequence cannot but be a fatal unhappiness to the mind, it being then deprived of the fairest and brightest of its many eyes, the knowledge of God. Yet this opinion, as hath been said, is not necessarily accompanied with any disordering, ulcerous, frightful, or slavish passion. Plato thinks the gods never gave men music, the science of melody and harmony, for mere delectation or to tickle the ear, but in order that the confusion and disorder in the periods and harmonies of the soul, which often for want of the muses and of grace break forth into extravagance through intemperance and license, might be sweetly recalled, and artfully wound up to their former consent and agreement. No animal accursed by Jove music's sweet charms can ever love, saith Pindar. For all such will rave and grow outrageous straight. Of this we have an instance in tigers, which, as they say, if they hear but a tabor beat near them, will rage immediately, and run stark mad, and, in fine, tear themselves in pieces. They certainly suffer the less inconvenience of the two, who, either through defect of hearing or utter deafness, are wholly insensible of music, and therefore unmoved by it. It was a great misfortune indeed to Tiresias that he wanted sight to see his friends and children, but a far greater to Athamas and Agave to see them in the shape of lions and bucks. And it had been happier for Hercules, when he was distracted, if he could have neither seen nor known his children, than to have used, like the worst of enemies, those he so tenderly loved. Well then, is not this the very case of the atheist, compared with the superstitious? The former sees not the gods at all, the latter believes that he really sees them. The former wholly overlooks them, but the latter mistakes their benignity for terror, their paternal affection for tyranny, their providence for cruelty, and their frank simplicity for savageness and brutality. Again, the workman in copper, stone, and wax can persuade such that the gods are in human shape, for so they make them, so they draw them, and so they worship them. But they will not hear either philosophers or statesmen that describe the majesty of the divinity as accompanied by goodness, magnanimity, benignity, and beneficence. The one therefore hath neither a sense nor belief of that divine good he might participate of, and the other dreads and fears it. In a word, atheism is an absolute insensibility to God, or want of passion, which does not recognize goodness; while superstition is a blind heap of passions which imagine the good to be evil. They are afraid of their gods, and yet run to them; they fawn upon them and reproach them; they invoke them and accuse them. It is the common destiny of humanity not to enjoy uninterrupted felicity. Nor pains, nor age, nor labour they e'er bore, nor visited rough Acheron's hoarse shore, saith Pindar of the gods, but human passions and affairs are liable to a strange multiplicity of uncertain accidents and contingencies. Consider well the atheist, and observe his behaviour first in things not under the disposal of his will. If he be otherwise a man of good temper, he is silent under his present circumstances, and is providing himself with either remedies or palliatives for his misfortunes. But if he be a fretful and impatient man, his whole complaint is against fortune. He cries out that nothing is managed here below either after the rules of a strict justice or the orderly course of a providence, and that all human affairs are hurried and driven without either premeditation or distinction. This is not the demeanour of the superstitious. If the least thing do but happen amiss to him, he sits him down plunged in sorrow, and raises himself a vast tempest of intolerable and incurable passions, and presents his fancy with nothing but terrors, fears, surmises, and distractions, until he hath overwhelmed himself with groans and fears. He blames neither man, nor fortune, nor the times, nor himself, but charges all upon God, from whom he fancies a whole deluge of vengeance to be pouring down upon him; and as if he were not only unfortunate, but in open hostility with heaven, he imagines that he is punished by God, and is now making satisfaction for his past crimes, and saith that his sufferings are all just and owing to himself. Again, when the atheist falls sick, he reckons up and calls to his remembrance his several surfeits and debauches, his irregular course of living, excessive labours, or unaccustomed changes of air or climate. Likewise, when he miscarries in any public administration, and either falls into popular disgrace, or comes to be ill presented to his prince, he searches for the causes in himself and those about him, and asks, "Where have I erred? What have I done amiss? What should be done by me that undone is?" But the fanciful superstitionist accounts every little distemper in his body or decay in his estate, the death of his children, and crosses and disappointments in matters relating to the public, as the immediate strokes of God, and the incursions of some vindictive demon; and therefore he dares not attempt to remove or relieve his disasters, or to use the least remedy, or to oppose himself to them, for fear he should seem to struggle with God, and to make resistance under correction. If he be sick, he thrusts away the physician; if he be in any grief, he shuts out the philosopher that would comfort and advise him. "Let me alone," saith he, "to pay for my sins. I am a cursed and vile offender, and detestable both to God and angels." Now suppose a man unpersuaded of a divinity, in never so great sorrow and trouble, you may yet possibly wipe away his tears, cut his hair, and force away his mourning. But how will you come at this superstitious penitentiary, either to speak to him or to bring him any relief? He sits him down without doors in sackcloth, or wrapped up in foul and nasty rags. yea, many times rolls himself naked in mire, repeating over I know not what sins and transgressions of his own, as how he did eat this thing and drink the other thing, or went some way prohibited by his genius. But suppose he be now at his best, and labouring under only a mild attack of superstition, you shall even then find him sitting down in the midst of his house all becharmed and bespelled, with a parcel of old women about him, tugging all they can light on, and hanging it upon him as, to use an expression of Bion's, upon some nail or peg. It is reported of Teribasus that, being seized by the Persians, he drew out his scimitar, and being a very stout person, defended himself bravely. But when they cried out and told him he was apprehended by the king's order, he immediately put up his sword, and presented his hands to be bound. Is not this the very case of the superstitious? Others can oppose their misfortunes, repel their troubles, and furnish themselves with retreats, or means of avoiding the stroke of things not under the disposal of their wills. But the superstitious person, without anybody's speaking to him, but merely upon his own saying to himself, "This thou undergoest, vile wretch, by the direction of Providence, and by Heaven's just appointment," immediately casts away all hope, surrenders himself up, and shuns and affronts his friends that would relieve him. Thus do these sottish fears oftentimes convert tolerable evils into fatal and insupportable ones. The ancient Midas, as the story goes of him, being much troubled and disquieted by certain dreams, grew so melancholy thereupon, that he made himself away by drinking bull's blood. Aristodemus, king of Messenia, when a war broke out betwixt the Lacedaemonians and the Messenians, upon some dogs howling like wolves, and grass coming up about his ancestors' domestic altar, and his divines presaging ill upon it, fell into such a fit of sullenness and despair that he slew himself. And perhaps it had been better if the Athenian general Nicias had been eased of his folly the same way that Midas and Aristodemus were, than for him to sit still for fear of a lunar eclipse, while he was invested by an enemy, and so be himself made a prisoner, together with an army of 40,000 men, that were all either slain or taken, and die ingloriously. There was nothing formidable in the interposition of the earth betwixt the sun and the moon, neither was there anything dreadful in the shadows meeting the moon at the proper time. No, the dreadfulness lay here, that the darkness of ignorance should blind and befool a man's reason at a time when he had most occasion to use it. Glaucus, behold, the sea with billows deep begins to roll, the seas begin in azure rods to lie, a teeming cloud of pitch hangs on the sky, right o'er gyre rocks there is a tempest nigh. Which as soon as the pilot sees, he falls to his prayers and invokes his tutelar demons, but neglects not in the meantime to hold to the rudder and let down the mainyard, and so, by gathering in his sails with mighty pain, escapes the hell pits of the raging main. Hesiod directs his husbandman, before he either plough or sow, to pray to the infernal Jove and the venerable Ceres, but with his hand upon the plough-tail. Homer acquaints us how Ajax, being to engage in a single combat with Hector, bade the Grecians pray to the gods for him, and while they were at their devotions, he was putting on his armour. Likewise, after Agamemnon had thus prepared his soldiers for the fight, each make his spear to glitter as the sun, each see his warlike target well hung on. He then prayed, "Grant me, great Jove, to throw down Priam's roof." For God is the brave man's hope, and not the coward's excuse. The Jews indeed once sat on their tails, it being forsooth their Sabbath day, and suffered their enemies to rear their scaling ladders and make themselves masters of their walls, and so lay still until they were caught like so many trout in the drag-net of their own superstition. Such then is the behaviour of superstition in times of adversity, and in things out of the power of man's will. Nor doth it a jot excel atheism in the more agreeable and pleasurable part of our lives. Now what we esteem the most agreeable things in human life are our holidays, temple feasts, initiatings, processionings, with our public prayers and solemn devotions. Mark we now the atheist's behaviour here. 'Tis true, he laughs at all that is done, with a frantic and sardonic laughter, and now and then whispers to a confidant of his, "The devil is in these people sure, that can imagine God can be taken with these fooleries." But this is the worst of his disasters. But now the superstitious man would fain be pleasant and gay, but cannot for his heart. The whole town is filled with odours of incense and perfumes, and at the same time a mixture of hymns and sighs fills his poor soul. He looks pale with a garland on his head. He sacrifices and fears, prays with a faltering tongue, and offers incense with a trembling hand. In a word, he utterly baffles that saying of Pythagoras, that we are then best when we come near the gods. For the superstitious person is then in his worst and most pitiful condition, when he approaches the shrines and temples of the gods. So that I cannot but wonder at those that charge atheism with impiety, and in the meantime acquit superstition. Anaxagoras was indicted of blasphemy for having affirmed the sun to be a red-hot stone. Yet the Cimmerians were never much blamed for denying his being. What? Is he that holds there is no God guilty of impiety, and is not he that describes him as the superstitious do much more guilty? I, for my own part, had much rather people should say of me, that there neither is nor ever was such a man as Plutarch, than they should say, Plutarch is an unsteady, fickle, froward, vindictive, and touchy fellow. If you invite others to sup with you, and chance to leave out Plutarch, or if some business falls out that you cannot wait at his door with the morning salute, or if when you meet with him you don't speak to him, he'll fasten upon you somewhere with his teeth and bite the part through, or catch one of your children and cane him, or turn his beast into your corn and spoil your crop. When Timotheus the musician was one day singing at Athens, an hymn to Diana, in which among other things was this: mad, raving, tearing, foaming deity. Cinesius, the lyric poet, stood up from the midst of the spectators and spoke aloud: I wish thee with all my heart such a goddess to thy daughter, Timotheus. Such like, nay worse, are the conceits of the superstitious about this goddess Diana. Thou dost on the bedclothes jump, and there liest like a lump. Thou dost tantalize the bride, when love's charms by thee are tied. Thou look'st grim and full of dread, when thou walk'st to find the dead. Thou down chairs and tables rumblest, when with Oberon thou tumblest. Nor have they any milder sentiments of Apollo, Juno, or Venus, for they are equally scared with them all. Alas, what could poor Niobe ever say that could be so reflecting upon the honour of Latona, as that which superstition makes fools believe of her? Niobe, it seems, had given her some hard words, for which she fairly shot her 6 daughters and 6 sons, full in their prime. So impatient was she, and insatiate with the calamities of another. Now, if the goddess was really thus choleric and vindictive, and so highly incensed with bad language, and if she had not the wisdom to smile at human frailty and ignorance, but suffered herself to be thus transported with passion, I much marvel she did not shoot them too that told this cruel story of her, and charged her both in speech and writing with so much spleen and rancour. We oft accuse Queen Hecuba of barbarous and savage bitterness, for having once said in Homer, "Would God I had his liver twixt my teeth." Yet the superstitious believe, if a man taste of a minnow or bleak, the Syrian goddess will eat his shins through, fill his body with sores, and dissolve his liver. Is it a sin, then, to speak amiss of the gods, and is it not to think amiss of them? And is not thinking the cause of speaking ill? For the only reason of our dislike to detraction is that we look upon it as a token of ill will to us; and we, therefore, take those for our enemies that misrepresent us, because we look upon them as untrusty and disaffected. You see then what the superstitious think of the divinity, while they fancy the gods such heady, faithless, fickle, revengeful, cruel, and fretful things. The consequence of which is that the superstitious person must needs both fear and hate them at once. And indeed, how can he otherwise choose, while he thinks the greatest calamities he either doth now or must hereafter undergo are wholly owing to them? Now he that both hates and fears the gods must of necessity be their enemy. And if he trembles, fears, prostrates, sacrifices, and sits perpetually in their temples, that is no marvel at all. For the very worst of tyrants are complimented and attended, yea, have statues of gold erected to them, by those who in private hate them and wag their heads. Hermolaus waited on Alexander, and Pausanias was of Philip's guard, and so was Chaerea of Caligula's. Yet every one of these said, I warrant you, in his heart as he went along, Had I a power as my will is good, know this, bold tyrant, I would have thy blood. The atheist believes there are no gods. The superstitious would have none, but is a believer against his will, and would be an infidel if he durst. He would be as glad to ease himself of the burden of his fear as Tantalus would be to slip his head from under the great stone that hangs over him, and would bless the condition of the atheist as absolute freedom compared with his own. The atheist now has nothing to do with superstition, while the superstitious is an atheist in his heart, but is too much a coward to think as he is inclined. Moreover, atheism hath no hand at all in causing superstition, but superstition not only gave atheism its first birth, but serves it ever since by giving it its best apology for existing, which, although it be neither a good nor a fair one, is yet the most specious and colourable. For men were not at first made atheists by any fault they found in the heavens or stars, or in the seasons of the year, or in those revolutions or motions of the sun about the earth that make the day and night, nor yet by observing any mistake or disorder either in the breeding of animals or the production of fruits. No, it was the uncouth actions and ridiculous and senseless passions of superstition, her canting words, her foolish gestures, her charms, her magic, her freakish processions, her taborings, her foul expiations, her vile methods of purgation, and her barbarous and inhuman penances and bemirings at the temples. It was these, I say, that gave occasion to many to affirm it would be far happier there were no gods at all, than for them to be pleased and delighted with such fantastic toys, and to thus abuse their votaries, and to be incensed and pacified with trifles. Had it not been much better for the so much famed Gauls and Scythians to have neither thought nor imagined nor heard anything of their gods, than to have believed them such as would be pleased with the blood of human sacrifices, and would account such for the most complete and meritorious of expiations? How much better had it been for the Carthaginians to have had either a Critias or a Diagoras for their first lawmaker, that so they might have believed in neither God nor spirits, than to make such offerings to Saturn as they made, not such as Empedocles speaks of, where he thus touches the sacrifices of beasts. The sire lifts up his dear beloved son, who first some other form and shape did take, he doth him slay and sacrifice anon, and therewith vows and foolish prayers doth make. But they, knowingly and wittingly, themselves devoted their own children, and they that had none of their own bought of some poor people, and then sacrificed them like lambs or pigeons, the poor mother standing by, the while without either a sigh or tear. And if by chance she fetched a sigh, or let fall a tear, she lost the price of her child, but it was nevertheless sacrificed. All the places round the image were in the meantime filled with the noise of hautboys and tabors, to drown the poor infant's crying. Suppose we now the Typhons and Giants should depose the gods and make themselves masters of mankind, what sort of sacrifices, think you, would they expect? Or what other expiations would they require? The queen of King Xerxes, Amestris, buried 12 men alive as a sacrifice to Pluto to prolong her own life. And yet Plato saith, this god is called in Greek Hades, because he is placid, wise, and wealthy, and retains the souls of men by persuasion and oratory. That great naturalist Xenophanes, seeing the Egyptians beating their breasts and lamenting at the solemn times of their devotions, gave them this pertinent and seasonable admonition. If they are gods, said he, don't cry for them, and if they are men, don't sacrifice to them. There is certainly no infirmity belonging to us that contains such a multiplicity of errors and fond passions, or that consists of such incongruous and incoherent opinions, as this of superstition doth. It behooves us therefore to do our utmost to escape it, but withal we must see we do it safely and prudently, and not rashly and inconsiderately, as people run from the incursions of robbers or from fire, and fall into bewildered and untrodden paths full of pits and precipices. For so some, while they would avoid superstition, leap over the golden mean of true piety into the harsh and coarse extreme of atheism. End of section 14. Section 15 of the Morals, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Cynthia Moyer. The Morals, Volume 1, by Plutarch. Translated by several hands. Corrected and revised by William W. Goodwin. The Apophthegms, or Remarkable Sayings, of Kings and Great Commanders, Part 1. Plutarch to Trajan the Emperor wisheth prosperity. Artaxerxes, King of Persia, O Caesar Trajan, greatest of princes, esteemed it no less royal and bountiful, kindly and cheerfully to accept small than to make great presents. And when he was in a progress, and a common country labourer, having nothing else, took up water with both his hands out of the river and presented it to him, he smiled and received it pleasantly, measuring the kindness not by the value of the gift, but by the affection of the giver. And Lycurgus ordained in Sparta very cheap sacrifices, that they might always worship the gods readily and easily with such things as were at hand. Upon the same account, when I bring a mean and slender present of the common first fruits of philosophy, accept also, I beseech you, with my good affection these short memorials, if they may contribute anything to the knowledge of the manners and dispositions of great men, which are more apparent in their words than in their actions. My former treatise contains the lives of the most eminent princes, lawgivers, and generals, both Romans and Grecians, but most of their actions admit a mixture of fortune, whereas such speeches and answers as happened amidst their employments, passions, and events, afford us, as in a looking-glass, a clear discovery of each particular temper and disposition. Accordingly, Ceramnes the Persian, to such as wondered that he usually spoke like a wise man, and yet was unsuccessful in his designs, replied, I myself am master of my words, but the king and fortune have power over my actions. In the former treatise, speeches and actions are mingled together, and require a reader that is at leisure. But in this the speeches, being as it were the seeds and the illustrations of those lives, are placed by themselves, and will not, I think, be tedious to you, since they will give you in a few words a review of many memorable persons. Cyrus. The Persians affect such as are hawk-nosed and think them most beautiful, because Cyrus, the most beloved of their kings, had a nose of that shape. Cyrus said that those that would not do good for themselves ought to be compelled to do good for others, and that nobody ought to govern unless he was better than those he governed. When the Persians were desirous to exchange their hills and rocks for a plain and soft country, he would not suffer them, saying that both the seeds of plants and the lives of men resemble the soil they inhabit. Darius. Darius, the father of Xerxes, used to praise himself, saying that he became even wiser in battles and dangers. When he laid a tax upon his subjects, he summoned his lieutenants, and asked them whether the tax was burdensome or not. When they told him it was moderate, he commanded them to pay half as much as was at first demanded. As he was opening a pomegranate, one asked him what it was of which he would wish for a number equal to the seeds thereof. He said, of men like Zopyrus, who was a loyal person and his friend. This Zopyrus, after he had maimed himself by cutting off his nose and ears, beguiled the Babylonians, and being trusted by them, he betrayed the city to Darius, who often said that he would not have had Zopyrus maimed to gain 100 Babylons. Semiramis. Semiramis built a monument for herself, with this inscription: Whatever king wants treasure, if he open this tomb, he may be satisfied. Darius, therefore, opening it, found no treasure, but another inscription of this import: If thou wert not a wicked person and of insatiable covetousness, thou wouldst not disturb the mansions of the dead. Xerxes. Arimenes came out of Bactria as a rival for the kingdom with his brother Xerxes, the son of Darius. Xerxes sent presents to him, commanding those that brought them to say, With these your brother Xerxes now honors you, and if he chance to be proclaimed king, you shall be the next person to himself in the kingdom. When Xerxes was declared king, Arimenes immediately did him homage and placed the crown upon his head. And Xerxes gave him the next place to himself. Being offended with the Babylonians, who rebelled, and having overcome them, he forbade them weapons, but commanded they should practice singing and playing on the flute, keep brothel houses and taverns, and wear loose coats. He refused to eat Attic figs that were brought to be sold until he had conquered the country that produced them. When he caught some Grecian scouts in his camp, he did them no harm, but having allowed them to view his army as much as they pleased, he let them go. Artaxerxes. Artaxerxes, the son of Xerxes, surnamed Longimanus, or Long Hand, because he had one hand longer than the other, said it was more princely to add than to take away. He first gave leave to those that hunted with him, if they would and saw occasion, to throw their darts before him. He also first ordained that punishment for his nobles who had offended, that they should be stripped and their garments scourged instead of their bodies; and whereas their hair should have been plucked out, that the same should be done to their turbans. When Satybarzanes, his chamberlain, petitioned him in an unjust matter, and he understood he did it to gain 30,000 pieces of money, he ordered his treasurer to bring the said sum, and gave them to him, saying, O Satybarzanes, take it, for when I have given you this, I shall not be poorer, but I had been more unjust if I had granted your petition. Cyrus the Younger. Cyrus the Younger, when he was exhorting the Lacedaemonians to side with him in the war, said that he had a stronger heart than his brother, and could drink more wine unmixed than he, and bear it better; that his brother, when he hunted, could scarce sit his horse, or, when ill news arrived, his throne. He exhorted them to send him men, promising he would give horses to footmen, chariots to horsemen, villages to those that had farms, and those that possessed villages he would make lords of cities, and that he would give them gold and silver, not by tale but by weight. Artaxerxes Mnemon. Artaxerxes, the brother of Cyrus the Younger, called Mnemon, did not only give very free and patient access to any that would speak with him, but commanded the queen his wife to draw the curtains of her chariot, that petitioners might have the same access to her also. When a poor man presented him with a very fair and great apple, "By the sun," said he, "'tis my opinion, if this person were entrusted with a small city, he would make it great." In his flight, when his carriages were plundered, and he was forced to eat dry figs and barley bread, "Of how great pleasure," said he, "have I hitherto lived ignorant." Parysatis. Parysatis, the mother of Cyrus and Artaxerxes, advised him that would discourse freely with the king to use words of fine linen. Orontes. Orontes, the son-in-law of King Artaxerxes, falling into disgrace and being condemned, said, "As arithmeticians count sometimes myriads on their fingers, sometimes units only, in like manner the favorites of kings sometimes can do everything with them, sometimes little or nothing." Memnon. Memnon, one of King Darius's generals against Alexander, when a mercenary soldier excessively and impudently reviled Alexander, struck him with his spear, adding, "I pay you to fight against Alexander, not to reproach him." Egyptian kings. The Egyptian kings, according unto their law, used to swear their judges that they should not obey the king when he commanded them to give an unjust sentence. Poltis. Poltis, king of Thrace, in the Trojan war, being solicited both by the Trojan and Grecian ambassadors, advised Alexander to restore Helen, promising to give him 2 beautiful women for her. Teres. Teres, the father of Sitalces, said, when he was out of the army and had nothing to do, he thought there was no difference between him and his grooms. Cotus. Cotus, when one gave him a leopard, gave him a lion for it. He was naturally prone to anger, and severely punished the miscarriages of his servants. When a stranger brought him some earthen vessels, thin and brittle, but delicately shaped and admirably adorned with sculptures, he requited the stranger for them, and then brake them all in pieces, lest, said he, my passion should provoke me to punish excessively those that break them. Idathyrsus. Idathyrsus, king of Scythia, when Darius invaded him, solicited the Ionian tyrants that they would assert their liberty by breaking down the bridge that was made over the Danube, which they refusing to do because they had sworn fealty to Darius, he called them good, honest, lazy slaves. Ateas. Ateas wrote to Philip, you reign over the Macedonians, men that have learned fighting, and I over the Scythians, which can fight with hunger and thirst. As he was rubbing his horse, turning to the ambassadors of Philip, he asked whether Philip did so or not. He took prisoner Ismenias, an excellent piper, and commanded him to play. And when others admired him, he swore it was more pleasant to hear a horse neigh. Scalurus. Scalurus, on his deathbed, being about to leave 80 sons surviving, offered a bundle of darts to each of them, and bade them break them. When all refused, drawing out one by one, he easily broke them, thus teaching them that if they held together, they would continue strong, but if they fell out and were divided, they would become weak. Gelo. Gelo the tyrant, after he had overcome the Carthaginians at Himera, made peace with them, and among other articles compelled them to subscribe this, that they should no more sacrifice their children to Saturn. He often marched the Syracusans out to plant their fields, as if it had been to war, that the country might be improved by husbandry, and they might not be corrupted by idleness. When he demanded a sum of money of the citizens, and thereupon a tumult was raised, he told them he would but borrow it, and after the war was ended, he restored it to them again. At a feast, when a harp was offered, and others one after another tuned it and played upon it, he sent for his horse, and with an easy agility leaped upon him. Hiero. Hiero, who succeeded Gelo in the tyranny, said he was not disturbed by any that freely spoke against him. He judged that those that revealed a secret did an injury to those to whom they revealed it. For we hate not only those who tell, but them also that hear what we would not have disclosed. One upbraided him with his stinking breath, and he blamed his wife that never told him of it. But she said, I thought all men smelt so. To Xenophanes the Colophonian, who said he had much ado to maintain 2 servants, he replied, but Homer, whom you disparage, maintains above 10,000, although he is dead. He fined Epicharmus the comedian for speaking unseemly when his wife was by. Dionysius. Dionysius the elder, when the public orators cast lots to know in what order they should speak, drew as his lot the letter M. And when one said to him, Morologes, you will make a foolish speech, O Dionysius. You are mistaken, said he. Monarcheso, I shall be a monarch. And as soon as his speech was ended, the Syracusans chose him general. In the beginning of his tyranny, the citizens rebelled and besieged him, and his friends advised him to resign the government rather than to be taken and slain by them. But he, seeing a cook butcher an ox, and the ox immediately fall down dead, said to his friends, Is it not a hateful thing that for fear of so short a death we should resign so great a government? When his son, whom he intended to make his successor in the government, had been detected in debauching a freeman's wife, he asked him in anger, When did you ever know me guilty of such a crime? But you, sir, replied the son, had not a tyrant for your father. Nor will you, said he, have a tyrant for your son, unless you mend your manners. And another time, going into his son's house and seeing there abundance of silver and gold plate, he cried out, Thou art not capable of being a tyrant who hast made never a friend with all the plate I have given thee. When he exacted money of the Syracusans, and they, lamenting and beseeching him, pretended they had none, he still exacted more, twice or thrice renewing his demands, until he heard them laugh and jeer at him as they went to and fro in the marketplace, and then he gave over. Now, said he, since they contemn me, it is a sign they have nothing left. When his mother, being ancient, requested him to find a husband for her, I can, said he, overpower the laws of the city, but I cannot force the laws of nature. Although he punished other malefactors severely, he favored such as stole clothes, that the Syracusans might forbear feasting and drunken clubs. A certain person told him privately he could show him a way how he might know beforehand such as conspired against him. Let us know, said he, going aside. Give me, said the person, a talent, that everybody may believe that I have taught you the signs and tokens of plotters. And he gave it him, pretending he had learned them, much admiring the subtlety of the man. Being asked whether he was at leisure, he replied, God forbid that it should ever befall me. Hearing that two young men very much reviled him and his tyranny in their cups, he invited both of them to supper, and perceiving that one of them prattled freely and foolishly, but the other drank warily and sparing, he dismissed the first as a drunken fellow whose treason lay no deeper than his wine, and put the other to death as a disaffected and resolved traitor. Some blaming him for rewarding and preferring a wicked man and one hated by the citizens. I would have, said he, somebody hated more than myself. When he gave presents to the ambassadors of Corinth, and they refused them because their law forbade them to receive gifts from a prince to whom they were sent in embassy, he said they did very ill to destroy the only advantage of tyranny, and to declare that it was dangerous to receive a kindness from a tyrant. Hearing that a citizen had buried a quantity of gold in his house, he sent for it. And when the party removed to another city and bought a farm with part of his treasure which he had concealed, Dionysius sent for him and bade him take back the rest, since he had now begun to use his money and was no longer making a useful thing useless. Dionysius the Younger said that he maintained many sophists, not that he admired them, but that he might be admired for their sake. When Polyxenus the logician told him he had baffled him, "Yes," said he, "in words, but I have caught you in deeds; for you, leaving your own fortune, attend me and mine." When he was deposed from his government, and one asked him what he got by Plato and philosophy, he answered, "That I may bear so great a change of fortune patiently." Being asked how it came to pass that his father, a private and poor man, obtained the government of Syracuse, and he, already possessed of it, and the son of a tyrant, lost it, "My father," said he, "entered upon affairs when the democracy was hated, but I when tyranny was become odious." To another that asked him the same question, he replied, "My father bequeathed to me his government, but not his fortune." Agathocles was the son of a potter. When he became lord and was proclaimed king of Sicily, he was wont to place earthen and golden vessels together, and show them to young men, telling them, "Those I made first, but now I make these by my valour and industry." As he was besieging a city, some from the walls reviling him, saying, "Do you hear, potter, where will you have money to pay your soldiers?" he gently answered, "I'll tell you if I take this city." And having taken it by storm, he sold the prisoners, telling them, "If you reproach me again, I will complain to your masters." Some inhabitants of Ithaca complained of his mariners, that making a descent on the island they had taken away some cattle. "But your king," said he, "came to Sicily, and did not only take away sheep, but put out the shepherd's eyes, and went his way." Dion, that deposed Dionysius from the tyranny, when he heard Callippus, whom of all his friends and attendants he trusted most, conspired against him, refused to question him for it, saying, "It is better for him to die than to live, who must be weary not only of his enemies, but of his friends too." Archelaus, when one of his companions, and none of the best, begged a golden cup of him, bade the boy give it Euripides. And when the man wondered at him, "You," said he, "are worthy to ask, but he is worthy to receive it without asking." A prating barber asked him how he would be trimmed. He answered, "In silence." When Euripides at a banquet embraced fair Agatho and kissed him, although he was no longer beardless, he said, turning to his friends, "Do not wonder at it, for the beauty of such as are handsome lasts after autumn." Timotheus the harper, receiving of him a reward less than his expectation, twitted him for it not obscurely, and once singing the short verse of the chorus, "You commend earth-born silver," directed it to him; and Archelaus answered him again, singing, "But you beg it." When one sprinkled water upon him, and his friends would have had him punish the man, "You are mistaken," said he did not sprinkle me, but some other person whom he took me to be. Philip. Theophrastus tells us that Philip, the father of Alexander, was not only greater in his port and success, but also freer from luxury than other kings of his time. He said the Athenians were happy if they could find every year 10 fit to be chosen generals, since in many years he could find but one fit to be a general, and that was Parmenio. When he had news brought him of diverse and eminent successes in one day, "O Fortune," said he, "for all these so great kindnesses, do me some small mischief." After he had conquered Greece, some advised him to place garrisons in the cities. "No," said he, "I had rather be called merciful a great while than lord a little while." His friends advised him to banish a railer from his court. "I will not do it," said he, "lest he should go about and rail in many places." Smicithus accused Nicanor for one that commonly spoke evil of King Philip. And his friends advised him to send for him and punish him. "Truly," said he, "Nicanor is not the worst of the Macedonians. We ought therefore to consider whether we have given him any cause or not." When he understood therefore that Nicanor, being slighted by the king, was much afflicted with poverty, he ordered a boon should be given him. And when Smicithus reported that Nicanor was continually abounding in the king's praises, "You see then," said he, "that whether we will be well or ill spoken of is in our own power." He said he was beholden to the Athenian orators, who by reproaching him made him better both in speech and behavior. "For I will endeavor," said he, "both by my words and actions to prove them liars." Such Athenians as he took prisoners in the fight at Chaeronea he dismissed without ransom. When they also demanded their garments and quilts, and on that account accused the Macedonians, Philip laughed and said, "Do ye not think these Athenians imagine we beat them at cockle?" In a fight he broke his collarbone, and the surgeon that had him in cure requested him daily for his reward. "Take what you will," said he, "for you have the key." There were two brothers, called Both and Either. Perceiving Either was a good, understanding, busy fellow, and Both a silly fellow and good for little, he said, "Either is both, and both is neither." To some that advised him to deal severely with the Athenians, he said, "You talk absurdly, who would persuade a man that suffers all things for the sake of glory to overthrow the theatre of glory." Being arbitrator betwixt two wicked persons, he commanded one to fly out of Macedonia, and the other to pursue him. Being about to pitch his camp in a likely place, and hearing there was no hay to be had for the cattle, "What a life," said he, "is ours, since we must live according to the convenience of asses." Designing to take a strong fort, which the scouts told him was exceeding difficult and impregnable, he asked whether it was so difficult that an ass could not come at it laden with gold. Lasthenes the Olynthian and his friends being aggrieved and complaining that some of Philip's retinue called them traitors, "These Macedonians," said he, "are a rude and clownish people that call a spade a spade." He exhorted his son to behave himself courteously toward the Macedonians, and to acquire influence with the people, while he could be affable and gracious during the reign of another. He advised him also to make friends of men of interest in the cities, both good and bad, that afterwards he might make use of these and suppress those. To Philo the Theban, who had been his host and given him entertainment while he remained an hostage at Thebes, and afterwards refused to accept any present from him, he said, "Do not take from me the title of invincible by making me inferior to you in kindness and bounty." Having taken many prisoners, he was selling them, sitting in an unseemly posture, with his tunic tucked up, when one of the captives to be sold cried out, "Spare me, Philip, for our fathers were friends." When Philip asked him, "Prithee, how, or from whence?" "Let me come nearer," said he, "and I'll tell you." When he was come up to him, he said, "Let down your cloak a little lower, for you sit indecently." Whereupon said Philip, "Let him go. In truth he wisheth me well and is my friend, though I did not know him." Being invited to supper, he carried many he took up by the way along with him; and perceiving his host troubled, for his provision was not sufficient, he sent to each of his friends and bade them reserve a place for the cake. They, believing and expecting it, ate little, and so the supper was enough for all. It appeared he grieved much at the death of Hipparchus the Euboean; for when somebody said it was time for him to die, "For himself," said he, "but he died too soon for me, preventing me by his death from returning him the kindness his friendship deserved." Hearing that Alexander blamed him for having children by several women, "Therefore," saith he to him, "since you have many rivals with you for the kingdom, be just and honorable, that you may not receive the kingdom as my gift, but by your own merit." He charged him to be observant of Aristotle and study philosophy, "that you may not," said he, "do many things which I now repent of doing." He made one of Antipater's recommendation a judge; and perceiving afterwards that his hair and beard were colored, he removed him, saying, "I could not think one that was faithless in his hair could be trusty in his deeds." As he sate judge in the cause of one Machaetas, he fell asleep, and for want of minding his arguments gave judgment against him. And when being enraged he cried out, "I appeal." "To whom," said he, "wilt thou appeal?" "To you yourself, O king," said he, "when you are awake to hear me with attention." Then Philip rousing and coming to himself, and perceiving Machaetas was injured, although he did not reverse the sentence, he paid the fine himself. When Harpalus, in behalf of Crates his kinsman and intimate friend, who was charged with disgraceful crimes, begged that Crates might pay the fine and so cause the action to be withdrawn and avoid public disgrace, "It is better," said he, "that he should be reproached upon his own account, than we for him." His friends being enraged because the Peloponnesians, to whom he had shown favor, hissed at him in the Olympic games, "What then," said he, "would they do if we should abuse them?" Awaking after he had overslept himself in the army, "I slept," said he, "securely, for Antipater watched." Another time, being asleep in the daytime, while the Grecians, fretting with impatience, thronged at the gates, Do not wonder, said Parmenio to them, if Philip be now asleep, for while you slept he was awake. When he corrected a musician at a banquet, and discoursed with him concerning notes and instruments, the musician replied, Far be that dishonour from your majesty, that you should understand these things better than I do. While he was at variance with his wife Olympia and his son, Demaratus the Corinthian came to him, and Philip asked him how the Grecians held together. Demaratus replied, You had need to enquire how the Grecians agree, who agree so well with your nearest relations. Whereupon he let fall his anger, and was reconciled to them. A poor old woman petitioned and dunned him often to hear her cause, and he answered, I am not at leisure. The old woman bawled out, Do not reign then. He admired the speech, and immediately heard her and others. End of section 15. Section 16 of The Morals, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Cynthia Moyer. The Morals, Volume 1, by Plutarch. Translated by several hands. Corrected and revised by William W. Goodwin. The Apophthegms, or Remarkable Sayings of Kings and Great Commanders, Part 2. Alexander. While Alexander was a boy, Philip had great success in his affairs, at which he did not rejoice, but told the children that were brought up with him, My father will leave me nothing to do. The children answered, Your father gets all this for you. But what good, saith he, will it do me, if I possess much and do nothing? Being nimble and light-footed, his father encouraged him to run in the Olympic race. Yes, said he, if there were any kings there to run with me. A wench being brought to lie with him late in the evening, he asked why she tarried so long. She answered, I stayed until my husband was abed. And he sharply reproved his pages, because through their carelessness he had almost committed adultery. As he was sacrificing to the gods liberally, and often offered frankincense, Leonidas his tutor standing by said, O son, thus generously will you sacrifice when you have conquered the country that bears frankincense. And when he had conquered it, he sent him this letter: I have sent you 100 talents of frankincense and cassia, that hereafter you may not be niggardly towards the gods, when you understand I have conquered the country in which perfumes grow. The night before he fought at the river Granicus, he exhorted the Macedonians to sup plentifully and to bring out all they had, as they were to sup the next day at the charge of their enemies. Perillus, one of his friends, begged of him portions for his daughters, and he ordered him to receive 50 talents. And when he said 10 were enough, Alexander replied, Enough for you to receive, but not for me to give. He commanded his steward to give Anaxarchus the philosopher as much as he should ask for. He asketh, said the steward, for 100 talents. He doth well, said he, knowing he hath a friend that both can and will bestow so much on him. Seeing at Miletus many statues of wrestlers that had overcome in the Olympic and Pythian games, "And where," said he, "were these lusty fellows when the barbarians assaulted your city?" When Ada, queen of Caria, was ambitious often to send him sauces and sweetmeats delicately prepared by the best cooks and artists, he said, "I have better confectioners of my own, viz., my night travelling for my breakfast, and my spare breakfast for my dinner." All things being prepared for a fight, his captains asked him whether he had anything else to command them. "Nothing," said he, "but that the Macedonians should shave their beards." Parmenio wondering at it, "Do you not know," said he, "there is no better hold in a fight than the beard?" When Darius offered him 10,000 talents and to divide Asia equally with him, "I would accept it," said Parmenio, "were I Alexander." "And so truly would I," said Alexander, "if I were Parmenio." But he answered Darius, that the earth could not bear two sons, nor Asia two kings. When he was going to fight for the world at Arbela, against 10,000 enemies set in array against him, some of his friends came to him and told him the discourse of the soldiers in their tents, who had agreed that nothing of the spoils should be brought into the treasury, but they would have all themselves. "You tell me good news," said he, "for I hear the discourse of men that intend to fight, and not to run away." Several of his soldiers came to him and said, "O king, be of good courage, and fear not the multitude of your enemies, for they will not be able to endure the very stink of our sweat." The army being marshalled, he saw a soldier fitting his thong to his javelin, and dismissed him as a useless fellow, for fitting his weapons when he should use them. As he was reading a letter from his mother, containing secrets and accusations of Antipater, Hephaestion also, as he was wont, read it along with him. Alexander did not hinder him, but when the letter was read, he took his ring off his finger, and laid the seal of it upon Hephaestion's mouth. Being saluted as the son of Jupiter in the temple of Ammon by the chief priest, "It is no wonder," said he, "for Jupiter is by nature the father of all, and calls the best men his sons." When he was wounded with an arrow in the ankle, and many ran to him that were wont to call him a god, he said, smiling, "That is blood, as you see, and not, as Homer saith, such humour as distills from blessed gods." To some that commended the frugality of Antipater, whose diet was sober and without luxury, "Outwardly," said he, "Antipater wears white clothes, but within he is all purple." In a cold winter day, one of his friends invited him to a banquet, and there being a little fire on a small hearth, he bid him fetch either wood or frankincense. Antipatridas brought a beautiful singing woman to supper with him. Alexander, being taken with her visage, asked Antipatridas whether she was his miss or not. And when he confessed she was, "O villain," said he, "turn her immediately out from the banquet." Again, when Cassander forced a kiss from Pytho, a boy beloved by Evius the piper, and Alexander perceived that Evius was concerned at it. He was extremely enraged at Cassander, and said with a loud voice, "It seems nobody must be loved if you can help it." When he sent such of the Macedonians as were sick and maimed to the sea, they showed him one that was in health, and yet subscribed his name among the sick. Being brought into the presence and examined, he confessed he used that pretence for the love of Telesippa, who was going to the sea. Alexander asked of whom he could make inquiries about this Telesippa, and hearing she was a free woman, he said, "Therefore, my Antigones, let us persuade her to stay with us, for to force her to do so when she is a free woman is not according to my custom." Of the mercenary Grecians that fought against him, he took many prisoners. He commanded the Athenians should be kept in chains, because they served for wages when they were allowed a public maintenance; and the Thessalians, because when they had a fruitful country they did not till it. But he set the Thebans free, saying, "To them only I have left neither city nor country." He took captive an excellent Indian archer that said he could shoot an arrow through a ring, and commanded him to show his skill. And when the man refused to do this, he commanded him in a rage to be put to death. The man told them that led him to execution that, not having practised for many days, he was afraid he should miss. Alexander, hearing this, wondered at him and dismissed him with rewards, because he chose rather to die than show himself unworthy of his reputation. Taxiles, one of the Indian kings, met Alexander, and advised him not to make war nor fight with him, but if he were a meaner person than himself, to receive kindness from him, or if he were a better man, to show kindness to him. He answered, that was the very thing they must fight for, who should exceed the other in bounty. When he heard the rock called Iornus in India was by its situation impregnable, but the commander of it was a coward, then said he, the place is easy to be taken. Another, commanding a rock thought to be invincible, surrendered himself and the rock to Alexander, who committed the said rock and the adjacent country to his government, saying, I take this for a wise man, who chose rather to commit himself to a good man than to a strong place. When the rock was taken, his friends said that it exceeded the deeds of Hercules. But I, said he, do not think my actions and all my empire to be compared with one word of Hercules. He fined some of his friends, whom he caught playing at dice, in earnest. Of his chief and most powerful friends, he seemed most to respect Craterus, and to love Hephaestion. Craterus, said he, is the friend of the king, but Hephaestion is the friend of Alexander. He sent 50 talents to Xenocrates the philosopher, who would not receive them, saying he was not in want. And he asked whether Xenocrates had no friend either, for as to myself, said he, the treasure of Darius is hardly sufficient for me to bestow among my friends. He demanded of Porus, after the fight, how he should treat him. Royally, said he, like a king. And being again asked what farther he had to request, All things, said he, are in that word royally. Admiring his wisdom and valor, he gave him a greater government than he had before. Being told a certain person reviled him, "To do good," said he, "and to be evil spoken of, is kingly." As he was dying, looking upon his friends, "I see," said he, "my funeral tournament will be great." When he was dead, Demades the rhetorician likened the Macedonian army without a general to Polyphemus the Cyclops when his eye was put out. Ptolemy. Ptolemy, the son of Lagus, frequently supped with his friends and lay at their houses; and if at any time he invited them to supper, he made use of their furniture, sending for vessels, carpets, and tables; for he himself had only things that were of constant use about him, saying it was more becoming a king to make others rich than to be rich himself. Antigonus. Antigonus exacted money severely. When one told him that Alexander did not do so, "It may be so," said he, "Alexander reaped Asia, and I but glean after him." Seeing some soldiers playing at ball in headpieces and breastplates, he was pleased, and sent for their officers, intending to commend them. But when he heard the officers were drinking, he bestowed their commands on the soldiers. When all men wondered that in his old age his government was mild and easy. "Formerly," said he, "I sought for power, but now for glory and goodwill." To Philip his son, who asked him in the presence of many when the army would march, "What," said he, "are you afraid that you only should not hear the trumpet?" The same young man being desirous to quarter at a widow's house that had 3 handsome daughters, Antigonus called the quartermaster to him. "Prithee," said he, "help my son out of these straits." Recovering from a slight disease, he said, "No harm; this distemper puts me in mind not to aim at great things, since we are mortal." Hermodotus in his poems called him "son of the sun." "He that attends my close stool," said he, "sings me no such song." When one said, "All things in kings are just and honorable," "Indeed," said he, "for barbarian kings, but for us only honorable things are honorable, and only just things are just." Marcius his brother had a cause depending, and requested him it might be examined at his house. "Nay," said he, "it shall be heard in the judgment hall, that all may hear whether we do exact justice or not." In the winter, being forced to pitch his camp where necessaries were scarce, some of his soldiers reproached him, not knowing he was near. He opened the tent with his cane, saying, "Woe be to you, unless you get you farther off when you revile me." Aristodemus, one of his friends, supposed to be a cook's son, advised him to moderate his gifts and expenses. "Thy words," said he, "Aristodemus, smell of the apron." The Athenians, out of a respect to him, gave one of his servants the freedom of their city. "And I would not," said he, "have any Athenian whipped by my command." A youth, scholar to Anaximenes the rhetorician, spoke in his presence a prepared and studied speech, and he asking something which he desired to learn, the youth was silent. "What do you say?" said he. "Is all that you have said written in your table book?" When he heard another rhetorician say, "The snow-spread season makes the country fodder spent," "Will you not stop," said he, "prating to me as you do to the rabble?" Thrasyllus the cynic begged a drachm of him. "That," said he, "is too little for a king to give." "Why then," said the other, "give me a talent." "And that," said he, "is too much for a cynic, or for a dog, to receive." Sending his son Demetrius with ships and land forces to make Greece free, "Glory," said he, "from Greece as from a watchtower will shine throughout the world." Antagoras the poet was boiling a conger, and Antigonus, coming behind him as he was stirring his skillet, said, "Do you think, Antagoras, that Homer boiled congers when he wrote the deeds of Agamemnon?" Antagoras replied, "Do you think, O king, that Agamemnon, when he did such exploits, was a peeping in his army to see who boiled congers?" After he had seen in a dream Mithridates mowing a golden harvest, he designed to kill him, and acquainted Demetrius his son with his design, making him swear to conceal it. But Demetrius, taking Mithridates aside, and walking with him by the seaside, with the pick of his spear wrote on the shore, "Fly, Mithridates," which he, understanding, fled into Pontus, and there reigned until his death. Demetrius. Demetrius, while he was besieging Rhodes, found in one of the suburbs the picture of Ialysus made by Protogenes the painter. The Rhodians sent a herald to him, beseeching him not to deface the picture. "I will sooner," said he, "deface my father's statues than such a picture." When he made a league with the Rhodians, he left behind him an engine called the City Taker, that it might be a memorial of his magnificence and of their courage. When the Athenians rebelled, and he took the city, which had been distressed for want of provision, he called an assembly and gave them corn. And while he made a speech to them concerning that affair, he spoke improperly. And when one that sat by told him how the word ought to be spoken, he said, "For this correction I bestow upon you 5,000 bushels more." Antigonus II. Antigonus II, when his father was a prisoner, and sent one of his friends to admonish him to pay no regard to any thing that he might write at the constraint of Seleucus, and to enter into no obligation to surrender up the cities, wrote to Seleucus that he would give up his whole kingdom and himself for an hostage, that his father might be set free. Being about to fight by sea with the lieutenants of Ptolemy, and the pilot telling him the enemy outnumbered him in ships, he said, "But how many ships do you reckon my presence to be worth?" Once when he gave ground, his enemies pressing upon him, he denied that he fled, but he betook himself, as he said, to an advantage that lay behind him. To a youth, son of a valiant father, but himself no very great soldier, petitioning he might receive his father's pay, "Young man," said he, "I pay and reward men for their own, not for their father's valor." When Zeno of Citium, whom he admired beyond all philosophers, died, he said, "the theatre of my actions is fallen." Lysimachus. Lysimachus, when he was overcome by Dromichitis in Thrace and constrained by thirst, surrendered himself and his army. When he was a prisoner and had drunk, "O gods," said he, "for how small a satisfaction have I made myself a slave from a king." To Philippides the comedian, his friend and companion, he said, "What have I that I may impart to you?" He answered, "What you please, except your secrets." Antipater. Antipater, hearing that Parmenio was slain by Alexander, said, "If Parmenio conspired against Alexander, whom may we trust? But if he did not, what is to be done?" Of Demandes the rhetorician, now grown old, he said, "As of sacrifices when finished, so there is nothing left of him but his belly and tongue." Antiochus III. Antiochus III. wrote to the cities, that if he should at any time write for any thing to be done contrary to the law, they should not obey, but suppose it to be done out of ignorance. When he saw the priestess of Diana, that she was exceeding beautiful, he presently removed from Ephesus, lest he should be swayed, contrary to his judgment, to commit some unholy act. Antiochus Hierax. Antiochus, surnamed the Hawk, warred with his brother Seleucus for the kingdom. After Seleucus was overcome by the Galatians, and was not to be heard of, but supposed to be slain in the fight, he laid aside his purple and went into mourning. A while after, hearing his brother was safe, he sacrificed to the gods for the good news, and caused the cities under his dominion to put on garlands. Eumenes. Eumenes was thought to be slain by a conspiracy of Perseus. That report being brought to Pergamus, Attalus, his brother, put on the crown, married his wife, and took upon him the kingdom. Hearing afterwards his brother was alive and upon the way, he met him, as he used to do, with his lifeguard and a spear in his hand. Eumenes embraced him kindly and whispered in his ear, "If a widow you will wed, wait till you're sure her husband's dead." But he never afterwards did or spake anything that showed any suspicion all his lifetime. But when he died, he bequeathed to him his queen and kingdom. In requital of which his brother bred up none of his own children, although he had many. But when the son of Eumenes was grown up, he bestowed the kingdom on him in his own lifetime. Pyrrhus the Epirot. Pyrrhus was asked by his sons, when they were boys, to whom he would leave the kingdom. "To him of you," saith he, "that hath the sharpest sword." Being asked whether Pitho or Caphisius was the better piper, "Polysperchon," said he, "is the best general." He joined in battle with the Romans, and twice overcame them, but with the loss of many friends and captains. "If I should overcome the Romans," said he, "in another fight, I were undone." Not being able to keep Sicily, as he said, from them, turning to his friends, he said, "What a fine wrestling ring do we leave to the Romans and Carthaginians!" His soldiers called him Eagle, "And I may deserve the title," said he, "while I am borne upon the wings of your arms." hearing some young men had spoken many reproachful words of him in their drink, he summoned them all to appear before him next day. When they appeared, he asked the foremost whether they spake such things of him or not. The young man answered, "Such words were spoken, O king, and more we had spoken if we had had more wine." Antiochus. Antiochus, who twice made an inroad into Parthia, as he was once a hunting, lost his friends and servants in the pursuit, and went into a cottage of poor people who did not know him. As they were at supper, he threw out discourse concerning the king. They said for the most part he was a good prince, but overlooked many things he left to the management of debauched courtiers, and out of love of hunting often neglected his necessary affairs. And there they stopped. At break of day the guard arrived at the cottage, and the king was recognized when the crown and purple robes were brought. "From the day," said he, "on which I first received these, I never heard truth concerning myself till yesterday." When he besieged Jerusalem, the Jews, in respect of their great festival, begged of him 7 days' truce, which he not only granted, but preparing oxen with gilded horns, with a great quantity of incense and perfumes, he went before them to the very gates, and having delivered them as a sacrifice to their priests, he returned back to his army. The Jews wondered at him, and as soon as their festival was finished, surrendered themselves to him. Themistocles. Themistocles in his youth was much given to wine and women. But after Miltiades the general overcame the Persian at Marathon, Themistocles utterly forsook his former disorders, and to such as wondered at the change he said, "The trophy of Miltiades will neither suffer me to sleep nor to be idle." Being asked whether he would rather be Achilles or Homer, "And pray," said he, "which would you rather be, a conqueror in the Olympic games, or the crier that proclaims who are conquerors?" When Xerxes with that great navy made a descent upon Greece, he fearing, if Epicides, a popular but a covetous, corrupt, and cowardly person, were made general, the city might be lost, bribed him with a sum of money to desist from that pretence. Adimantus was afraid to hazard a sea fight, whereunto Themistocles persuaded and encouraged the Grecians. "O Themistocles," said he, "those that start before their time in the Olympic games are always scourged." "Ay, but, Adimantus," said the other, "they that are left behind are not crowned." Eurybiades lifted up his cane at him as if he would strike him. "Strike," said he, "but hear me." When he could not persuade Eurybiades to fight in the straits of the sea, he sent privately to Xerxes, advising him that he need not fear the Grecians, for they were running away. Xerxes upon this persuasion, fighting in a place advantageous for the Grecians, was worsted. And then he sent him another message, and bade him fly with all speed over the Hellespont, for the Grecians designed to break down his bridge; that under pretence of saving him he might secure the Grecians. A man from the little island Seriphus told him, he was famous not upon his own account, but through the city where he lived. "You say true," said he, "for if I had been a Seriphian, I had not been famous, nor would you if you had been an Athenian." To Antiphatus, a beautiful person that avoided and despised Themistocles when he formerly loved him, but came to him and flattered him when he was in great power and esteem, "Hark you, lad," said he, "though late, yet both of us are wise at last." To Simonides, desiring him to give an unjust sentence, "You would not be a good poet," said he, "if you should sing out of tune, nor I a good governor, if I should give judgment contrary to law." When his son was a little saucy towards his mother, he said that this boy had more power than all the Grecians, for the Athenians governed Greece, he the Athenians, his wife him, and his son his wife. He preferred an honest man that wooed his daughter before a rich man. "I would rather," said he, "have a man that wants money than money that wants a man." Having a farm to sell, he bid the crier proclaim also that it had a good neighbor. When the Athenians reviled him, "Why do you complain," said he, "that the same persons so often befriend you?" And he compared himself to a row of plane trees, under which in a storm passengers run for shelter, but in fair weather they pluck the leaves off and abuse them. Scoffing at the Eretrians, he said, like the swordfish, they have a sword indeed, but no heart. Being banished first out of Athens and afterwards out of Greece, he betook himself to the king of Persia, who bade him speak his mind. Speech, he said, was like to tapestry, and like it, when it was spread, it showed its figures, but when it was folded up, hid and spoiled them. And therefore he requested time until he might learn the Persian tongue, and could explain himself without an interpreter. Having there received great presents, and being enriched of a sudden, "O lads," said he to his sons, "we had been undone if we had not been undone." Myronides. Myronides summoned the Athenians to fight against the Boeotians. When the time was almost come, and the captains told him they were not near all come out, "They are come," said he, "all that intend to fight." And marching while their spirits were up, he overcame his enemies. Aristides. Aristides the Just always managed his offices himself, and avoided all political clubs, because power gotten by the assistance of friends was an encouragement to the unjust. When the Athenians were fully bent to banish him by an ostracism, an illiterate country fellow came to him with his shell, and asked him to write in it the name of Aristides. "Friend," said he, "do you know Aristides?" "Not I," said the fellow, "but I do not like his surname of Just." He said no more, but wrote his name in the shell and gave it him. He was at variance with Themistocles, who was sent on an embassy with him. "Are you content," said he, "Themistocles, to leave our enmity at the borders? And if you please, we will take it up again at our return." When he levied an assessment upon the Greeks, he returned poorer by so much as he spent in the journey. Aeschylus wrote these verses on Amphiaraus: "His shield no emblem bears, his generous soul wishes to be, not to appear, the best, while the deep furrows of his noble mind harvests of wise and prudent counsel bear. and when they were pronounced in the theatre, all turned their eyes upon Aristides. Pericles. Whenever he entered on his command as general, while he was putting on his war cloak, he used thus to bespeak himself: "Remember, Pericles, you govern freemen, Grecians, Athenians." He advised the Athenians to demolish Aegina as a dangerous eyesore to the haven of Piraeus. To a friend that wanted him to bear false witness and to bind the same with an oath, he said, "I am a friend only as far as the altar." When he lay on his deathbed, he blessed himself that no Athenian ever went into mourning upon his account. Alcibiades. Alcibiades, while he was a boy, wrestling in a ring, seeing he could not break his adversary's hold, bit him by the hand, who cried out, "You bite like a woman." "Not so," said he, "but like a lion." He had a very handsome dog that cost him 7,000 drachmas, and he cut off his tail, "that," said he, "the Athenians may have this story to tell of me, and may concern themselves no farther with me." Coming into a school, he called for Homer's Iliads, and when the master told him he had none of Homer's works, he gave him a box on the ear and went his way. He came to Pericles's gate, and being told he was busy preparing his accounts to be given to the people of Athens, "Had he not better," said he, "contrive how he might give no account at all?" Being summoned by the Athenians out of Sicily to plead for his life, he absconded, saying, that criminal was a fool who studied a defence when he might fly for it. "But," said one, "will you not trust your country with your cause?" "No," said he, "nor my mother either, lest she mistake and cast a black pebble instead of a white one." When he heard death was decreed to him and his associates, "Let us convince them," said he, "that we are alive." And passing over to Lacedaemon, he stirred up the Decelean war against the Athenians. Lamachus. Lamachus chid a captain for a fault, and when he had said he would do so no more, "Sir," said he, "in war there is no room for a second miscarriage." Iphicrates. Iphicrates was despised because he was thought to be a shoemaker's son. The exploit that first brought him into repute was this: when he was wounded himself, he caught up one of the enemies and carried him alive and in his armor to his own ship. He once pitched his camp in a country belonging to his allies and confederates, and yet he fortified it exactly with a trench and bulwark. Said one to him, "What are ye afraid of?" "Of all speeches," said he, "none is so dishonorable for a general as, 'I should not have thought it.'" As he marshaled his army to fight with barbarians, "I am afraid," said he, "they do not know Iphicrates, for his very name used to strike terror into other enemies." Being accused of a capital crime, he said to the informer, "O fellow, what art thou doing, who, when war is at hand, dost advise the city to consult concerning me, and not with me?" To Harmodius, descended from the ancient Harmodius, when he reviled him for his mean birth, "My nobility," said he, "begins in me, but yours ends in you." A rhetorician asked him in an assembly, who he was that he took so much upon him, horseman or footman or archer or shield-bearer. Neither of them, said he, but one that understands how to command all those. Timotheus. Timotheus was reputed a successful general, and some that envied him painted cities falling under his net of their own accord, while he was asleep. Said Timotheus, if I take such cities when I am asleep, what do you think I shall do when I am awake? A confident commander showed the Athenians a wound he had received. But I, said he, when I was your general in Samos, was ashamed that a dart from an engine fell near me. The orators set up Chares as one they thought fit to be general of the Athenians. Not to be general, said Timotheus, but to carry the general's baggage. Chabrias. Chabrias said they were the best commanders who best understood the affairs of their enemies. He was once indicted for treason with Iphicrates, who blamed him for exposing himself to danger by going to the place of exercise and dining at his usual hour. If the Athenians, said he, deal severely with us, you will die all foul and gut-foundered. I'll die clean and anointed, with my dinner in my belly. He was wont to say that an army of stags, with a lion for their commander, was more formidable than an army of lions led by a stag. Hegesippus. When Hegesippus, surnamed Crobulus, i.e. Topknot, instigated the Athenians against Philip, one of the assembly cried out, you would not persuade us to a war? Yes, indeed would I, said he, and to mourning clothes, and to public funerals, and to funeral speeches, if we intend to live free, and not submit to the pleasure of the Macedonians. Pythias. Pythias, when he was a young man, stood forth to oppose the decrees made concerning Alexander. One said, have you, young man, the confidence to speak in such weighty affairs? And why not? Said he. Alexander, whom you voted a god, is younger than I am. Phocion. Phocion the Athenian was never seen to laugh or cry. In an assembly one told him, you seem to be thoughtful, Phocion. You guess right, said he, for I am contriving how to contract what I have to say to the people of Athens. The oracle told the Athenians there was one man in the city of a contrary judgment to all the rest. And the Athenians in a hubbub ordered search to be made who this should be. I, said Phocion, am the man. I alone am pleased with nothing the common people say or do. Once when he had delivered an opinion which pleased the people, and perceived it was entertained by a general consent, he turned to his friend and said, have I not unawares spoken some mischievous thing or other? The Athenians gathered a benevolence for a certain sacrifice, and when others contributed to it, he being often spoken to, said, I should be ashamed to give to you, and not to pay this man, pointing to one of his creditors. Demosthenes the orator told him, if the Athenians should be mad, they would kill you. Like enough, said he, me if they were mad, but you if they were wise. Aristogiton the informer, being condemned and ready to be executed in prison, entreated that Phocion would come to him. and when his friends would not suffer him to go to so vile a person, "And where," said he, "would you discourse with Aristogiton more pleasantly?" The Athenians were offended with the Byzantines for refusing to receive Chares into their city, who was sent with forces to assist them against Philip. Said Phocion, "You ought not to be displeased with the distrust of your confederates, but with your commanders that are not to be trusted." Whereupon he was chosen general, and being trusted by the Byzantines, he forced Philip to return without his errand. King Alexander sent him a present of 100 talents, and he asked those that brought it, what it should mean that, of all the Athenians, Alexander should be thus kind to him. They answered, because he esteemed him alone to be a worthy and upright person. "Pray, therefore," said he, "let him suffer me to seem as well as to be so." Alexander sent to them for some ships, and the people calling for Phocion by name, bade him speak his opinion. He stood up and told them, "I advise you either to conquer yourselves, or else to side with the conqueror." An uncertain rumor happened that Alexander was dead. Immediately the orators leaped into the pulpit and advised them to make war without delay. But Phocion entreated them to tarry a while and know the certainty. "For," said he, "if he is dead today, he will be dead tomorrow, and so forwards." Leosthenes hurried the city into a war, with fond hopes conceited at the name of liberty and command. Phocion compared his speeches to cypress trees. "They are tall," said he, "and comely, but bear no fruit." However, the first attempts were successful, and when the city was sacrificing for the good news, he was asked whether he did not wish he had done this himself. "I would," said he, "have done what has been done, but have advised what I did." When the Macedonians invaded Attica and plundered the sea-coasts, he drew out the youth. When many came to him and generally persuaded him by all means to possess himself of such an ascent, and thereon to marshal his army, "O Hercules," said he, "how many commanders do I see, and how few soldiers!" Yet he fought and overcame, and slew Nicion, the commander of the Macedonians. But in a short time the Athenians were overcome, and admitted a garrison sent by Antipater. Menelaus, the governor of that garrison, offered money to Phocion, who was enraged thereby, and said, "This man is no better than Alexander; and what I refused then, I can with less honor receive now." Antipater said, of the two friends he had at Athens, he could never persuade Phocion to accept a present, nor could he ever satisfy Demades with presents. When Antipater requested him to do some indirect thing or other, "Antipater," said he, "you cannot have Phocion for your friend and flatterer too." After the death of Antipater, democracy was established in Athens, and the assembly decreed the death of Phocion and his friends. The rest were led weeping to execution; but as Phocion passed silently, one of his enemies met him and spat in his face. But he turned himself to the magistrates, and said, "Will nobody restrain this insolent fellow?" One of those that were to suffer with him lamented and took on. "Why, Euippus," said he, "are you not pleased that you die with Phocion?" When the cup of hemlock was brought to him, being asked whether he had any thing to say to his son, "I command you," said he, "and entreat you not to think of any revenge upon the Athenians." End of section 16. Section 17 of the Morals, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Cynthia Moyer. The Morals, Volume 1, by Plutarch. Translated by several hands, corrected and revised by William W. Goodwin. The Apophthegms, or Remarkable Sayings of Kings and Great Commanders, Part 3. Pisistratus. Pisistratus, tyrant of Athens, when some of his party revolted from him and possessed themselves of Phyle, came to them bearing his baggage on his back. They asked him what he meant by it. "Either," said he, "to persuade you to return with me, or, if I cannot persuade you, to tarry with you, and therefore I come prepared accordingly." An accusation was brought to him against his mother, that she was in love and used secret familiarity with a young man, who, out of fear for the most part, refused her. This young man he invited to supper, and as they were at supper asked him how he liked his entertainment. He answered, "Very well." "Thus," said he, "you shall be treated daily, if you please my mother." Thrasybulus was in love with his daughter, and, as he met her, kissed her. Whereupon his wife would have incensed him against Thrasybulus. "If," said he, "we hate those that love us, what shall we do to them that hate us?" And he gave the maid in marriage to Thrasybulus. Some lascivious drunken persons by chance met his wife, and used unseemly speech and behavior to her. But the next day they begged his pardon with tears. "As for you," said he, "learn to be sober for the future. But as for my wife, yesterday she was not abroad at all." He designed to marry another wife, and his children asked him whether he could blame them for anything. "By no means," said he, "but I commend you, and desire to have more such children as you are." Demetrius Phalereus. Demetrius Phalereus persuaded King Ptolemy to get and study such books as treated of government and conduct. For those things are written in books which the friends of kings dare not advise. Lycurgus. Lycurgus the Lacedaemonian brought long hair into fashion among his countrymen, saying that it rendered those that were handsome more beautiful, and those that were deformed more terrible. To one that advised him to set up a democracy in Sparta, "Pray," said he, "do you first set up a democracy in your own house." He ordained that houses should be built with saws and axes only, thinking they would be ashamed to bring plate, tapestry, and costly tables into such pitiful houses. He forbade them to contend at boxing, or in the double contest of boxing and wrestling, that they might not accustom themselves to be conquered, no, not so much as in jest. He forbade them also to war often against the same people, lest they should make them the more warlike. Accordingly, many years after, when Agesilaus was wounded, and Alcidas told him the Thebans had rewarded him worthily for teaching and accustoming them to war, whether they would or no. Charillus. King Charillus, being asked why Lycurgus made so few laws, answered, "They who use few words do not need many laws." When one of the Helots behaved rather too insolently towards him, "By Castor and Pollux," said he, "I would kill you, were I not angry." To one that asked him why the Spartans wore long hair, "Because," said he, "of all ornaments that is the cheapest." Teleclus. King Teleclus, when his brother inveighed against the citizens for not giving him that respect which they did to the king, said to him, "No wonder, you do not know how to bear injury." Theopompus. Theopompus, to one that showed him the walls of a city, and asked him if they were not high and beautiful, answered, "No, not even if they are built for women." Archidamus. Archidamus, in the Peloponnesian War, when his allies requested him to appoint them their quota of tributes, replied, "War has a very irregular appetite." Brasidas. Brasidas caught a mouse among his dried figs, which bit him, and he let it go. Whereupon, turning to the company, "Nothing," said he, "is so small which may not save itself, if it have the valor to defend itself against its aggressors." In a fight he was shot through his shield, and, plucking the spear out of his wound, with the same he slew his adversary. When he was asked how he came to be wounded, "My shield," said he, "betrayed me." It was his fortune to be slain in battle, as he endeavored to liberate the Grecians that were in Thrace. These sent an embassy to Lacedaemon, which made a visit to his mother, who first asked them whether Brasidas died honorably. When the Thracians praised him and affirmed that there would never be such another man, "My friends," said she, "you are mistaken. Brasidas indeed was a valiant man, but Lacedaemon hath many more valiant men than he." Agis. King Agis said, "The Lacedaemonians are not wont to ask how many, but where the enemy are." At Mantinea he was advised not to fight the enemy that exceeded him in number. "It is necessary," said he, "for him to fight with many who would rule over many." The Eleans were commended for managing the Olympic games honorably. "What wonder," said he, "do they do if one day in 4 years they do justice?" When the same persons enlarged in their commendation, "What wonder is it," said he, "if they use justice honorably, which is an honorable thing?" To a lewd person that often asked who was the best man among the Spartans, he answered, "He that is most unlike you." When another asked what was the number of the Lacedaemonians, "Sufficient," said he, "to defend themselves from wicked men." to another that asked him the same question. "If you should see them fight," said he, "you would think them to be many." Lysander. Dionysius the tyrant presented Lysander's daughters with rich garments, which he refused to accept, saying he feared they would seem more deformed in them. To such as blamed him for managing much of his affairs by stratagems, which was unworthy of Hercules from whom he was descended, he answered, "Where the lion's skin will not reach, it must be pieced with the fox's." When the citizens of Argos seemed to make out a better title than the Lacedaemonians to a country that was in dispute between them, drawing his sword, "He that is master of this," said he, "can best dispute about bounds of countries." When the Lacedaemonians delayed to assault the walls of Corinth, and he saw a hare leap out of the trench, "Do you fear," said he, "such enemies as these, whose laziness suffers hares to sleep on their walls?" To an inhabitant of Megara, that in a parley spoke confidently unto him, "Your words," said he, "want the breeding of the city." Agesilaus. Agesilaus said that the inhabitants of Asia were bad freemen and good servants. When they were wont to call the king of Persia the great king, "Wherein," said he, "is he greater than I, if he is not more just and wise than I am?" Being asked which was better, valor or justice, he answered, "We should have no need of valor if we were all just." When he broke up his camp suddenly by night in the enemy's country, and saw a lad he loved left behind by reason of sickness, and weeping, "It is a hard thing," said he, "to be pitiful and wise at the same time." Menecrates, the physician, surnamed Jupiter, inscribed a letter to him thus: "Menecrates Jupiter to King Agesilaus wisheth joy." And he returned in answer, "King Agesilaus to Menecrates wisheth his wits." When the Lacedaemonians overcame the Athenians and their confederates at Corinth, and he heard the number of the enemies that were slain, "Alas," said he, "for Greece, who hath destroyed so many of her men as were enough to have conquered all the barbarians together." He had received an answer from the oracle of Jupiter in Olympia, which was to his satisfaction. Afterwards the Ephori bade him consult Apollo in the same case. And to Delphi he went, and asked that god whether he was of the same mind with his father. He interceded for one of his friends with Idrieus of Caria, and wrote to him thus: "If Nicias has not offended, set him free; but if he is guilty, set him free for my sake. By all means set him free." Being exhorted to hear one that imitated the voice of a nightingale, "I have often," said he, "heard nightingales themselves." The law ordained that such as ran away should be disgraced. After the fight at Leuctra, the Ephori, seeing the city void of men, were willing to dispense with that disgrace, and empowered Agesilaus to make a law to that purpose. But he, standing in the midst, commanded that after the next day the laws should remain in force as before. He was sent to assist the king of Egypt, with whom he was besieged by enemies that outnumbered his own forces. And when they had entrenched their camp, the king commanded him to go out and fight them. Since, said he, they intend to make themselves equal to us, I will not hinder them. When the trench was almost finished, he drew up his men in the void space, and so fighting with equal advantage, he overcame them. When he was dying, he charged his friends that no fiction or counterfeit, so he called statues, should be made for him. For if, said he, I have done any honorable exploit, that is my monument. But if I have done none, all your statues will signify nothing. Archidamus. When Archidamus, the son of Agesilaus, beheld a dart to be shot from an engine newly brought out of Sicily, he cried out, O Hercules, the valour of man is at an end. Agis the Younger. Demades said, the Laconians' swords were so small that jugglers might swallow them. That may be, said Agis, but the Lacedaemonians can reach their enemies very well with them. The Ephori ordered him to deliver his soldiers to a traitor. I will not, said he, entrust him with strangers who betrayed his own men. Cleomenes. To one that promised to give him hardy cocks that would die fighting, Prithee, said he, give me cocks that will kill fighting. Paedaretus. Paedaretus, when he was not chosen among the 300, which was the highest office and honor in the city, went away cheerfully and smiling, saying, he was glad if the city had 300 better citizens than himself. Damonidas. Damonidas, being placed by him that ordered the chorus in the last rank of it, said, well done, you have found a way to make this place also honorable. Nicostratus. Archidamus, general of the Argives, enticed Nicostratus to betray a fort by promises of a great sum, and the marriage of what Lacedaemonian lady he pleased, except the king's daughters. He answered that Archidamus was none of the offspring of Hercules, for he went about to punish wicked men, but Archidamus to corrupt honest men. Eudaimonidas. Eudaimonidas, beholding Xenocrates, when he was old, in the academy reading philosophy to his scholars, and being told he was in quest of virtue, asked, and when does he intend to practice it? Another time, when he heard a philosopher arguing that only the wise man can be a good general, this is a wonderful speech, said he, but he that saith it never heard the sound of trumpets. Antiochus. Antiochus, being Ephor, when he heard Philip had given the Messenians a country, asked whether he had granted them that they should be victorious when they fought for that country. Antalcidas. To an Athenian that called the Lacedaemonians unlearned. Therefore we alone, said Antalcidas, have learned no mischief of you. To another Athenian that told him, indeed we have often driven you from the Cephissus, he replied, but we never drove you from the Eurotas. When a sophist was beginning to recite the praise of Hercules, and who, said he, ever spoke against him? Epaminondas. No panic fear ever surprised the army of the Thebans while Epaminondas was their general. He said, to die in war was the most honorable death, and the bodies of armed men ought to be exercised not as wrestlers, but in a warlike manner. Wherefore he hated fat men, and dismissed one of them, saying, that 3 or 4 shields would scarce serve to secure his belly, which would not suffer him to see his members. He was so frugal in his diet that, being invited by a neighbor to supper, and finding there dishes, ointments, and junkets in abundance, he departed immediately, saying, I thought you were sacrificing and not displaying your luxury. When his cook gave an account to his colleagues of the charges for several days, he was offended only at the quantity of oil. And when his colleagues wondered at him, I am not, said he, troubled at the charge, but that so much oil should be received into my body. When the city kept a festival, and all gave themselves to banquets and drinking, he was met by one of his acquaintance, unadorned and in a thoughtful posture. He, wondering, asked him why he of all men should walk about in that manner. That all of you, said he, may be drunk and revel securely. An ill man that had committed no great fault, he refused to discharge at the request of Pelopidas. When his miss entreated for him, he dismissed him, saying, Whores are fitting to receive such presents, and not generals. The Lacedaemonians invaded the Thebans, and oracles were brought to Thebes, some that promised victory, others that foretold an overthrow. He ordered those to be placed on the right hand of the judgment seat, and these on the left. When they were placed accordingly, he rose up and said, If you will obey your commanders and unanimously resist your enemies, these are your oracles, pointing to the better. But if you play the cowards, those, pointing to the worser. Another time, as he drew nigh to the enemy, it thundered, and some that were about him asked him what he thought the gods would signify by it. They signify, said he, that the enemy is thunderstruck and demented, since he pitches his camp in a bad place when he was nigh to a better. Of all the happy and prosperous events that befell him, he said that in this he took most satisfaction, that he overcame the Lacedaemonians at Leuctra while his father and mother, that begot him, were living. Whereas he was wont to appear with his body anointed and a cheerful countenance, the day after that fight he came abroad meanly habited and dejected. And when his friends asked him whether any misfortune had befallen him, No, said he, but yesterday I was pleased more than became a wise man, and therefore today I chastise that immoderate joy. Perceiving the Spartans concealed their disasters, and desiring to discover the greatness of their loss, he did not give them leave to take away their dead altogether, but allowed each city to bury its own. Whereby it appeared that above 1,000 Lacedaemonians were slain. Geeson, monarch of Thessaly, was at Thebes as their confederate, and sent 2,000 pieces of gold to Epaminondas, then in great want. But he refused the gold, and when he saw Geeson, he said, You are the first to commit violence. And borrowing 50 drachms of a citizen, with that money to supply his army, he invaded Peloponnesus. Another time, when the Persian king sent him 30,000 darics, he chid Diomedon severely, asking him whether he sailed so far to bribe Epaminondas, and bade him tell the king, as long as he wished the prosperity of the Thebans, Epaminondas would be his friend gratis, but when he was otherwise minded, his enemy. When the Argives were confederates with the Thebans, the Athenian ambassadors then in Arcadia complained of both, and Callistratus the orator reproached the cities with Orestes and Oedipus. But Epaminondas stood up and said, "We confess there hath been one amongst us that killed his father, and among the Argives one that killed his mother. But we banished those that did such things, and the Athenians entertained them." To some Spartans that accused the Thebans of many and great crimes, "These indeed," said he, "are they that have put an end to your short dialect." The Athenians made friendship and alliance with Alexander the tyrant of Pherae, who was an enemy to the Thebans, and who had promised to furnish them with flesh at half an obol a pound. "And we," said Epaminondas, "will supply them with wood to that flesh gratis; for if they grow meddlesome, we will make bold to cut all the wood in their country for them." Being desirous to keep the Boeotians that were grown rusty by idleness always in arms, when he was chosen their chief magistrate, he used to exhort them, saying, "Yet consider what you do, my friends; for if I am your general, you must be my soldiers." He called their country, which was plain and open, the stage of war, which they could keep no longer than their hands were upon their shields. Chabrias, having slain a few Thebans near Corinth that engaged too hotly near the walls, erected a trophy, which Epaminondas laughed at, saying, it was not a trophy, but a statue of Trivia, which they usually placed in the highway before the gates. One told him that the Athenians had sent an army into Peloponnesus adorned with new armor. "What then," said he, "doth Antigenidas sigh because Teles hath got new pipes?" Now Antigenidas was an excellent piper, but Teles a vile one. Understanding his shield bearer had taken a great deal of money from a prisoner, "Come," said he, "give me the shield, and buy you a victualling house to live in; for now you are grown rich and wealthy, you will not hazard your life as you did formerly." Being asked whether he thought himself or Chabrias or Iphicrates the better general, "It is hard," said he, "to judge while we live." After he returned out of Laconia, he was tried for his life with his fellow commanders, for continuing Boeotarch 4 months longer than the law allowed. He bade the other commanders lay the blame upon him, as if he had forced them, and for himself, he said, his actions were his best speech. But if any thing at all were to be answered to the judges, he entreated them, if they put him to death, to write his fault upon his monument, that the Grecians might know that Epaminondas compelled the Thebans against their will to plunder and fire Laconia, which in 500 years before had never suffered the like, to build Messene 230 years after it was sacked, to unite the Arcadians, and to restore liberty to Greece; for those things were done in that expedition. Whereupon the judges arose with great laughter, and refused even to receive the votes against him. In his last fight, being wounded and carried into his tent, he called for Diaphantes, and after him for Eolidas, and when he heard they were slain, he advised the Thebans to make their peace with the enemy, since they had never a general left them, as by the event proved true. So well did he understand his countrymen. Pelopidas. Pelopidas, Epaminondas's colleague, when his friends told him that he neglected a necessary business, that was the gathering of money, replied, "In good deed money is necessary for this Nicomedas," pointing to a lame man that could not go. As he was going out to fight, his wife beseeched him to have a care of himself. "To others you may give this advice," said he, "but a commander and general you must advise that he should save his countrymen." A soldier told him, "We are fallen among the enemies." Said he, "How are we fallen among them more than they among us?" When Alexander, the tyrant of Pherae, broke his faith and cast him into prison, he reviled him. And when the other told him he did but hasten his death, "That is my design," said he, "that the Thebans may be exasperated against you, and be revenged on you the sooner." Thebe, the wife of the tyrant, came to him, and told him she wondered to see him so merry in chains. He answered, he wondered more at her, that she could endure Alexander without being chained. When Epaminondas caused him to be released, he said, "I thank Alexander, for I have now found by trial that I have not only courage to fight, but to die." Roman Apophthegms. Manius Curius. When some blamed Manius Curius for distributing but a small part of a country he took from the enemy, and preserving the greater part for the commonwealth, he prayed there might be no Roman who would think that estate little which was enough to maintain him. The Samnites, after an overthrow, came to him to offer him gold, and found him boiling rape roots. He answered the Samnites that he that could sup so wanted no gold, and that he had rather rule over those who had gold than have it himself. Gaius Fabricius. Gaius Fabricius, hearing Pyrrhus had overthrown the Romans, told Labienus it was Pyrrhus, not the Epirots, that beat the Romans. He went to treat about exchange of prisoners with Pyrrhus, who offered him a great sum of gold, which he refused. The next day Pyrrhus commanded a very large elephant should secretly be placed behind Fabricius, and discover himself by roaring. Whereupon Fabricius turned and smiled, saying, "I was not astonished either at your gold yesterday or at your beast today." Pyrrhus invited him to tarry with him, and to accept of the next command under him. "That," said he, "will be inconvenient for you; for when the Epirots know us both, they will rather have me for their king than you." When Fabricius was consul, Pyrrhus's physician sent him a letter, wherein he promised him that if he commanded him, he would poison Pyrrhus. Fabricius sent the letter to Pyrrhus, and bade him conclude that he was a very bad judge both of friends and enemies. The plot was discovered. Pyrrhus hanged his physician, and sent the Roman prisoners he had taken without ransom as a present to Fabricius. He, however, refused to accept them, but returned the like number, lest he might seem to receive a reward. Neither did he disclose the conspiracy out of kindness to Pyrrhus, but that the Romans might not seem to kill him by treachery, as if they despaired to conquer him in open war. Fabius Maximus. Fabius Maximus would not fight, but chose to spin away the time with Hannibal, who wanted both money and provision for his army, by pursuing and facing him in rocky and mountainous places. When many laughed at him and called him Hannibal's schoolmaster, he took little notice of them, but pursued his own design, and told his friends, "He that is afraid of scoffs and reproaches is more a coward than he that flies from the enemy." When Minucius, his fellow consul, upon routing a party of the enemy, was highly extolled as a man worthy of Rome, "I am more afraid," said he, "of Minucius's success than of his misfortune." And not long after he fell into an ambush, and was in danger of perishing with his forces, until Fabius succored him, slew many of the enemy, and brought him off. Whereupon Hannibal told his friends, "Did I not often presage that cloud on the hills would some time or other break upon us?" After the city received the great overthrow at Cannae, he was chosen consul with Marcellus, a daring person and much desirous to fight Hannibal, whose forces, if nobody fought him, he hoped would shortly disperse and be dissolved. Therefore, Hannibal said, he feared fighting Marcellus less than Fabius, who would not fight. He was informed of a Lucanian soldier that frequently wandered out of the camp by night after a woman he loved, but otherwise an admirable soldier. He caused his mistress to be seized privately and brought to him. When she came, he sent for the soldier and told him, "It is known you lie out a nights, contrary to the law. But your former good behavior is not forgotten, therefore your faults are forgiven to your merits. Henceforwards you shall tarry with me, for I have your surety." And he brought out the woman to him. Hannibal kept Tarentum with a garrison, all but the castle. And Fabius drew the enemy far from it, and by a stratagem took the town and plundered it. When his secretary asked what was his pleasure as to the holy images, "Let us leave," said he, "the Tarentines their offended gods." When Marcus Livius, who kept a garrison in the castle, said he took Tarentum by his assistance, others laughed at him. "But," said Fabius, "you say true, for if you had not lost the city, I had not retook it." When he was ancient, his son was consul, and as he was discharging his office publicly with many attendants, he met him on horseback. The young man sent a sergeant to command him to alight. When others were at a stand, Fabius presently alighted, and running faster than for his age might be expected, embraced his son. "Well done, son," said he. "I see you are wise and know whom you govern, and the grandeur of the office you have undertaken." Scipio the Elder. Scipio the Elder spent on his studies what leisure the campaign and government would allow him, saying that he did most when he was idle. When he took Carthage by storm, some soldiers took prisoner a very beautiful virgin, and came and presented her to him. "I would receive her," said he, "with all my heart, if I were a private man and not a governor." While he was besieging the city of Badia, wherein appeared above all a temple of Venus. He ordered appearances to be given for actions to be tried before him within 3 days in that temple of Venus. And he took the city, and was as good as his word. One asked him in Sicily on what confidence he presumed to pass with his navy against Carthage. He showed him 300 disciplined men in armor, and pointed to a high tower on the shore. There is not one of these, said he, that would not at my command go to the top of that tower and cast himself down headlong. Over he went, landed, and burnt the enemy's camp, and the Carthaginians sent to him and covenanted to surrender their elephants, ships, and a sum of money. But when Hannibal was sailed back from Italy, their reliance on him made them repent of those conditions. This coming to Scipio's ear, "Nor will I," said he, "stand to the agreement, if they will, unless they pay me 5,000 talents more for sending for Hannibal." The Carthaginians, when they were utterly overthrown, sent ambassadors to make peace and league with him. He bade those that came return immediately, as refusing to hear them before they brought Lucius Terentius with them, a good man whom the Carthaginians had taken prisoner. When they brought him, he placed him in the council next himself, on the judgment seat, and then he transacted with the Carthaginians, and put an end to the war. And Terentius followed him when he triumphed, wearing the cap of one that was made free. And when he died, Scipio gave wine mingled with honey to those that were at the funeral, and performed other funeral rites in his honor. But these things were done afterwards. King Antiochus, after the Romans invaded him, sent to Scipio in Asia for peace. "That should have been done before," said he, "not now when you have received a bridle and a rider." The Senate decreed him a sum of money out of the treasury, but the treasurers refused to open it on that day. "Then," said he, "I will open it myself, for the moneys with which I filled it caused it to be shut." When Paetilius and Quintus accused him of many crimes before the people, "On this very day," said he, "I conquered Hannibal and Carthage. I, for my part, am going with my crown on to the Capitol to sacrifice, and let him that pleaseth stay and pass his vote upon me." Having thus said, he went his way, and the people followed him, leaving his accusers declaiming to themselves. Titus Quinctius. Titus Quinctius was eminent so early that before he had been tribune, praetor, or aedile, he was chosen consul. Being sent as general against Philip, he was persuaded to come to a conference with him. And when Philip demanded hostages of him, because he was accompanied with many Romans, while the Macedonians had none but himself, "You," said Quinctius, "have created this solitude for yourself, by killing your friends and kindred." Having overcome Philip in battle, he proclaimed in the Isthmian games that the Grecians were free and to be governed by their own laws. And the Grecians redeemed all the Roman prisoners that in Hannibal's days were sold for slaves in Greece, each of them with 200 drachms, and made him a present of them. And they followed him in Rome in his triumph, wearing caps on their heads such as they used to wear who are made free. He advised the Achaeans, who designed to make war upon the island Zacynthus, to take heed, lest, like a tortoise, they should endanger their head by thrusting it out of Peloponnesus. When King Antiochus was coming upon Greece with great forces, and all men trembled at the report of his numbers and equipage, he told the Achaeans this story. Once I dined with a friend at Chalcis, and when I wondered at the variety of dishes, said my host, all these are pork, only in dressing and sauces they differ. And therefore be not you amazed at the king's forces, when you hear talk of spearmen and men-at-arms, and choice footmen, and horse archers. For all these are but Syrians, with some little difference in their weapons. Philopoemen, general of the Achaeans, had good store of horses and men-at-arms, but could not tell what to do for money. And Quinctius played upon him, saying, Philopoemen had arms and legs, but no belly. And it happened his body was much after that shape. Gnaeus Domitius. Gnaeus Domitius, whom Scipio the Great sent in his stead to attend his brother Lucius in the war against Antiochus, when he had viewed the enemy's army, and the commanders that were with him advised him to set upon them presently, said to them, We shall scarce have time enough now to kill so many thousands, plunder their baggage, return to our camp, and refresh ourselves too. But we shall have time enough to do all this tomorrow. The next day he engaged them, and slew 50,000 of the enemy. Publius Licinius. Publius Licinius, consul and general, being worsted in a horse engagement by Perseus king of Macedon, with what were slain and what were took prisoners, lost 2,800 men. Presently after the fight, Perseus sent ambassadors to make peace and league with him. And although he was overcome, yet he advised the conqueror to submit himself and his affairs to the pleasure of the Romans. Paulus Aemilius. Paulus Aemilius, when he stood for his second consulship, was rejected. Afterwards, the war with Perseus and the Macedonians being prolonged by the ignorance and effeminacy of the commanders, they chose him consul. I thank, said he, the people for nothing. They choose me general, not because I want the office, but because they want an officer. As he returned from the hall to his own house, and found his little daughter Tertia weeping, he asked her what she cried for. Perseus, said she, so her little dog was called, is dead. Luckily hast thou spoken, girl, said he, and I accept the omen. When he found in the camp much confident prating among the soldiers, who pretended to advise him and busy themselves as if they had been all officers, he bade them be quiet and only whet their swords, and leave other things to his care. He ordered night guards should be kept without swords or spears, that they might resist sleep, when they had nothing wherewith to resist the enemy. He invaded Macedonia by the way of the mountains, and seeing the enemy drawn up, when Nasica advised him to set upon them presently, he replied, So I should if I were of your age, but long experience forbids me, after a march, to fight an army marshalled regularly. Having overcome Perseus, he feasted his friends for joy of the victory, saying, it required the same skill to make an army very terrible to the enemy, and a banquet very acceptable to our friends. When Perseus was taken prisoner, he told Paulus that he would not be led in triumph. That, said he, is as you please, meaning he might kill himself. He found an infinite quantity of money, but kept none for himself. Only to his son-in-law Tubero he gave a silver bowl that weighed 5 pounds, as a reward of his valor, and that, they say, was the first piece of plate that belonged to the Aemilian family. Of the 4 sons he had, he parted with 2 that were adopted into other families. And of the 2 that lived with him, one of them died at the age of 14 years, but 5 days before his triumph. And 5 days after the triumph, at the age of 12 years, died the other. When the people that met him bemoaned and compassionated his calamities, "Now," said he, "my fears and jealousies for my country are over, since fortune hath discharged her revenge for our success on my house, and I have paid for all." End of section 17. Section 18 of the Morals, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Cynthia Moyer. The Morals, Volume 1, by Plutarch. Translated by several hands, corrected and revised by William W. Goodwin. The Apophthegms, or Remarkable Sayings of Kings and Great Commanders. Part 4. Cato the Elder. Cato the Elder, in a speech to the people, inveighed against luxury and intemperance. "How hard," said he, "is it to persuade the belly that hath no ears?" And he wondered how that city was preserved wherein a fish was sold for more than an ox. Once he scoffed at the prevailing imperiousness of women. "All other men," said he, "govern their wives, but we command all other men, and our wives us." He said he had rather not be rewarded for his good deeds than not punished for his evil deeds, and at any time he could pardon all other offenders besides himself. He instigated the magistrates to punish all offenders, saying that they that did not prevent crimes when they might, encouraged them. Of young men, he liked them that blushed better than those who looked pale, and hated a soldier that moved his hands as he walked, and his feet as he fought, and whose sneeze was louder than his outcry when he charged. He said he was the worst governor who could not govern himself. It was his opinion that every one ought especially to reverence himself, for every one was always in his own presence. When he saw many had their statues set up, "I had rather," says he, "men should ask why Cato had no statue than why he had one." He exhorted those in power to be sparing of exercising their power, that they might continue in power. They that separate honor from virtue, said he, separate virtue from youth. A governor, said he, or judge, ought to do justice without entreaty, not injustice upon entreaty. He said that injustice, if it did not endanger the authors, endangered all besides. He requested old men not to add the disgrace of wickedness to old age, which was accompanied with many other evils. He thought an angry man differed from a madman only in the shorter time which his passion endured. He thought that they who enjoyed their fortunes decently and moderately were far from being envied. For men do not envy us, said he, but our estates. He said, they that were serious in ridiculous matters would be ridiculous in serious affairs. Honorable actions ought to succeed honorable sayings, lest, said he, they lose their reputation. He blamed the people for always choosing the same men officers. For either you think, said he, the government little worth, or very few fit to govern. He pretended to wonder at one that sold an estate by the seaside, as if he were more powerful than the sea, for he had drunk up that which the sea could hardly drown. When he stood for the consulship, and saw others begging and flattering the people for votes, he cried out aloud, "The people have need of a sharp physician and a great purge. Therefore not the mildest, but the most inexorable person is to be chosen." For which word he was chosen before all others. Encouraging young men to fight boldly, he oftentimes said, "The speech and voice terrify and put to flight the enemy more than the hand and sword." As he warred against Baetica, he was outnumbered by the enemy and in danger. The Celtiberians offered for 200 talents to send him a supply, and the Romans would not suffer him to engage to pay wages to barbarians. "You are out," said he, "for if we overcome, not we but the enemy must pay them. If we are routed, there will be nobody to demand, nor to pay either." Having taken more cities, as he saith, than he stayed days in the enemy's country, he reserved no more of the prey for himself than what he ate or drank. He distributed to every soldier a round of silver, saying, "It was better many should return out of the campaign with silver than a few with gold." For governors ought to gain nothing by their governments but honor. 5 servants waited on him in the army, whereof one had bought 3 prisoners, and understanding Cato knew it, before he came into his presence, he hanged himself. Being requested by Scipio Africanus to befriend the banished Achaeans, that they might return to their own country, he made as if he would not be concerned in that business. But when the matter was disputed in the Senate, rising up, he said, "We sit here as if we had nothing else to do but to argue about a few old Grecians, whether they shall be carried to their graves by our bearers, or by those of their own country. Posthumus Albinus wrote a history in Greek, and in it begs the pardon of his readers. Said Cato, jeering him, if the Amphictyonic council commanded him to write it, he ought to be pardoned. Scipio Jr. It is reported that Scipio Jr. never bought nor sold nor built anything for the space of 54 years, and so long as he lived. And that of so great an estate he left but 33 pounds of silver and 2 of gold behind him, although he was lord of Carthage and enriched his soldiers more than other generals. He observed the precept of Polybius, and endeavored never to return from the forum until by some means or other he had engaged some one he lighted on to be his friend or companion. While he was yet young, he had such a repute for valor and knowledge that Cato the Elder, being asked his opinion of the commanders in Africa, of whom Scipio was one, answered in that Greek verse, "Others like shadows fly, he only is wise." When he came from the army to Rome, the people preferred him, not to gratify him, but because they hoped by his assistance to conquer Carthage with more ease and speed. After he was entered the walls, the Carthaginians defended themselves in the castle, separated by the sea, not very deep. Polybius advised him to scatter caltrops in the water, or planks with iron spikes, that the enemy might not pass over to assault their bulwark. He answered that it was ridiculous for those who had taken the walls and were within the city to contrive how they might not fight with the enemy. He found the city full of Greek statues and presents brought thither from Sicily, and made proclamation that such as were present from those cities might claim and carry away what belonged to them. When others plundered and carried away the spoil, he would not suffer any that belonged to him, either slave or freeman, to take, nor so much as to buy any of it. He assisted Gaius Laelius, his most beloved friend, when he stood to be consul, and asked Pompey, who was thought to be a piper's son, whether he stood or not. He replied no, and besides promised to join with them in going about and procuring votes, which they believed and expected, but were deceived. For news was brought that Pompey was in the forum, fawning on and soliciting the citizens for himself. Whereat others being enraged, Scipio laughed. "We may thank our own folly for this," said he, "that, as if we were not to request men but the gods, we lose our time in waiting for a piper." When he stood to be censor, Appius Claudius, his rival, told him that he could salute all the Romans by their names, whereas Scipio scarce knew any of them. "You say true," said he, "for it hath been my care not to know many, but that all might know me." He advised the city, which then had an army in Celtiberia, to send them both to the army, either as tribunes or lieutenants, that thus the soldiers might be witnesses and judges of the valor of each of them. When he was made censor, he took away his horse from a young man who, in the time while Carthage was besieged, made a costly supper, in which was a honey cake, made after the shape of that city, which he named Carthage, and set before his guests to be plundered by them. And when the young man asked the reason why he took his horse from him, he said, "Because you plundered Carthage before me." As he saw Gaius Licinius coming towards him, "I know," said he, "that man is perjured. But since nobody accuses him, I cannot be his accuser and judge too." The Senate sent him thrice, as Clitomachus saith, to take cognizance of men, cities, and manners, as an overseer of cities, kings, and countries. As he came to Alexandria and landed, he went with his head covered, and the Alexandrians running about him entreated he would gratify them by uncovering and showing them his desirable face. When he uncovered his head, they clapped their hands with a loud acclamation. The king, by reason of his laziness and corpulency, making a hard shift to keep pace with them, Scipio whispered softly to Panaetius, "The Alexandrians have already received some benefit of our visit, for upon our account they have seen their king walk." There travelled with him one friend, Panaetius the philosopher, and 5 servants, whereof one dying in the journey, he would not buy another, but sent for one to Rome. The Numantines seemed invincible, and having overcome several generals, the people the second time chose Scipio general in that war. When great numbers strived to list them in his army, even that the Senate forbade, as if Italy thereby would be left destitute. Nor did they allow him money that was in bank, but ordered him to receive the revenues of tributes that were not yet payable. As to money, Scipio said he wanted none, for of his own and by his friends he could be supplied. But of the decree concerning the soldiers he complained, for the war, he said, was a hard and difficult one, whether their defeat had been caused by the valor of the enemy or by the cowardice of their own men. When he came to the army, he found there much disorder, intemperance, superstition, and luxury. Immediately he drove away the soothsayers, priests, and panders. He ordered them to send away their household stuff, all except kettles, a spit, and an earthen cup. He allowed a silver cup, weighing not more than 2 pounds, to such as desired it. He forbade them to bathe, and those that anointed themselves were to rub themselves too. For horses wanted another to rub them, he said, only because they had no hand of their own. He ordered them to eat their dinner standing, and to have only such food as was dressed without fire. But they might sit down at supper, to bread, plain porridge, and flesh boiled or roasted. He himself walked about clothed in a black cassock, saying, he mourned for the disgrace of the army. He met by chance with the pack horses of Memmius, a tribune that carried wine coolers set with precious stones, and the best Corinthian vessels. "Since you are such a one," said he, "you have made yourself useless to me and to your country for 30 days, but to yourself all your life long." Another showed him a shield well adorned. "The shield," said he, "young man, is a fine one, but it becomes a Roman to have his confidence placed rather in his right hand than in his left. To one that was building the rampart, saying his burden was very heavy, "And deservedly," said he, "for you trust more to this wood than to your sword." When he saw the rash confidence of the enemy, he said that he bought security with time. For a good general, like a good physician, useth iron as his last remedy. And yet he fought when he saw it convenient, and routed the enemy. When they were worsted, the elder men chid them, and asked why they fled from those they had pursued so often. It is said a Numantine answered, "The sheep are the same still, but they have another shepherd." After he had taken Numantia and triumphed a second time, he had a controversy with Gaius Gracchus concerning the Senate and the allies. And the abusive people made a tumult about him as he spake from the pulpit. "The outcry of the army," said he, "when they charge, never disturbed me, much less the clamor of a rabble of newcomers, to whom Italy is a stepmother, I am well assured, and not a mother." And when they of Gracchus's party cried out, "Kill the tyrant," "No wonder," said he, "that they who make war upon their country would kill me first. For Rome cannot fall while Scipio stands, nor can Scipio live when Rome is fallen." Caecilius Metellus. Caecilius Metellus, designing to reduce a strong fort, a captain told him he would undertake to take it with the loss only of 10 men. And he asked him whether he himself would be one of those 10. A young colonel asked him what design he had in the wheel. "If I thought my shirt new," said he, "I would pluck it off and burn it." He was at variance with Scipio in his lifetime, but he lamented at his death, and commanded his sons to assist at the hearse, and said he gave the gods thanks in the behalf of Rome that Scipio was born in no other country. Gaius Marius. Gaius Marius was of obscure parentage, pursuing offices by his valor. He pretended to the chief aedileship, and perceiving he could not reach it, the same day he stood for the lesser, and missing of that also, yet for all that he did not despair of being consul. Having a wen on each leg, he suffered one to be cut, and endured the surgeon without binding, not so much as sighing or once contracting his eyebrows. But when the surgeon would cut the other, he did not suffer him, saying the cure was not worth the pain. In his second consulship, Lucius his sister's son offered unchaste force to Trebonius, a soldier, who slew him. When many pleaded against him, he did not deny, but confessed he killed the colonel, and told the reason why. Hereupon Marius called for a crown, the reward of extraordinary valor, and put it upon Trebonius's head. He had pitched his camp when he fought against the Teutons, in a place where water was wanting. When the soldiers told him they were thirsty, he showed them a river running by the enemy's trench. "Look you," said he, "there is water for you, to be bought for blood." And they desired him to conduct them to fight while their blood was fluent and not all dried up with thirst. In the Cimbrian war, he gave 1,000 valiant Camertines the freedom of Rome, which no law did allow. And to such as blamed him for it, he said, I could not hear the laws for the clash of arrows. In the civil war, he lay patiently entrenched and besieged, waiting for a fit opportunity. When Popedius Silon called to him, Marius, if you are so great a general, come down and fight. And do you, said he, if you are so great a commander, force me to fight against my will, if you can. Lutatius Catullus. Lutatius Catullus in the Cimbrian war lay encamped by the side of the river Atasis, and his soldiers, seeing the barbarians attempting to pass the river, gave back. When he could not make them stand, he hastened to the front of them that fled, that they might not seem to fly from their enemies, but to follow their commander. Sylla. Sylla, surnamed the Fortunate, reckoned these two things as the chiefest of his felicities: the friendship of Metellus Pius, and that he had spared and not destroyed the city of Athens. Gaius Popilius. Gaius Popilius was sent to Antiochus with a letter from the Senate, commanding him to withdraw his army out of Egypt, and to renounce the protection of that kingdom during the minority of Ptolemy's children. When he came towards him in his camp, Antiochus kindly saluted him at a distance, but without returning his salutation he delivered his letter, which being read, the king answered that he would consider and give his answer. Whereupon Popilius with his wand made a circle round him, saying, Consider and answer before you go out of this place. And when Antiochus answered that he would give the Romans satisfaction, then at length Popilius saluted and embraced him. Lucullus. Lucullus in Armenia, with 10,000 foot in armor and 1,000 horse, was to fight Tigranes and his army of 150,000, the day before the nones of October, the same day on which formerly Scipio's army was destroyed by the Cimbrians. When one told him, the Romans dread and abominate that day, therefore, said he, let us fight today valiantly, that we may change this day from a black and unlucky one to a joyful and festival day for the Romans. His soldiers were most afraid of their men-at-arms, but he bade them be of good courage, for it was more labor to strip than to overcome them. He first came up to their counterscarp, and perceiving the confusion of the barbarians, cried out, Fellow soldiers, the day's our own. And when nobody stood him, he pursued, and with the loss of 5 Romans, slew above 100,000 of them. Gnaeus Pompeius. Gnaeus Pompeius was as much beloved by the Romans as his father was hated. When he was young, he wholly sided with Sylla, and before he had borne many offices or was chosen into the Senate, he enlisted many soldiers in Italy. When Sylla sent for him, he returned answer that he would not muster his forces in the presence of his general unfleshed and without spoils, nor did he come before that in several fights he had overcome the captains of the enemy. He was sent by Sylla, lieutenant general, into Sicily, and being told that the soldiers turned out of the way and forced and plundered the country, he sealed the swords of such as he sent abroad, and punished all other stragglers and wanderers. He had resolved to put the Mamertines that were of the other side all to the sword, but Sthenius the orator told him he would do injustice if he should punish many that were innocent for the sake of one that was guilty, and that he himself was the person that persuaded his friends and forced his enemies to side with Marius. Pompey admired the man, and said he could not blame the Mamertines for being inveigled by a person who preferred his country beyond his own life, and forgave both the city and Sthenius too. When he passed into Africa against Domitius and overcame him in a great battle, the soldiers saluted him Imperator. He answered he could not receive that honor so long as the fortification of the enemy's camp stood undemolished. Upon this, although it rained hard, they rushed on and plundered the camp. At his return, among other courtesies and honors wherewith Sylla entertained him, he styled him the Great. Yet when he was desirous to triumph, Sylla would not consent, because he was not yet chosen into the Senate. But when Pompey said to those that were about him, Sylla doth not know that more worship the rising than the setting sun, Sylla cried aloud, Let him triumph. Hereat Servilius, one of the nobles, was displeased. The soldiers also withstood his triumph until he had bestowed a largesse among them. But when Pompey replied, I would rather forego my triumph than flatter them. Now, said Servilius, I see Pompey is truly great and worthy of a triumph. It was a custom in Rome that knights who had served in the wars the time appointed by the laws should bring their horse into the forum before the censors, and there give an account of their warfare and the commanders under whom they had served. Pompey, then consul, brought also his horse before the censors, Gellius and Lentulus. And when they asked him, as the manner is, whether he had served all his campaigns, all, said he, and under myself as general. Having gotten into his hands the writings of Sertorius in Spain, among which were letters from several leading men in Rome, inviting Sertorius to Rome to innovate and change the government, he burnt them all, by that means giving opportunity to ill-affected persons to repent and mend their manners. Phraates, king of Parthia, sent to him requesting that the river Euphrates might be his bounds. He answered, the Romans had rather the right should be their bounds towards Parthia. Lucius Lucullus, after he left the army, gave himself up to pleasure and luxury, jeering at Pompey for busying himself in affairs unsuitable to his age. He answered that government became old age better than luxury. In a fit of sickness, his physician prescribed him to eat a thrush. But when none could be gotten, because they were out of season, one said that Lucullus had some, for he kept them all the year. It seems then, said he, Pompey must not live unless Lucullus play the glutton. And dismissing the physician, he ate such things as were easy to be gotten. In a great dearth at Rome, he was chosen by title overseer of the market, but in reality lord of sea and land, and sailed to Africa, Sardinia, and Sicily. Having procured great quantities of wheat, he hastened back to Rome. And when by reason of a great tempest the pilots were loath to hoist sail, he went first aboard himself, and commanding the anchor to be weighed, cried out aloud, "There is a necessity of sailing, but there is no necessity of living." When the difference betwixt him and Caesar broke out, and Marcellinus, one of those whom he had preferred, revolted to Caesar, and inveighed much against Pompey in the Senate, "Art thou not ashamed," said he, "Marcellinus, to reproach me, who taught you to speak when you were dumb, and fed you full even to vomiting when you were starved?" To Cato, who severely blamed him because, when he had often informed him of the growing power of Caesar, such as was dangerous to a democracy, he took little notice of it, he answered, "Your counsels were more presaging, but mine more friendly." Concerning himself, he freely professed that he entered all his offices sooner than he expected, and resigned them sooner than was expected by others. After the fight at Pharsalia, in his flight towards Egypt, as he was going out of the ship into the fisher boat the king sent to attend him, turning to his wife and son, he said nothing to them beside those 2 verses of Sophocles: "Whoever comes within a tyrant's door becomes his slave, though he were free before." As he came out of the boat, when he was struck with a sword, he said nothing, but gave one groan, and covering his head, submitted to the murderers. Cicero. Cicero, the orator, when his name was played upon, and his friends advised him to change it, answered, that he would make the name of Cicero more honorable than the name of the Catos, the Catuli, or the Scauri. He dedicated to the gods a silver cup with a cover, with the first letters of his other names, and, instead of Cicero, a chickpea, Cicer, engraven. Loud bawling orators, he said, were driven by their weakness to noise, as lame men to take horse. Verres had a son that in his youth had not well secured his chastity, yet he reviled Cicero for his effeminacy, and called him catamite. "Do you not know," said he, "that children are to be rebuked at home within doors?" Metellus Nepos told him he had slain more by his testimony than he had saved by his pleadings. "You say true," said he, "my honesty exceeds my eloquence." When Metellus asked him who his father was, "Your mother," said he, "hath made that question a harder one for you to answer than for me. For she was unchaste, while Metellus himself was a light, inconstant, and passionate man." The same Metellus, when Diodotus his master in rhetoric died, caused a marble crow to be placed on his monument. And Cicero said, he returned his master a very suitable gratuity, who had taught him to fly, but not to declaim. Hearing that Vatinius, his enemy and otherwise a lewd person, was dead, and the next day that he was alive, "A mischief on him," said he, "for lying." To one that seemed to be an African, who said he could not hear him when he pleaded, "And yet," said he, "your ears are of full bore." He had summoned Popilius Cotta, an ignorant blockhead that pretended to the law, as a witness in a cause. And when he told the court he knew nothing of the business, "On my conscience I'll warrant you," said Cicero, "he thinks you ask him a question in the law." Verres sent a golden sphinx as a present to Hortensius the orator, who told Cicero, when he spoke obscurely, that he was not skilled in riddles. "That's strange," said he, "since you have a sphinx in your house." Meeting Voconius with his 3 daughters that were hard favored, he told his friends softly that verse, "Children he hath got, though Apollo favored not." When Faustus, the son of Sylla, being very much in debt, set up a writing that he would sell his goods by auction, he said, "I like this prescription better than his father's." When Pompey and Caesar fell out, he said, "I know whom to fly from, but I know not whom to fly to." He blamed Pompey for leaving the city, and for imitating Themistocles rather than Pericles, when his affairs did not resemble the former's, but the latter's. He changed his mind, and went over to Pompey, who asked him where he left his son-in-law Piso. He answered, "With your father-in-law Caesar." To one that went over from Caesar to Pompey, saying that in his haste and eagerness he had left his horse behind him, he said, "You have taken better care of your horse than of yourself." To one that brought news that the friends of Caesar looked sourly, "You do as good as call them," said he, "Caesar's enemies." After the battle in Pharsalia, when Pompey was fled, one Nonius said they had 7 eagles left still, and advised to try what they would do. "Your advice," said he, "were good, if we were to fight with jackdaws." Caesar, now conqueror, honorably restored the statues of Pompey that were thrown down. Whereupon Cicero said, that Caesar, by erecting Pompey's statues, had secured his own. He set so high a value on oratory, and did so lay out himself especially that way, that having a cause to plead before the centumviri, when the day approached and his slave Eros brought him word it was deferred until the day following, he presently made him free. Gaius Caesar. Gaius Caesar, when he was a young man, fled from Sylla, and fell into the hands of pirates, who first demanded of him a sum of money. And he laughed at the rogues for not understanding his quality, and promised them twice as much as they asked him. Afterwards, when he was put into custody until he raised the money, he commanded them to be quiet and silent while he slept. While he was in prison, he made speeches and verses, which he read to them, and when they commended him but coldly, he called them barbarians and blockheads, and threatened them in jest that he would hang them. But after a while he was as good as his word. For when the money for his ransom was brought and he discharged, he gathered men and ships out of Asia, seized the pirates, and crucified them. At Rome he stood to be chief priest against Catullus, a man of great interest among the Romans. To his mother, who brought him to the gate, he said, "Today, mother, you will have your son high priest or banished." He divorced his wife Pompeia because she was reported to be over-familiar with Clodius. Yet when Clodius was brought to trial upon that account, and he was cited as a witness, he spake no evil against his wife. And when the accuser asked him, "Why then did you divorce her?" "Because," said he, "Caesar's wife ought to be free even from suspicion." As he was reading the exploits of Alexander, he wept and told his friends, "He was of my age when he conquered Darius, and I hitherto have done nothing." He passed by a little inconsiderable town in the Alps, and his friends said they wondered whether there were any contentions and tumults for offices in that place. He stood, and after a little pause answered, "I had rather be the first in this town than second in Rome." He said, great and surprising enterprises were not to be consulted upon, but done. And coming against Pompey out of his province of Gaul, he passed the river Rubicon, saying, "Let every die be thrown." After Pompey fled to sea from Rome, he went to take money out of the treasury. When Metellus, who had the charge of it, forbade him and shut it against him, he threatened to kill him. Whereupon Metellus being astonished, he said to him, "This, young man, is harder for me to say than to do." When his soldiers were having a tedious passage from Brundisium to Dyrrhachium, unknown to all, he went aboard a small vessel and attempted to pass the sea. And when the vessel was in danger of being overset, he discovers himself to the pilot, crying out, "Trust fortune, and know that you carry Caesar." But the tempest being vehement, his soldiers coming about him and expostulating passionately with him, asking whether he distrusted them and was looking for another army, would not suffer him to pass at that time. They fought, and Pompey had the better of it. But instead of following his blow, he retreated to his camp. "Today," said Caesar, "the enemy had the victory, but none of them know how to conquer." Pompey commanded his army to stand in array at Pharsalia in their place, and to receive the charge from the enemy. In this Caesar said he was out, thereby suffering the eagerness of his soldiers' spirits, when they were up and inspired with rage and success, in the midst of their career to languish and expire. After he routed Pharnaces Ponticus at the first assault, he wrote thus to his friends, "I came, I saw, I conquered." After Scipio was worsted in Africa and fled, and Cato had killed himself, he said, "I envy thee thy death, O Cato, since thou didst envy me the honor of saving thee." Antonius and Dolabella were suspected by his friends, who advised him to secure them. He answered, "I fear none of those fat and lazy fellows, but those pale and lean ones," meaning Brutus and Cassius. As he was at supper, the discourse was of death, which sort was the best? That, said he, which is unexpected. Caesar Augustus. Caesar, who was the first surnamed Augustus, being yet young, demanded of Antony the 25 millions of money which he had taken out of the house of Julius Caesar when he was slain, that he might pay the Romans the legacies he had left them, every man 75 drachms. But when Antony detained the money, and bade him, if he were wise, let fall his demand, he sent the crier to offer his own paternal estate for sale, and therewith discharged the legacies; by which means he procured a general respect to himself, and to Antony the hatred of the Romans. Rhometalces, king of Thrace, forsook Antony and went over to Caesar; but bragging immoderately in his drink, and nauseously reproaching his new confederates, Caesar drank to one of the other kings, and told him, I love treason, but do not commend traitors. The Alexandrians, when he had taken their city, expected great severity from him. But when he came upon the judgment seat, he placed Arius the Alexandrian by him, and told them, I spare this city, first because it is great and beautiful, secondly for the sake of its founder, Alexander, and thirdly for the sake of Arius, my friend. When it was told him that Eros, his steward in Egypt, having bought a quail that beat all he came near and was never worsted by any, had roasted and eaten it, he sent for him. And when upon examination he confessed the fact, he ordered him to be nailed on the mast of the ship. He removed Theodorus, and in his stead made Arius his factor in Sicily, whereupon a petition was presented to him, in which was written, Theodorus of Tarsus is either a bald pate or a thief. What is your opinion? Caesar read it and subscribed, I think so. Mecaenas, his intimate companion, presented him yearly on his birthday with a piece of plate. Athenodorus the philosopher, by reason of his old age, begged leave that he might retire from court, which Caesar granted. And as Athenodorus was taking his leave of him, remember, said he, Caesar, whenever you are angry, to say or do nothing before you have repeated the 24 letters to yourself. Whereupon Caesar caught him by the hand and said, I have need of your presence still. And he kept him a year longer, saying, the reward of silence is a secure reward. He heard Alexander, at the age of 32 years, had subdued the greatest part of the world, and was at a loss what he should do with the rest of his time. But he wondered Alexander should not think it a lesser labor to gain a great empire than to set in order what he had gotten. He made a law concerning adulterers, wherein was determined how the accused were to be tried, and how the guilty were to be punished. Afterwards, meeting with a young man that was reported to have been familiar with his daughter Julia, being enraged, he struck him with his hands. But when the young man cried out, O Caesar, you have made a law, he was so troubled at it that he refrained from supper that day. When he sent Gaius, his daughter's son, into Armenia, he begged of the gods that the favor of Pompey, the valor of Alexander, and his own fortune might attend him. He told the Romans he would leave them one to succeed him in the government that never consulted twice in the same affair, meaning Tiberius. He endeavored to pacify some young men that were imperious in their offices. And when they gave little heed to him, but still kept astir, "Young men," said he, "hear an old man to whom old men hearkened when he was young." Once, when the Athenians had offended him, he wrote to them from Aegina, "I suppose you know I am angry with you, otherwise I had not wintered at Aegina." Besides this, he neither said nor did anything to them. One of the accusers of Eurycles prated lavishly and unreasonably, proceeding so far as to say, "If these crimes, O Caesar, do not seem great to you, command him to repeat to me the 7th book of Thucydides." Wherefore Caesar, being enraged, commanded him to prison. But afterwards, when he heard he was descended from Brasidas, he sent for him again, and dismissed him with a moderate rebuke. When Piso built his house from top to bottom with great exactness, "You cheer my heart," said he, "who build as if Rome would be eternal." End of section 18.
Section 19 of The Morals, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anna Simon. The Morals, Volume 1, by Plutarch, translated by several hands, corrected and revised by William W. Goodwin. Plutarch's Rules for the Preservation of Health. A Dialogue. Part 1. Moschio. And you, Zeuxippus, diverted Glaucus the physician from entering into philosophical discourse with you yesterday. Zeuxippus. I did not hinder him in the least, friend Moschio. It was he that would not discourse in philosophy. But I feared and avoided giving so contentious a man any opportunity of discourse. For though in physic the man has, as Homer expresses it, an excellency before most of his profession, yet in philosophy he is not altogether so candid, but indeed so rude in all his disputations, that he is hardly to be borne with, flying, as it were, at us open-mouthed, so that it is neither an easy, nor indeed a just thing that we should bear those confusions in terms he makes, when we are disputing about a wholesome diet. Besides, he maintains that the bounds of philosophy and medicine are as distinct as those of the Mysians and Phrygians, and taking hold of some of those things we were discoursing of, perhaps not with all exactness, yet not without some profit, he made scurrilous reflections on them. Moschio. But I am ready, Zeuxippus, to hear those and the other things you shall discourse of with a great deal of pleasure. Zeuxippus. You have naturally a philosophical genius, Moschio, and are troubled to see a philosopher have no kindness for the study of medicine. You are uneasy that he should think it concerns him more to study geometry, logic, and music, than to be desirous to understand what in his house is well or ill designed, his house being his own body. You shall see many spectators at that play, where their charges are defrayed out of the public stock, as they do at Athens. Now, among all the liberal arts, medicine not only contains so neat and large a field of pleasure as to give place to none, but she pays plentifully the charges of those who delight in the study of her by giving them health and safety, so that it ought not to be called transgressing the bounds of a philosopher to dispute about those things which relate to health, but rather, all bounds being laid aside, we ought to pursue our studies in the same common field, and so enjoy both the pleasure and the profit of them. Moschio. But to pass by Glaucus, who with his pretended gravity would be thought to be so perfect as not to stand in need of philosophy, do you, if you please, run through the whole discourse, and first those things which you say were not so exactly handled, and which Glaucus carped at. A friend of ours then heard one alleging that to keep one's hands always warm and never suffer them to be cold did not a little conduce to health, and on the contrary, keeping the extreme parts of the body cold drives the heat inward, so that you are always in a fever or the fear of one. But those things which force the heat outwards do distribute and draw the matter to all parts, with advantage to our health. If in any work we employ our hands, we are able to keep in them that heat which is induced by their motion. But when we do not work with our hands, we should take all care to keep our extreme parts from cold. This was one of those things he ridiculed. The second, as I remember, was touching the food allowed the sick, which he advises us sometimes both to touch and taste when we are in good health, so that we may be used to it, and not be shy of it like little children, or hate such a diet, but by degrees make it natural and familiar to our appetite, that in our sickness we may not nauseate wholesome diet as if it were physic, nor be uneasy when we are prescribed any insipid thing that lacks both the smell and taste of a kitchen. Wherefore we need not squeamishly refuse to eat before we wash, or to drink water when we may have wine, or to take warm drink in summer when there is snow at hand. We must, however, lay aside all foppish ostentation and sophistry as well as vainglory in this abstinence, and quietly by ourselves accustom our appetite to obey reason with willingness, that thus we may wean our minds long beforehand from that dainty contempt of such food which we feel in time of sickness, and that we may not then effeminately bewail our condition, as if we were fallen from great and beloved pleasures into a low and sordid diet. It was well said, choose out the best condition you can, and custom will make it pleasant to you. And this will be beneficial in most things we undertake, but more especially as to diet. If, in the height of our health, we introduce a custom whereby those things may be rendered easy, familiar, and, as it were, domestics of our bodies, remembering what some suffer and do in sickness, who fret and are not able to endure warm water or gruel or bread when it is brought to them, calling them dirty and unseemly things, and the persons who would urge them to them base and troublesome. The bath hath destroyed many whose distemper at the beginning was not very bad, only because they could not endure to eat before they washed, among whom Titus the emperor was one, as his physicians affirm. This also was said, that a thin diet is the healthfullest to the body, but we ought chiefly to avoid all excess in meat or drink or pleasure, when there is any feast or entertainment at hand, or when we expect any royal or princely banquet, or solemnity which we cannot possibly avoid. Then ought the body to be light and in readiness to receive the winds and waves it is to meet with. It is a hard matter for a man at a feast or collation to keep that mediocrity or bounds he has been used to, so as not to seem rude, precise, or troublesome to the rest of the company. Lest we should add fire to fire, as the proverb is, or one debauch or excess to another, we should take care to imitate that ingenious droll of Philip, which was this. He was invited to supper by a countryman, who supposed he would bring but few friends with him, but when he saw him bring a great many, there not being much provided, he was much concerned at it, which when Philip perceived, he sent privately to every one of his friends that they should leave a corner for cake. They, believing this, and still expecting, ate so sparingly that there was supper enough for them all. So we ought beforehand to prepare ourselves against all unavoidable invitations, that there may be room left in our body, not only for the meal and the dessert, but for drunkenness itself, by bringing in a fresh and a willing appetite along with us. But if such a necessity should surprise you when you are already loaded or indisposed, in the presence either of persons of quality or of strangers that come in upon you unawares, and you cannot for shame but go and drink with them that are ready for that purpose, then you ought to arm yourself against that modesty and prejudicial shamefacedness with that of Creon in the tragedy, who says, "'Tis better, sirs, I should you now displease, than by complying next day lose my ease." He who throws himself into a pleurisy or frenzy to avoid being censured as an uncivil person is certainly no well-bred man, nor has he sense of understanding enough to converse with men, unless in a tavern or a cook-shop; whereas an excuse ingeniously and dexterously made is no less acceptable than compliance. He that makes a feast, though he be as unwilling to taste of it himself as if it was a sacrifice, yet if he be merry and jocund over his glass at table, jesting and drolling upon himself, seems better company than they who are drunk and gluttonized together. Among the ancients, he made mention of Alexander, who, after hard drinking, was ashamed to resist the importunity of Medius, who invited him afresh to the drinking of wine, of which he died; and of our time, of Regulus the wrestler, who, being called by break of day by Titus Caesar to the bath, went and washed with him, and drinking but once, as they say, was seized with an apoplexy, and died immediately. These things Glaucus in laughter objected to as pedantic. He was not over fond of hearing farther, nor indeed were we of discoursing more. But do you give heed to everything that was said? First, Socrates advises us to beware of such meats as persuade a man to eat them though he be not hungry, and of those drinks that would prevail with a man to drink them when he is not thirsty. Not that he absolutely forbade us the use of them, but he taught that we might use them where there was occasion for it, suiting the pleasure of them to our necessity, as cities converted the money which was designed for the festival into a supply for war. For that which is agreeable by nature, so long as it is a part of our nourishment, is proper for us. He that is hungry should eat necessary food and find it pleasant, but when he is freed from his common appetite, he ought not to raise up a fresh one. For, as dancing was no unpleasant exercise to Socrates himself, so he that can make his meal of sweetmeats or a second course receives the less damage. But he that has taken already what may sufficiently satisfy his nature ought by all means to avoid them. And concerning these things, indecorum and ambition are no less to be avoided than the love of pleasure or gluttony. For these often persuade men to eat without hunger or drink without thirst, possessing them with base and troublesome fancies, as if it were indecent not to taste of everything which is either a rarity or of great price, as udder, Italian mushrooms, Samian cakes, or snow in Egypt. Again, these often incite men to eat things rare and much talked of, they being led to it, as it were, by the scent of vainglory, and making their bodies to partake of them without any necessity of it, that they may have something to tell others, who shall admire their having eaten such rare and superfluous things. And thus it is with them in relation to fine women. When they are in bed with their own wives, however beautiful and loving they may be, they are no way concerned. But on frine or lace they bestow their money, inciting an infirm and unfit body, and provoking it to intemperate pleasures, and all this out of a vainglorious humour. Phryne herself said in her old age that she sold her lees and dregs the dearer because she had been in such repute when she was young. It is indeed a great and miraculous thing that, if we allow the body all the pleasures which nature needs and can bear, or rather, if we struggle against its appetites on most occasions and put it off, and are at last brought with difficulty to yield to its necessities, or, as Plato saith, give way when it bites and strains itself, after all we should come off without harm. But on the other hand, those desires which descend from the mind into the body, and urge and force it to obey and accompany them in all their motions and affections, must of necessity leave behind them the greatest and severest ills, as the effects of such infirm and dark delights. The desire of our mind ought no ways to incite our bodies to any pleasure, for the beginning of this is against nature. And as the tickling of one's armpits forces a laughter, which is neither moderate nor merry, nor indeed properly a laughter, but rather troublesome and like convulsions, so those pleasures which the molested and disturbed body receives from the mind are furious, troublesome, and wholly strangers to nature. Therefore, when any rare or noble dish is before you, you will get more honour by refraining from it than partaking of it. Remember what Simonides said, that he never repented that he had held his tongue, but often that he had spoken. So we shall not repent that we have refused a good dish or drunk water instead of Falernian, but the contrary. We are not only to commit no violence on nature, but when any of those things are offered to her, even if she has a desire for them, we ought oftentimes to direct the appetite to a more innocent and accustomed diet, that she may be used to it and acquainted with it. For, as the Theban said, though not over honestly, if the law must be violated, it looks best when it is done for an empire. But we say better, if we are to take pride in any such thing, it is best when it is in that moderation which conduces to our health. But a narrowness of soul and a stingy humour compel some men to keep under and defraud their genius at home, who, when they enjoy the costly fare of another man's table, do cram themselves as eagerly as if it were all plunder. Then they are taken ill, go home, and the next day find the crudity of their stomachs the reward of their unsatiableness. Wherefore Crates, supposing that luxury and prodigality were the chief cause of seditions and insurrections in a city, in a droll advises that we should never go beyond a lentil in our meals, lest we bring ourselves into sedition. But let every one exhort himself not to increase his meal beyond a lentil, and not to pass by cresses and olives, and fall upon pudding and fish, that he may not by his overeating bring his body into tumults, disturbances, and diarrheas. For a mean diet keeps the appetite within its natural bounds, but the arts of cooks and confectioners, with their elaborate dishes and aromatic sauces, do, according to the comedian, push forward and enlarge the bounds of pleasure, and entrench upon those of our profit. I know not how it comes to pass that we should abominate and hate those women that either bewitch or give philters to their husbands, and yet give our meat and drink to our slaves and hirelings, to all but corrupt and poison them. For though that may seem too severe, which was said by Arcesilaus against lascivious and adulterous persons, that it signifies little which way one goes about such beastly work, yet it is not much from our purpose. For what difference is there, to speak ingeniously, whether Satyrian moves and whets my lust, or my taste is irritated by the scent of the meat or the sauce, so that, like a part infected with itch, it shall always need scratching and tickling? But we shall perhaps discourse against pleasures in another place, and show the beauty and dignity that temperance has within itself. But our present discourse is in praise of many and great pleasures. For diseases do not either rob or spoil us of so much business, hope, journeys, or exercise, as they do of pleasure, so that it is no way convenient for those who would follow their pleasure to neglect their health. There are diseases which permit a man to study philosophy and to exercise any military office, nay, to act the kingly part. But the pleasures and enjoyments of the body are such as cannot be borne alive in the midst of a distemper, or, if they are, the pleasures they afford are not only short and impure, but mixed with much alloy, and they bear the marks of that storm and tempest out of which they rise. Venus herself delights not in a gorged, but in a calm and serene body, and pleasure is the end of that, as well as it is of meat and drink. Health is to pleasure as still weather to the halcyon, giving it a safe and commodious birth and nest. Prodicus seems elegantly enough to have said, that of all sauces fire was the best, but most true it is to say that health gives things the most divine and grateful relish. For meat, whether it be boiled, roasted, or stewed, has no pleasure or gusto in it to a sick, surfeited, or nauseous stomach, but a clean and undebauched appetite renders everything sweet and delightful to a sound body, and, as Homer expresses it, devourable. As Demades told the Athenians, who unseasonably made war, that they never treated of peace but in mourning, so we never think of a moderate and slender diet but when we are in a fever or under a course of physic. But when we are in these extremities, we diligently conceal our enormities, though we remember them well enough. Yet, as many do, we lay the blame of our illness now upon the air, now upon the unhealthfulness of the place or the length of a journey, to take it off from that intemperance and luxury which was the cause of it. As Lysimachus, when he was among the Scythians and constrained by his thirst, delivered up himself and his army into captivity, but afterwards, drinking cold water, cried out, O ye gods, for how short a pleasure have I thrown away a great felicity! So in our sickness we ought to consider with ourselves that, for the sake of a draught of cold water, an unseasonable bath, or good company, we spoil many of our delights, as well as our honourable business, and lose many pleasant diversions. The remorse that arises from these considerations wounds the conscience and sticks to us in our health like a scar, to make us more cautious as to our diet. For a healthful body does not breed any enormous appetite, or such as we cannot prevail with or overcome. But we ought to put on resolution against our extravagant desires or efforts towards enjoyment, esteeming it a low and childish thing to give ear to their complaints and murmurings. For they cease as soon as the cloth is taken away, and will neither accuse you of injustice, nor think you have done them wrong. But on the contrary, you will find them the next day pure and brisk, no way clogged or nauseating. As Timotheus said, when we had a light philosophic dinner the other day with Plato in the Academy, they who dine with Plato never complain the next morning. It is reported that Alexander said, when he had turned off his usual cooks, that he carried always better with him, for his journeys by night recommended his dinner to him, and the slenderness of his dinner recommended his supper. I am not ignorant that fevers seize men upon a fatigue or excess of heat or cold, but as the scent of flowers, which in itself is but faint, if mixed with oil, is more strong and fragrant, so an inward fullness gives, as it were, a body and substance to external causes and beginnings of sickness. For without this they could do no hurt, but would vanish and fade away if there were lowness of blood and pureness of spirit to receive the motion, which in fullness and superabundance, as in disturbed mud, makes all things polluted, troublesome, and hardly recoverable. We ought not to imitate the good mariner, who out of covetousness loads his ship hard, and afterwards labours hard to throw out the salt water, by first clogging and overcharging our bodies, and endeavouring afterwards to clear them by purges and clysters. But we ought to keep our bodies in right order, that if at any time they should be oppressed, their lightness may keep them up like a cork. We ought chiefly to be careful in all predispositions and forewarnings of sickness. For all distempers do not evade us, as Hesiod expresses it, in silence, for the gods have struck them dumb. But the most of them have ill digestion and a kind of laziness, which are the forerunners and harbingers that give us warning. Sudden heaviness and weariness tell us a distemper is not far off, as Hippocrates affirms, by reason, it seems, of that fullness which doth oppress and load the spirit and the nerves. Some men, when their bodies all but contradict them and invite them to a couch and repose, through gluttony and love of pleasure, throw themselves into a bath, or make haste to some drinking meeting, as if they were laying in for a siege, being mightily in fear lest the fever should seize them before they have dined. Those who pretend to more elegance are not caught in this manner, but foolishly enough, for, being ashamed to own their qualms and debauch, or to keep house all day, when others call them to go with them to the gymnasium, they arise and pull off their clothes with them, doing the same things which they do that are in health. Intemperance and effeminacy make many fly for patronage to the proverb, wine is best after wine, and one debauch is the way to drive out another. This excites their hopes, and persuades and urges them to rise from their beds, and rashly to fall to their wonted excesses. Against which hope he ought to set that prudent advice of Cato, when he says that great things ought to be made less, and the lesser to be quite left off, and it is better to abstain to no purpose and be at quiet, than to run ourselves into hazard by forcing ourselves either to bath or dinner. For if there be any ill in it, it is an injury to us that we did not watch over ourselves and refrain. But if there be none, It is no inconvenience to your body to have abstained and be made more pure by it. He is but a child who is afraid lest his friends and servants should perceive that he is sick either of a surfeit or a debauch. He that is ashamed to confess the crudity of his stomach to-day will to-morrow with shame confess that he is either a diarrhea, a fever, or the griping in the guts. You think it is a disgrace to want, but it is a greater disgrace to bear the crudity, heaviness, and fullness of your body when it has to be carried into the bath, like a rotten and leaky boat into the sea. As some seamen are ashamed to live on shore when there is a storm at sea, yet when they are at sea lie shamefully crying and retching to vomit, so in any suspicion or tendency of the body to any disease, they think it an indecorum to keep their bed one day and not to have their table spread, yet most shamefully for many days together are forced to be purged and plastered, flattering and obeying their physicians, asking for wine or cold water, being forced to do and say many unseasonable and absurd things by reason of the pain and fear they are in. Those therefore who cannot govern themselves on account of pleasures, but yield to their lusts and are carried away by them, may opportunely be taught and put in mind that they receive the greatest share of their pleasures from their bodies. And as the Spartans gave the cook vinegar and salt and bade him look for the rest in the victim, so in our bodies the best sauce to whatsoever is brought before us is that our bodies are pure and in health. For anything that is sweet or costly is so in its own nature and apart from anything else, but it becomes sweet to the taste only when it is in a body which is delighted with it and which is disposed as nature doth require. But in those bodies which are foul, surfeited, and not pleased with it, it loses its beauty and convenience. Wherefore we need not be concerned whether fish be fresh or bread fine, or whether the bath be warm, or your she-friend a beauty, but whether you are not squeamish and foul, whether you are not disturbed and do not feel the dregs of yesterday's debauch. Otherwise it will be as when some drunken revellers break into a house where they are mourning, bringing neither mirth nor pleasure with them, but increasing the lamentation. So Venus, meats, baths, and wines, in a body that is crazy and out of order, mingled with what is vitiated and corrupted, stir up phlegm and choler, and create great trouble, neither do they bring any pleasure that is answerable to their expectations, or worth either enjoying or speaking of. A diet which is very exact and precisely according to rules puts one's body both in fear and danger. It hinders the gallantry of our soul itself, makes it suspicious of everything, or of having to do with anything, no less in pleasures than in labours, so that it dares not undertake anything boldly and courageously. We ought to do by our body as by the sail of a ship in fair and clear weather. We must not contract it and draw it in too much, nor be too remiss or negligent about it when we have any suspicion upon us, but give it some allowance and make it pliable, as we have said, and not wait for crudities and diarrheas, or heat or drowsiness, by which some, as by messengers and apparitors, are frighted and moderate themselves when a fever is at hand, but we must long beforehand guard against the storm, as if the north wind blew at sea. It is absurd, as Democritus says, by the croaking of ravens, the crowing of a cock, or the wallowing of a sow in the mire, carefully to observe the signs of windy or rainy weather, and not to prevent and guard ourselves against the motions and fluctuations of our bodies, or the indication of a distemper, nor to understand the signs of a storm which is just ready to break forth within ourselves. So that we are not only to observe our bodies as to meat and exercise, whether they use them more sluggishly or unwillingly than their wont, but whether we be more thirsty and hungry than we used to be, but we are also to take care as to our sleep, whether it be continued and easy, or whether it be irregular and convulsive. For absurd dreams and irregular and unusual fantasies show either abundance or thickness of humours, or else a disturbance of the spirits within. For the motions of the soul show that the body is nigh at distemper. For there are despondencies of mind and fears that are without reason or any apparent cause, which extinguish our hopes on a sudden. Some there are that are sharp and prone to anger, whom a little thing makes sad, And these cry and are in great trouble when ill vapours and fumes meet together and, as Plato says, are intermingled in the ways and passages of the soul. Wherefore those to whom such things happen must consider and remember that even if there be nothing spiritual, there is some bodily cause which needs to be brought away and purged. Besides, it is profitable for him who visits his friends in their sickness to enquire after the causes of it. Let us not sophistically or impertinently discourse about lodgments, eruptions of blood, and common places, merely to show our skill in the terms of art which are used in medicine. But when we have with diligence heard such trivial and common things discoursed of as fullness or emptiness, weariness, lack of sleep, and above all, the diet which the patient kept before he felt sick, then, as Plato used to ask himself after the miscarriage of other men he had been with, am not I also such a one? So ought we to take care by our neighbours' misfortunes, and diligently to beware that we do not fall into them, and afterwards cry out upon our sick bed, how precious above all other things is health. When another is in sickness, let it teach us how valuable a treasure health is, which we ought to keep and preserve with all possible care. Neither will it be amiss for every man to look into his own diet. If therefore we have been eating, drinking, labouring, or doing anything to excess, and our bodies give us no suspicion or hint of a distemper, yet ought we nevertheless to stand upon our guard and take care of ourselves, if it be after a venery and labour, by giving ourselves rest and quiet, if after drinking of wine and feasting, by drinking of water, but especially after we have fed on flesh or solid meats, or eaten divers things, by abstinence, that we may leave no superfluity in our bodies. For these very things, as they are the cause of many diseases, likewise administer matter and force to other causes. Wherefore it was very well said, that to eat, but not to satiety, to labour, but not to weariness, and to keep in nature, are of all things the most healthful. For intemperance in venery takes away that by which vigour our nourishment is elaborated, and causes more superfluity and redundance. End of section 19. Section 20 of The Morals, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anna Simon. The Morals, Volume 1, by Plutarch. Translated by several hands, corrected and revised by William W. Goodwin. Plutarch's Rules for the Preservation of Health. A Dialogue. Part 2. But we shall begin and treat of each of these, and first we shall discourse of those exercises which are proper for a scholar. And as he that said he should prescribe nothing for the teeth to them that dwelt by the seaside, taught them the benefit of the sea water, so one would think that there was no need of writing to scholars concerning exercise. For it is wonderful what an exercise the daily use of speech is, not only as to health, but even to strength. I mean not fleshly and athletic health, or such as makes one's external parts firm, like the outside of a house, but such as gives a right tone and inward vigour to the vital and noble parts. And that the vital spirit increases strength is made plain by them who anointed the wrestlers, who commanded them, when their limbs were rubbed, to withstand such frictions in some sort, in holding their wind, observing carefully those parts of the body which were smeared and rubbed. Now the voice, being a motion of the spirit, not superficially, but firmly seated in the bowels, as it were in a fountain, increases the heat, thins the blood, purges every vein, opens all the arteries, neither does it permit the coagulation or condensation of any superfluous humour, which would settle like dregs in those vessels which receive and work our nourishment. Wherefore we ought by much speaking to accustom ourselves to this exercise, and make it familiar to us. And if we suspect that our bodies are weaker or more tired than ordinary, by reading or reciting. For what riding in a coach is compared with bodily exercise, that is reading compared with disputing. if you carry your voice softly and low, as it were in the chariot of another man's words. For disputes bring with them a vehemence and contention, adding the labour of the mind to that of the body. All passionate noise, and such as would force our lungs, ought to be avoided, for irregular and violent strains of our voice may break something within us, or bring us into convulsions. But when a student has either read or disputed, before he walks abroad, he ought to make use of a gentle and tepid friction to open the pores of his body as much as is possible, even to his very bowels, that so his spirits may gently and quietly diffuse themselves to the extreme parts of his body. The bounds that this friction ought not to exceed are, that it be done no longer than it is pleasant to our sense and without pain. For he that so allays the disturbance which is within himself, and the agitation of his spirits, will not be troubled by that superfluity which remains in him, and if it be unseasonable for to walk, or if his business hinder him, it is no great matter, for nature has already received satisfaction. Whether one be at sea or in a public inn, it is not necessary that he should be silent, though all the company laugh at him. For where it is no shame to eat, it is certainly no shame to exercise yourself, but it is worse to stand in awe of and be troubled with seamen, carriers, and innkeepers, that laugh at you, not because you play at ball or fight a shadow, but because in your discourse you exercise yourself by teaching others, or by inquiring and learning something yourself, or else by calling to mind something. For Socrates said, he that uses the exercise of dancing had need have a room big enough to hold 7 beds, but he that makes either singing or discourse his exercise may do it either standing or lying in any place. But this one thing we must observe, that when we are conscious to ourselves that we are too full, or have been concerned with Venus, or laboured hard, we do not too much strain our voice, as so many rhetoricians and readers in philosophy do, some of whom out of glory and ambition, some for reward or private contentions, have forced themselves beyond what has been convenient. Our Niger, when he was teaching philosophy in Galatia, by chance swallowed the bone of a fish, but a stranger coming to teach in his place, Niger, fearing he might run away with his repute, continued to read his lectures, though the bone still stuck in his throat, from whence a great and hard inflammation arising, he, being unable to undergo the pain, permitted a deep incision to be made, by which wound the bone was taken out, but the wound growing worse, and rheum falling upon it, it killed him. But this may be mentioned hereafter in its proper place. After exercise to use a cold bath is boyish, and has more ostentation in it than health. For though it may seem to harden our bodies and make them not so subject to outward accidents, yet it does more prejudice to the inward parts by hindering transpiration, fixing the humours, and condensing those vapours which love freedom and transpiration. Besides, necessity will force those who use cold baths into that exact and accurate way of diet they would so much avoid, and make them take care they be not in the least extravagant, for every such error is sure to receive a bitter reproof. But a warm bath is much more pardonable, for it does not so much destroy our natural vigour and strength as it does conduce to our health, laying a soft and easy foundation for concoction, preparing those things for digestion which are not easily digested without any pain, if they be not very crude and deep lodged, and freeing us from all inward weariness. But when we do sensibly perceive our bodies to be indifferent well, or as they ought to be, we should omit bathing, and anoint ourselves by the fire, which is better if the body stand in need of heat, for it dispenses a warmth throughout. But we should make use of the sun more or less, as the temper of the air permits. So much may suffice to have been said concerning exercises. As for what has been said of diet before, if any part of it be profitable in instructing us how we should allay and bring down our appetites, there yet remains one thing more to be advised, that if it be troublesome to treat one's belly like one broke loose, and to contend with it though it has no ears, as Cato said, then ought we to take care that the quality of what we eat may make the quantity more light, and we should eat cautiously of such food as is solid and most nourishing, for it is hard always to refuse it, such as flesh, cheese, dried figs, and boiled eggs, but more freely of those things which are thin and light, such as moist herbs, fowl, and fish, if it be not too fat. For he that eats such things as these may gratify his appetite, and yet not oppress his body. But ill digestion is chiefly to be feared after flesh, for it presently very much clogs us, and leaves ill relics behind it. It would be best to accustom oneself to eat no flesh at all, for the earth affords plenty enough of things fit not only for nourishment, but for delight and enjoyment, some of which you may eat without much preparation, and others you may make pleasant by adding divers other things to them. But since custom is almost a second nature, we may eat flesh, but not to the cloying of our appetites, like wolves or lions, but only to lay as it were a foundation and bulwark for our nourishment, and then come to other meats and sauces, which are more agreeable to the nature of our bodies, and do less dull our rational soul, which seems to be enlivened by a light and brisk diet. As for liquids, we should never make milk our drink, but rather take it as food, it yielding much solid nourishment. As for wine, we must say to it what Euripides said to Venus: Thy joys with moderation I would have, and that I ne'er may want them humbly crave. For wine is the most beneficial of all drinks, the pleasantest medicine in the world, and of all dainties the least cloying to the appetite, provided more regard be given to the opportunity of the time of drinking it, than even to its being properly mixed with water. Water, not only when it is mixed with wine, but also if it be drunk by itself between mixed wine and water, makes the mingled wine less hurtful. We should accustom ourselves, therefore, in our daily diet, to drink 2 or 3 glasses of water, which will allay the strength of the wine, and make drinking of water familiar to our body, that so in a case of necessity it may not be looked on as a stranger, and we be offended at it. It so falls out that some have then the greatest inclination for wine, when there is most need they should drink water. For such men, when they have been exposed to great heat of the sun, or have fallen into a chill, or have been speaking vehemently, or have been more than ordinarily thoughtful about anything, or after any fatigue or labour, are of the opinion that they ought to drink wine, as if nature required some repose for the body and some diversion after its labours. But nature requires no such repose, if you would call pleasure repose, but desires only such an alteration as shall be between pleasure and pain, in which case we ought to abate of our diet, and either wholly abstain from wine, or drink it allayed with very much mixture of water. For wine, being sharp and fiery, increases the disturbances of the body, exasperates them, and wounds the parts affected, which stand more in need of being comforted and smoothed, which water does the best of anything. If, when we are not thirsty, we drink warm water after labour, exercise, or heat, we find our inward parts loosened and smoothed by it, for the moisture of water is gentle and not violent, but that of wine carries a great force in it, which is no ways agreeable in the forementioned cases. And if any one should be afraid that abstinence would bring upon the body that acrimony and bitterness which some say it will, he is like those children who think themselves much wronged because they may not eat just before the fit of a fever. The best mean between both of these is drinking of water. We oftentimes sacrifice to Bacchus himself without wine, doing very well in accustoming ourselves not to be always desirous of wine. Minos made the pipe and the crown be laid aside at the sacrifice when there was mourning, and yet we know an afflicted mind is not at all affected by either the pipe or crown, but there is no body so strong to which, in commotion or a fever, wine does not do a great deal of injury. The Lydians are reported in a famine to have spent one day in eating, and the next in sports and drollery. But a lover of learning and a friend to the Muses, when at any time he is forced to sup later than ordinary, will not be so much a slave to his belly as to lay aside a geographical scheme when it is before him, or his book, or his lyre, but strenuously turning himself and taking his mind off from eating, he will in the Muses' name drive away all such desires, as so many harpies, from his table. Will not the Scythian in the midst of his cups oftentimes handle his bow and twang the string, thereby rousing up himself from that drunkenness in which he was immersed? Will a Greek be afraid, because he is laughed at, by books and letters gently to loosen and unbend any blind and obstinate desire? The young men in Menander, when they were drinking, were trepanned by a bawd, which brought in to them a company of handsome and richly attired women, but every one, as he said, cast down his eyes and fell to junketing, not one daring to look upon them. Lovers of learning have many fair and pleasant diversions, if they can no other way keep in their canine and brutish appetites when they see the table spread. The bawling of such fellows as anoint wrestlers, and the opinion of pedagogues that it hinders our nourishment and dulls one's heads to discourse of learning at table, are indeed of some force then, when we are called upon to solve a fallacy like the Indus, or to dispute about the Kyrion at a feast. For though the pith of the palm tree is very sweet, yet they say it will cause the headache. To discourse of logic at meals is not indeed a very delicious banquet, is rather troublesome and pains one's head. But if there be any one who will not give us leave to discourse philosophically, or ask any question or read anything at table, though it be of those things which are not only decent and profitable, but also pleasantly merry, we will desire them not to trouble us, but to talk in this style to the athletes in the Xystem and the Palestra, who have laid aside their books and are wont to spend their whole time in jeers and scurrilous jests, being, as Aristo wittily expresses it, smooth and hard like the pillars in the gymnasium. But we must obey our physicians, who advise us to keep some interval between supper and sleep, and not to heap up together a great deal of victuals in our stomachs, and so shorten our breath, lest we presently by crude and fermenting aliment overcharge our digestion, but rather to take some space and breathing time before we sleep. As those who have a mind to exercise themselves after supper do not do it by running or wrestling, but rather by gentle exercise, such as walking or dancing, so when we intend to exercise our minds after supper, we are not to do it with anything of business or care, or with those sophistical disputes which bring us into a vainglorious and violent contention. But there are many questions in natural philosophy which are easy to discuss and to decide. There are many disquisitions which relate to manners which please the mind, as Homer expresses it, and do no way discompose it. Questions in history and poetry have been by some ingeniously called a second course to a learned man and a scholar. There are discourses which are no way troublesome, and besides, fables may be told. Nay, it is easier to discourse of the pipe and lyre, or hear them discoursed of, than it is to hear either of them played on. The quantity of time allowed for this exercise is till our meat be gently settled within us, so that our digestion may have power enough to master it. Aristotle is of opinion that to walk after supper stirs up our natural heat, but to sleep, if it be soon after, chokes it. Others again say that rest aids digestion, and that motion disturbs it. Hence some walk immediately after supper, others choose rather to keep themselves still. But that man seems to obtain the design of both, who cherishes and keeps his body quiet, not immediately suffering his mind to become heavy and idle, but, as has been said, gently distributing and lightening his spirits by either hearing or speaking some pleasant thing, such as will neither molest nor oppress him. Medicinal vomits and purges, which are the bitter reliefs of gluttony, are not to be attempted without great necessity. The manner of many is to fill themselves because they are empty, and again, because they are full, to empty themselves contrary to nature, being no less tormented with being full than being empty, or rather they are troubled at their fullness, as being a hindrance of their appetite, and are always emptying themselves that they may make room for new enjoyment. The damage in these cases is evident, for the body is disordered and torn by both these. It is an inconvenience that always attends a vomit, that it increases and gives nourishment to this insatiable humour, for it engenders hunger as violent and turbulent as a roaring torrent, which continually annoys a man and forces him to his meat, not like a natural appetite that calls for food, but rather like inflammation that calls for plasters and physic. Wherefore his pleasures are short and imperfect, and in the enjoyment are very furious and unquiet, upon which there come distensions and affections of the pores, and retentions of the spirits, which will not wait for the natural evacuations, but run over the surface of the body, so that it is like an overloaded ship, where it is more necessary to throw something overboard than to take anything more in. Those disturbances in our bellies which are caused by physic corrupt and consume our inward parts, and do rather increase our superfluous humours than bring them away, which is as if one that was troubled at the number of Greeks that inhabited the city should call in the Arabians and Scythians. Some are so much mistaken that, in order that they may void their customary and natural superfluities, they take Cnidian berries, or scaminy, or some other harsh and incongruous physic, which is more fit to be carried away by purge than it is able to purge us. It is best therefore by a moderate and regular diet to keep our body in order, so that it may command itself as to fullness or emptiness. If at any time there be a necessity, we may take a vomit, but without physic or much tampering, and such a one as will not cause any great disturbance, only enough to save us from indigestion by casting up gently what is superfluous. For as linen cloths, when they are washed with soap and nitre, are more worn out than when they are washed with water only, so physical vomits corrupt and destroy the body. If at any time we are costive, there is no medicine better than some sort of food which will purge you gently and with ease, the trial of which is familiar to all, and the use without any pain. But if it will not yield to those, we may drink water for some days, or fast, or take a clyster, rather than take any troublesome purging physic, which most men are inclined to do, like that sort of women which take things on purpose to miscarry, that they may be empty and begin afresh. But to be done with these, there are some on the other side who are too exact in enjoining themselves to periodical and set fasts, doing amiss in teaching nature to want coercion when there is no occasion for it, and making that abstinence necessary which is not so, and all this at times when nature requires her accustomed way of living. It is better to use those injunctions we lay upon our bodies with more freedom, even when we have no ill symptom or suspicion upon us, and so to order our diet, as has been said, that our bodies may be always obedient to any change, and not be enslaved or tied up to one manner of living, nor so exact in regarding the times, numbers, and periods of our actions. For it is a life neither safe, easy, politic, nor like a man, but more like the life of an oyster or the trunk of a tree, to live so without any variety, and in restraint as to our meat, abstinence, motion, and rest, casting ourselves into a gloomy, idle, solitary, unsociable, and inglorious way of living, far remote from the administration of the state, at least, I may say, in my opinion. For health is not to be purchased by sloth and idleness, for those are chief inconveniences of sickness, and there is no difference between him who thinks to enjoy his health by idleness and quiet, and him who thinks to preserve his eyes by not using them, and his voice by not speaking. For such a man's health will not be any advantage to him in the performance of many things he is obliged to do as a man. Idleness can never be said to conduce to health, for it destroys the very end of it. Nor is it true that they are the most healthful that do least. For Xenocrates was not more healthful than Phocion, or Theophrastus than Demetrius. It signified nothing to Epicurus or his followers, as to that so much talked of good habit of body, that they declined all business, though it were never so honourable. We ought to preserve the natural constitution of our bodies by other means, knowing every part of our life is capable of sickness and health. The contrary advice to that which Plato gave his scholars is to be given to those who are concerned in public business. For he was wont to say, whenever he left his school, "Go to, my boys, see that you employ your leisure in some honest sport and pastime." Now to those that are in public office our advice is, that they bestow their labour on honest and necessary things, not tiring their bodies with small or inconsiderable things. For most men upon accident torment themselves with watchings, journeyings, and running up and down, for no advantage and with no good design, but only that they may do others an injury, or because they envy them, or are competitors with them, or because they hunt after unprofitable and empty glory. To such as these I think Democritus chiefly spoke, when he said, that if the body should summon the soul before a court on an action for ill treatment, the soul would lose the case. And perhaps on the other hand Theophrastus spoke well, when he said metaphorically, that the soul pays a dear house rent to its landlord the body. But still the body is very much more inconvenienced by the soul, when it is used beyond reason, and there is not care enough taken of it. For when it is in passion, action, or any concern, it does not at all consider the body. Geeson, being somewhat out of humour, said, that in little things we ought not to stand upon justice, so that in greater things we may be sure to do it. We, and that in reason, advise any public man to trifle and play with little things, and in such cases to indulge himself, so that in worthy and great concerns he may not bring a dull, tired, and weary body, but one that is the better for having lain still, like a ship in the dock, that when the soul has occasion again to call it into business, it may run with her like a sucking colt with the mare. Upon which account, when business gives us leave, we ought to refresh our bodies, grudging them neither sleep nor dinner, nor that ease which is the medium between pain and pleasure, not taking that course which most men do, who thereby wear out their bodies by the many changes they expose them to, making them like hot iron thrown into cold water, by softening and troubling them with pleasures, after they have been very much strained and oppressed with labour. And on the other side, after they have opened their bodies, and made them tender either by wine or venery, they exercise them either at the bar or at court, or enter upon some other business which requires earnest and vigorous action. Heraclitus, when he was in a dropsy, desired his physician to bring a draught upon his body, for it had a glut of rain. Most men are very much in the wrong who, after being tired or having laboured or fasted, moisten, as it were, and dissolve their bodies in pleasure, and again force and distend them after those pleasures. Nature does not require that we should make the body amends at that rate. But an intemperate and slavish mind, so soon as it is free from labour, like a sailor, runs insolently into pleasures and delights, and again falls upon business, so that nature can have no rest or leave to enjoy that temper and calmness which it does desire, but is troubled and tormented by all this irregularity. Those that have any discretion never so much as offer pleasure to the body when it is labouring, for at such times they do not require it at all, nor do they so much as think of it, their minds being intent upon that employ they are in, either the delight or diligence of the soul getting the mastery over all other desires. Epaminondas is reported wittily to have said of a good man that died about the time of the battle of Leuctra, "How came he to have so much leisure as to die, when there was so much business stirring?" It may truly be asked concerning a man that is either of public employ or a scholar, what time can such a man spare, either to debauch his stomach, or be drunk or lascivious? For such men, after they have done their business, allow quiet and repose to their bodies, reckoning not only unprofitable pains, but unnecessary pleasures to be enemies to nature, and avoiding them as such. I have heard that Tiberius Caesar was wont to say, that he was a ridiculous man, that held forth his hand to a physician after 60, but it seems to me to be a little too severely said. But this is certain, that every man ought to have skill in his own pulse, for it is very different in every man, neither ought he to be ignorant of the temper of his own body, as to heat and cold, or what things do him good and what hurt. For he has no sense, and is both a blind and lame inhabitant of his body, that must learn these things from another, and must ask his physicians, whether it is better with him in winter or summer, or whether moist or dry things agree best with him, or whether his pulse be frequent or slow. For it is necessary and easy to know such things by custom and experience. It is convenient to understand more what meats and drinks are wholesome than what are pleasant, and to have more skill in what is good for the stomach than in what seems good to the mouth, and in those things that are easy of digestion than in those that gratify our palate. For it is no less scandalous to ask a physician what is easy and what is hard of digestion, and what will agree with your stomach and what not, than it is to ask what is sweet and what bitter and what sour. They nowadays correct their cooks, being able well enough to tell what is too sweet, too salt, or too sour, but themselves do not know what will be light or easy of digestion and agreeable to them. Therefore in the seasoning of broth they seldom err, but they do so scurvily pickle themselves every day as to afford work enough for the physician. For that pottage is not accounted best that is the sweetest, but they mingle bitter and sweet together. But they force the body to partake of many and those cloying pleasures, either not knowing or not remembering that to things that are good and wholesome nature adds a pleasure unmingled with any regret or repentance afterward. We ought also to know what things are cognate and convenient to our bodies, and be able to direct a proper diet to any one upon any change of weather or other circumstance. As for those inconveniences which sordidness and poverty bring upon many, as gathering of fruit, continual labour and running about, and want of rest, which fall heavy upon the weaker parts of the body and such as are inwardly infirm, we need not fear that any man of employ or scholar, to whom our present discourse belongs, should be troubled with them. But there is a severe sort of sordidness as to their studies, which they ought to avoid, by which they are forced many times to neglect their body, oftentimes denying it a supply when it has done its work, making the mortal part of us do its share in work as well as the immortal, and the earthly part as much as the heavenly. But as the ox said to his fellow servant the camel, when he refused to ease him of his burthen, "It won't be long before you carry my burthen and me too," which fell out to be true when the ox died. So it happens to the mind when it refuses that little relaxation and comfort which it needs in its labour. For a little while after, a fever or vertigo seizes us, and then reading, discoursing, and disputing must be laid aside, and it is forced to partake of the body's distemper. Plato therefore rightly exhorts us not to employ the mind without the body, nor the body without the mind, but to drive them equally like a pair of horses, and when at any time the body toils and labours with the mind, then to be the more careful of it, and thus to gain its well-beloved health, believing that it obliges us with the best of things, when it is no impediment to our knowledge and enjoyment of virtue, either in business or discourse. End of section 20.
Section 21 of The Morals, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kenji Yamada. The Morals, Volume 1, by Plutarch. Translated by several hands. Corrected and revised by William W. Goodwin. How a man may receive advantage and profit from his enemies. Not to mention, Cornelius Pulcher, your gentle as well as skillful administration of public affairs, for which goodness and humanity you have gotten an interest in mankind, we clearly perceive that in your private conversation you have made a quiet and peaceable way of living your choice and continual practice. By this means you are justly esteemed a useful member of the commonwealth in general, and also a friendly, affable companion to those who familiarly converse with you, as being a person free from all sour, rough, and peevish humours. For as it is said of Crete, we may by great chance discover one single region of the world that never afforded any dens or coverts for wild beasts. But through the long succession of ages, even to this time, there scarce ever was a state or kingdom that hath not suffered under envy, hatred, emulation, the love of strife, fierce and unruly passions, of all others the most productive of enmity and ill will among men. Nay, if nothing else will bring it to pass, familiarity will at last breed contempt, and the very friendship of men doth frequently draw them into quarrels that prove sharp and sometimes implacable. Which that wise man Chilo did well understand, who, when he heard another assert that he had no enemy, asked him very pertinently whether he had no friend. In my judgment, therefore, it is absolutely necessary that a man, especially if he sit at the helm and be engaged to steer the government, should watchfully observe every posture and motion of his enemy, and subscribe to Xenophon's opinion in this case, who hath set it down as a maxim of the greatest wisdom, that a man should make the best advantage he can of him that is his adversary. Wherefore, having lately determined to write somewhat on this argument, I have now gathered together all my scattered thoughts and meditations upon it, which I have sent to you, digested into as plain a method as I could, forbearing all along to mention those observations I have heretofore made and written in my political precepts, because I know you have that treatise at your hand and often under your eye. Our ancestors were well satisfied and content if they could safely guard themselves from the violent incursions of wild beasts, and this was the end and object of all their contests with these creatures. But their posterity have laid down their weapons of defense, and have invented a quite contrary use of them, making them serviceable to some of the chief ends of human life. For their flesh serves for food, and their hair for clothing, medicines and antidotes are devised out of their entrails, and their skins are converted into armor, so that we may upon good grounds fear that, if these supplies should fail, their manner of life would appear savage, destitute of convenient food and raiment, barbarous and naked. Although we receive these benefits and comforts from the very beasts, yet some men suppose themselves happy and secure enough, provided they escape all harm from enemies, not regarding Xenophon's judgment, whom they ought to credit in this matter, that every man endowed with common sense and understanding may, if he please, make his opposites very useful and profitable to him. Because then we cannot live in this world out of the neighborhood of such as will continually labor to do us injury or oppose us. Let us search out some way whereby this advantage and profit from enemies may be acquired. The best experienced gardener cannot so change the nature of every tree that it shall yield pleasant and well-tasted fruit. Neither can the craftiest huntsman tame every beast. One therefore makes the best use he can of his trees, the other of his beast, although the first perhaps are barren and dry, the latter wild and ungovernable. So sea-water is unwholesome and not to be drunk, yet it affords nourishment to all sorts of fish, and serves as it were for a chariot to convey those who visit foreign countries. The satyr would have kissed and embraced the fire the first time he saw it, but Prometheus bids him take heed, else he might have cause to lament the loss of his beard, if he came too near that which burns all it touches. Yet this very fire is a most beneficial thing to mankind. It bestows upon us the blessings of both light and heat, and serves those who know how to use it for the most excellent instrument of mechanic arts. Directed by these examples, we may be able to take right measures of our enemies, considering that by one handle or other we may lay hold of them for the use and benefit of our lives, though otherwise they may appear very untractable and hurtful to us. There are many things which, when we have obtained them by much labor and sweat, become nauseous, ungrateful, and directly contrary to our inclinations. But there are some, you know, who can turn the very indispositions of their bodies into an occasion of rest and freedom from business. And hard pains that have fallen upon many men have rendered them only the more robust through vigorous exercise. There are others who, as Diogenes and Crates did, have made banishment from their native country and loss of all their goods a means to pass out of a troublesome world into the quiet and serene state of philosophy and mental contemplation. So the Stoic Zeno welcomed the good fortune, when he heard the ship was broken wherein his adventures were, because she had reduced him to a torn coat, to the safety and innocence of a mean and low condition. For as some creatures of strong constitutions eat serpents, and digest them well, nay, there are some whose stomachs can by a strange powerful heat concoct shells or stones, while on the contrary there are the weak and diseased, who loathe even bread and wine, the most agreeable and best supports of human life. So the foolish and inconsiderate spoil the very friendships they are engaged in, but the wise and prudent make good use of the hatred and enmity of men. To those then who are discreet and cautious, the most malignant and worst part of enmity becomes advantageous and useful. But what is this you talk of all this while? An enemy is ever diligent and watchful to contrive stratagems and lay snares for us, not omitting any opportunity whereby he may carry on his malicious purposes. He lays siege to our whole life, and turns spy into the most minute action of it, not, as Lucius is said, to look into oaks and stones, but by arts of insinuation he gets to the knowledge of our secrets, by our bosom friend, domestic servant, and intimate acquaintance. As much as possibly he can, he inquires what we have done, and labors to dive into the most hidden counsels of our minds. Nay, our friends do often escape our notice, either when they die or are sick, because we are careless and neglect them. But we are apt to examine and pry curiously almost into the very dreams of our enemies. Now our enemy, to gratify his ill will towards us, doth acquaint himself with the infirmities both of our bodies and mind, with the debts we have contracted, and with all the differences that arise in our families, all which he knows as well, if not better, than ourselves. He sticks fast to our faults, and chiefly makes his invidious remarks upon them. Nay, our most depraved affections, that are the worst distempers of our minds, are always the subjects of his inquiry, just as vultures pursue putrid flesh, noisome and corrupted carcasses, because they have no perception of those that are sound and in health. So our enemies catch at our failings, and then they spread them abroad by uncharitable and ill-natured reports. Hence we are taught this useful lesson for the direction and management of our conversations in the world, that we be circumspect and wary in everything we speak or do, as if our enemy always stood at our elbow and overlooked every action. Hence we learn to lead blameless and inoffensive lives. This will beget in us vehement desires and earnest endeavors of restraining disorderly passions. This will fill our minds with good thoughts and meditations, and with strong resolutions to proceed in a virtuous and harmless course of life. For as those commonwealths and cities know best how to value the happiness of having good and wholesome laws, and most admire and love the safety of a quiet and peaceable constitution of things, which have been harassed by wars with their neighbors, or by long expeditions. So those persons who have been brought to live soberly by the fear and awe of enemies, who have learned to guard against negligence and idleness, and to do everything with a view to some profitable end, are by degrees, they know not how, drawn into a habit of living so as to offend nobody, and their manners are composed and fixed in their obedience to virtue by custom and use, with very little help from the reason. For they always carry in their minds that saying of Homer, if we act anything amiss, Priam will laugh at us and all his brood. Our enemies will please themselves and scoff at our defects. Therefore we will do nothing that is ridiculous, sinful, base, or ignoble, lest we become a laughingstock to such as do not love us. In the theatre we often see great artists in music and singing very supine and remiss, doing nothing as they should, whilst they play or sing alone. But whenever they challenge one another and contend for mastery, they do not only rouse up themselves, but they tune their instruments more carefully, they are more curious in the choice of their strings, and they try their notes in frequent and more harmonious consorts. Just so a man who hath an adversary perpetually to rival him in the well-ordering of his life and reputation is thereby rendered more prudent in what he does, looks after his actions more circumspectly, and takes as much care of the accurateness of them as the musician does of his lute or organ. For evil hath this peculiar quality in it, that it dreads an enemy more than a friend. For this cause, Nasica, when some thought the Roman affairs were established forever in peace and safety after they had razed Carthage and enslaved Greece, declared that even then they were in the greatest danger of all, and most likely to be undone, because there were none left whom they might still fear and stand in some awe of. And here may be inserted that wise and facetious answer of Diogenes to one that asked him how he might be revenged of his enemy. The only way, says he, to gall and fret him effectually, is for yourself to appear a good and honest man. The common people are generally envious and vexed in their minds, as oft as they see the cattle of those who they have no kindness for, their dogs or their horses, in a thriving condition. They sigh, fret, set their teeth, and show all the tokens of a malicious temper, when they behold their fields well tilled, or their gardens adorned and beset with flowers. If these things make them so restless and uneasy, what dost thou think they would do? What a torment would it be to them, if thou shouldst demonstrate thyself in the face of the world to be in all thy carriage a man of impartial justice, a sound understanding, unblameable integrity, of a ready and eloquent speech, sincere and upright in all your dealings, sober and temperate in all that you eat or drink. While from the culture of a prudent mind harvests of wise and noble thought you reap. Those that are conquered, saith Pindar, must seal up their lips. They dare not open their mouths, no, not even to mutter. But all men in these circumstances are not so restrained, but such chiefly as come behind their opposites in the practice of diligence, honesty, greatness of mind, humanity, and beneficence. These are beautiful and glorious virtues, as Demosthenes says, that are too pure and great to be touched by an ill tongue, that stop the mouths of backbiters, choke them, and command them to be silent. Make it thy business, therefore, to surpass the base, for this surely thou canst do. If we would vex them that hate us, we must not reproach our adversary for an effeminate and debauched person, or one of a boorish and filthy conversation, but instead of throwing this dirt, we ourselves must be remarkable for a steady virtue and a well-governed behavior. We must speak the truth, and carry ourselves civilly and justly towards all who hold any correspondence or maintain any commerce with us. But if at any time a man is so transported by passion as to utter any bitter words, he must take heed that he himself be not chargeable for those crimes for which he upbraids others. He must descend into himself, examine and cleanse his own breast, that no putrefaction nor rottenness be lodged there. Otherwise he will be condemned, as the physician is by the tragedian. Wilt thou heal others, thou thyself being full of sores? If a man should jeer you and say that you are a dunce and illiterate, upon this motive you ought to apply your mind to the taking of pains in the study of philosophy and all kinds of learning. If he abuses you for a coward, then raise up your mind to a courageous manliness and an undaunted boldness of spirit. If he tells you you are lascivious and wanton, this scandal may be wiped off by having your mind barred up against all impressions of lust, and your discourse free from the least obscenity. These are allowable returns, and the most cutting strokes you can give your enemy, there being nothing that carries in it more vexation and disgrace than that scandalous censures should fall back upon the head of him who was the first author of them. For as the beams of the sun reverberated do most severely affect and punish weak eyes, so those calumnies are most vexatious and intolerable, which truth retorts back upon their first broachers. For as the northeast wind gathers clouds, so does a vicious life gather unto itself opprobrious speeches. Insomuch that Plato, when he was in company with any persons that were guilty of unhandsome actions, was wont thus to reflect upon himself, and ask this question: Am I of the like temper and disposition with these men? In like manner, whosoever passes a hard censure upon another man's life should presently make use of self-examination, and inquire what his own is, by which means he will come to know what his failings are, and how to amend them. Thus the very censures and backbitings of his enemy will redound to his advantage, although in itself this censorious humor is a very vain, empty, and useless thing. For everyone will laugh at and deride that man who is humpbacked and bald-pated, while at the same time he makes sport with the natural deformities of his brethren, it being a very ridiculous, unaccountable thing to scoff at another for those very imperfections for which you yourself may be abused. As Leo Byzantinus replied upon the humpbacked man who in drollery reflected on the weakness of his eyes, You mock me for a human infirmity, but you bear the marks of divine vengeance on your own back. Wherefore no man should arraign another of adultery when he himself is addicted to a more bestial vice. Neither may one man justly accuse another of extravagance or looseness when he himself is stingy and covetous. Alcmaeon told Adrastus that he was near akin to a woman that killed her husband, to which Adrastus gave a very pat and sharp answer: Thou with thy own hands didst murder thy mother. After the same sarcastical way of jesting did Domitius ask Crassus whether he did not weep for the death of the lamprey that was bred in his fish-pond, to which Crassus makes this present reply: But have I not heard that you did not weep when you carried out 3 wives to their burial? Whence we may infer that it behooves every man who takes upon him to correct or censure another not to be too clamorous or merry upon his faults, but to be guilty of no such crime as may expose him to the chastisement and reproach of others. For the great God seems to have given that commandment of know thyself to those men more especially who are apt to make remarks upon other men's actions and forget themselves. So, as Sophocles hath well observed, they often hear that which they would not, because they allow themselves the liberty of talking what they please. This is the use that may be lawfully made of censuring and judging our enemies, that we may be sure we are not culpable for the same misdemeanors which we condemn in them. On the contrary, we may reap no less advantage from our being judged and censured by our enemies. In this case Antisthenes spake incomparably well, that if a man would lead a secure and blameless life, it was necessary that he should have either very ingenuous and honest friends, or very furious enemies, because the first would keep him from sinning by their kind admonitions, the latter by their evil words and vehement invectives. But forasmuch as in these times friendships is grown almost speechless, and hath left off that freedom it did once use, since it is loquacious in flattery and dumb in admonition, therefore we must expect to hear truth only from the mouths of enemies. As Telephus, when he could find no physician that he could confide in as his friend, thought his adversary's lance would most probably heal his wound, so he that hath no friend to give him advice and to reprove him in what he acts amiss must bear patiently the rebukes of an enemy, and thereby learn to amend the errors of his ways, considering seriously the object which these severe censures aim at, and not what the person is who makes them. For as he who designed the death of Prometheus, the Thessalian, instead of giving the fatal blow, only lanced a swelling that he had, which did really preserve his life and free him from the hazard of approaching death, just so may the harsh reprehensions of enemies cure some distempers of the mind that were before either unknown or neglected, though these angry speeches do originally proceed from malice and ill will. But many, when they are accused of a crime, do not consider whether they are guilty of the matter alleged against them, but are rather solicitous whether the accuser hath nothing that may be laid to his charge. Like the combatants in a match at wrestling, they take no care to wipe off the dirt that sticks upon them, but they go on to besmear one another, and in their mutual strugglings they wallow and tumble into more dirt and filthiness. It is a matter of greater importance and concern to a man when he is lashed by the slanders of an enemy, by living virtuously to prevent and avert all objections that may be made against his life, than it is to scour the spots out of his clothes when they are shown him. And even if any man with opprobrious language object to you crimes you know nothing of, you ought to inquire into the causes and reasons of such false accusations, that you may learn to take heed for the future, and be very wary, lest unwittingly you should commit those offenses that are unjustly attributed to you, or something that comes near them. Lycides, king of the Argives, was abused as an effeminate person, because he wore his hair long, used to dress himself neatly, and his mien was finical. So Pompey, though he was very far from any effeminate softness, yet was reflected upon and jeered for being used to scratch his head with one of his fingers. Crassus also suffered much in the like kind, because sometimes he visited a Vestal virgin, and showed great attention to her, having a design to purchase of her a little farm that lay conveniently for him. So Postumia was suspected of unchaste actions, and was even brought to trial, because she would often be very cheerful and discourse freely in men's company. But she was found clear of all manner of guilt in that nature. Nevertheless, at her dismission, Spurius Minucius the Pontifex Maximus gave her this good admonition, that her words should be always as pure, chaste, and modest as her life was. Themistocles, though he had defended in nothing, yet was suspected of treachery with Pausanias, because he corresponded familiarly with him, and used every day to send him letters and messengers. Whenever then anything is spoken against you that is not true, do not pass it by or despise it because it is false, but forthwith examine yourself, and consider what you have said or done, what you have ever undertaken, or what converse you have ever had, that may have given likelihood to the slander. And when this is discovered, decline for the future all things that may provoke any reproachful or foul language from others. For if troubles and difficulties into which some men fall either by chance or through their own inadvertency and rashness may teach others what is fit and safe for them to do, as Merope says, Fortune hath taken for her salary my dearest goods, but wisdom she hath given. Why should not we take an enemy for our tutor, who will instruct us gratis in those things we knew not before? For an enemy sees and understands more in matters relating to us than our friends do, because love is blind, as Plato says, in discerning the imperfections of the thing beloved. But spite, malice, ill will, wrath, and contempt talk much, are very inquisitive and quick-sighted. When Hiero was upbraided by his enemy for having a stinking breath, he returned home and demanded of his wife why she had not acquainted him with it. The innocent good woman makes this answer, I thought all men's breath had that smell. For those things in men that are conspicuous to all are sooner understood from the information of enemies than from that of friends and acquaintance. Furthermore, an exact government of the tongue is a strong evidence of a good mind, and no inconsiderable part of virtue. But since every man naturally is desirous to propagate his conceits, and without a painful force cannot smother his resentments, it is no easy task to keep this unruly member in due subjection, unless such an impetuous affection as anger be thoroughly subdued by much exercise, care, and study. For such things as saying let fall against our will, or a word flying by the range of our teeth, or a speech escaping us by accident, are all likely to happen to those whose ill-exercised minds, as it were, fall and waste away, and whose course of life is licentious, and we may attribute this to a hasty passion or to unsettled judgment. For divine Plato tells us that for a word, which is the lightest of all things, both gods and men inflict the heaviest penalties. But silence, which can never be called to account, doth not only, as Hippocrates hath observed, extinguish thirst, but it bears up against all manner of slanders with the constancy of Socrates and the courage of Hercules, who was no more concerned than a fly at what others said or did. Now it is certainly not grander or better than this for a man to bear silently and quietly the revilings of an enemy, taking care not to provoke him, as if he were swimming by a dangerous rock, but the practice is better. For whosoever is thus accustomed to endure patiently the scoffs of an enemy will, without any disturbance or trouble, bear with the chidings of a wife, the rebukes of a friend, or the sharper reproofs of a brother. When a father or mother corrects you, you will not be refractory or stubborn under the rod. Xanthippe, though she was a woman of a very angry and troublesome spirit, could never move Socrates to a passion. By being used to bear patiently this heavy sufferance at home, he was ever unconcerned, and not in the least moved by the most scurrilous and abusive tongues he met withal abroad. For it is much better to overcome boisterous passions, and to bring the mind into a calm and even frame of spirit, by contentedly undergoing the scoffs, outrages, and affronts of enemies, than to be stirred up to choler or revenge by the worst they can say or do. Thus we may show a meek and gentle temper, and a submissive bearing of evil in our enmities, and even integrity, magnanimity, and goodness of disposition are also more conspicuous here than in friendship. For it is not so honorable and virtuous to do a friend a kindness, as it is unworthy and base to omit this good office when he stands in need. But it is an eminent piece of humanity, and a manifest token of nature truly generous, to put up with the affronts of an enemy, when you have a fair opportunity to revenge them. For if anyone sympathizes with his enemy in his affliction, relieves him in his necessities, and is ready to assist his sons and family if they desire it, anyone that will not love this man for his compassion and highly commend him for his charity must have a black heart made of adamant or iron, as Pindar says. When Caesar made an edict that the statues of Pompey, which were tumbled down, should be rebuilt and restored to their former beauty and magnificence, Tully tells him that by setting up again Pompey's statues, he has erected one for himself, an everlasting monument of praise and honor to after ages. So that we must give to every one his due, to an enemy such respect and honor as he truly deserves. Thus a man that praises his enemy for his real deserts shall himself obtain the more honor by it. And whenever he shall correct or censure him, he will be credited in what he does, because everyone will believe that he does it out of a dislike and just abhorrence of his vice, and not of his person. By this practice we shall be brought at length to perform the most honorable and worthy actions, for he who is wont to praise and speak the best things of his enemies will never repine at the prosperity or success of his friends and acquaintance. He is never troubled, but rather rejoices when they thrive and are happy. And what virtue can any man exercise that will be more profitable and delightful to him than this, which takes away from him the bitterness of malice, and doth not only break the teeth of envy, but by teaching him to rejoice at another man's felicity, doth double his own enjoyment and satisfaction? As in war, many things, although they are bad and evil in themselves, yet have become necessary, and by long custom and prescription have obtained the validity of a law, so that it is not easy to root them out, even by those who thereby suffer much harm. Just so doth enmity usher in the mind a long train of vices, meager envy coupled with grim hatred, restless jealousy and suspicion, unnatural joy at other men's miseries, and a long remembrance of injuries. Fraud, deceit, and snares, joined to these forces of wickedness, work infinite mischief in the world, yet they appear as no evils at all when they are exerted against an enemy. By this means they make a deep entrance into the mind, they get fast hold of it, and are hardly shaken off, so that, unless we forbear the practice of these ill qualities towards our enemies, they will by frequent acts become so habitual to us that we shall be apt to make use of them to the manifest wrong and injury of our friends. Wherefore, if Pythagoras was highly esteemed for instructing his disciples to avoid all manner of cruelty against beasts themselves, so that he himself would redeem them out of their captivity in either the fowler's or the fisherman's net, and forbade his followers to kill any creature, it is surely much better and more manly in our differences with men to show ourselves generous, just, and detesters of all falsehood, and to moderate and correct all base, unworthy, and hurtful passions, that in all our conversation with our friends we may be open-hearted, and that we may not seek to overreach or deceive others in any of our dealings. For Scaurus was a professed enemy and open accuser of Domitius, whereupon a treacherous servant of Domitius comes to Scaurus before the cause was to be heard, and tells him that he has a secret to communicate to him in relation to the present suit, which he knows not of, and which may be very advantageous on his side. Yet Scaurus would not permit him to speak a word, but apprehended him, and sent him back to his master. And when Cato was prosecuting Murena for bribery, and was collecting evidence to support his charge, he was accompanied, according to custom, by certain persons in the interest of the defendant, who watched his transactions. These often asked him in the morning whether he intended on that day to collect evidence or make other preparation for the trial. And so soon as he told them he should not, they put such trust in him that they went their way. This was a plain demonstration of the extraordinary deference and honor they paid to Cato. But a far greater testimony, and one surpassing all the rest, is it to prove that if we accustom ourselves to deal justly and uprightly with our enemies, then we shall not fail to behave ourselves so towards our friends. Simonides was wont to say that there was no lark without its crest. So the disposition of men is naturally pregnant with strife, suspicion, and envy, which last, as Pindar observes, is the companion of empty-brained men. Therefore no man can do anything that will tend more to his own profit and the preservation of his peace than utterly to purge out of his mind these corrupt affections, and cast them off as the very sink of all iniquity, that they may create no more mischief between him and his friends. This Onomademus, a judicious and wise man, understood well, who, when he was of the prevailing side in the civil commotion at Chios, gave this counsel to his friends, that they should not quite destroy or drive away those of the adverse party, but let some abide there, for fear they should begin to fall out among themselves as soon as their enemies were all out of the way. Therefore, if these uneasy dispositions of the mind be spent and consumed upon enemies, they would never molest or disquiet our friends. Neither doth Hesiod approve of one potter or one singer's envying another, or that a neighbor or relation or brother should resent it ill that another prospers and is successful in the world. But if there be no other way whereby we may be delivered from emulation, envy, or contention, we may suffer our minds to vent these passions upon the prosperity of our enemies, and whet the edge and sharpen the point of our anger upon them. For as gardeners that have knowledge and experience in plants expect their roses and violets should grow the better by being set near leeks and onions, because all the sour juices of the earth are conveyed into these, so an enemy, by attracting to himself our vicious and peevish qualities, may render us less humorsome and more candid and ingenuous to our friends that are in a better or more happy state than ourselves. Wherefore let us enter the lists with our enemies, and contend with them for true glory, lawful empire, and just gain. Let us not so much debase ourselves as to be troubled and fret at any possessions they enjoy more than we have. Let us rather carefully observe those good qualities wherein our enemies excel us, so that by these motives we may be excited to outdo them in honest diligence, indefatigable industry, prudent caution, and exemplary sobriety. As Themistocles complained, that the victory Miltiades got at Marathon would not let him sleep. But whosoever views his adversary exalted far above him in dignities, in pleading of great causes, in administration of state affairs, or in favor and friendship with princes, and doth not put forth all his strength and power to get before him in these things, this man commonly pines away, and by degrees sinks into the sloth and misery of an envious and inactive life. And we may observe that envy and hatred do raise such clouds in the understanding, that a man shall not be able to pass a right judgment concerning things which he hates. But whosoever with an impartial eye beholds, and with a sincere mind judges, the life and manners, discourses, and actions of his enemy, will soon understand that many of those things that raise his envy were gotten by honest care, a discreet providence, and virtuous deeds. Thus the love of honorable and brave actions may be kindled and advanced in him, and an idle and lazy course of life may be contemned and forsaken. But if our enemies arrive at high places in the courts of princes by flattery or frauds, by bribery or gifts, we should not be troubled at it, but should rather be pleased in comparing our undisguised and honest way of living with theirs, which is quite contrary. For Plato, who was a competent judge, was of opinion that virtue was a more valuable treasure than all the riches above the earth or all the mines beneath it. And we ought evermore to have in readiness this saying of Solon, "But we will not give up our virtue in exchange for their wealth." So will we never give up our virtue for the applause of crowded theatres, which may be won by a feast, nor for the loftiest seats among eunuchs, concubines, and royal satraps. For nothing that is worth anyone's appetite, nothing that is handsome or becoming a man, can proceed from that which is in itself evil and base. But, as Plato repeats once and again, the lover cannot see the faults of the thing or person that he loves, and we apprehend soonest what our enemies do amiss. Therefore we must let neither our joy at their miscarriages, nor our sorrow at their successes be idle and useless to ourselves, but we are bound to consider in both respects how we may render ourselves better than they are, by avoiding what is faulty and vicious in them, and how we may not prove worse than they, if we imitate them in what they do excel. End of section 21.
Section 22 of The Morals, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Morals, Volume 1, by Plutarch. Translated by several hands, corrected and revised by William W. Goodwin. Consolation to Apollonius, Part 1. As soon, Apollonius, as I heard the news of the untimely death of your son, who was very dear to us all, I fell sick of the same grief with you, and shared your misfortune with all the tenderness of sympathy. For he was a sweet and modest young man, devout towards the gods, obedient to his parents, and obliging to his friends, indeed, doing all things that were just. But when the tears of his funeral were scarcely dry, I thought it a time very improper to call upon you and put you in mind that you should bear this accident like a man. For when this unexpected affliction made you languish both in body and mind, I considered then that compassion was more seasonable than advice. For the most skilful physicians do not put a sudden stop to a flux of humors, but give them time to settle, and then foment the swelling by softening and bringing it to a head with medicines outwardly applied. So now that a competent time is past, time which brings all things to maturity, since the first surprise of your calamity, I believed I should do an acceptable piece of friendship if I should now comfort you with those reasons which may lessen your grief and silence your complaints. Soft words alleviate a wounded heart, if you, in time, will mitigate the smart. Euripides hath said wisely to this purpose, our applications should suited be unto the nature of the malady. Of sorrow we should wipe the tender eyes, but the immoderate weeper should chastise. For of all the passions which move and afflict the mind of man, sorrow in its nature is the most grievous. In some they say it hath produced madness, others have contracted incurable diseases, and some out of the vehemence of it have laid violent hands upon themselves. Therefore, to be sad, even to an indisposition, for the death of a son proceeds from a principle of nature, and it is out of our power to prevent it. I dislike those who boast so much of hard and inflexible temper, which they call apathy, it being a disposition which never happens and never could be of use to us. for it would extinguish that sociable love we ought to have for one another, and which it is so necessary above all things to preserve. But to mourn excessively and to accumulate grief I do affirm to be altogether unnatural, and to result from a depraved opinion we have of things. Therefore we ought to shun it as destructive in itself, and unworthy of a virtuous man. But to be moderately affected by grief we cannot condemn. It were to be wished, saith Crantor the academic, that we could not be sick at all. But when a distemper seizeth us, it is requisite we should have sense and feeling in case any of our members be plucked or cut off. For that talked of apathy can never happen to a man without great detriment. For as now the body, so soon the very mind would be wild and savage. Therefore in such accidents it is but reasonable that they who are in their right senses should avoid both extremes, of being without any passion at all, and of having too much. For as the one argues a mind that is obstinate and fierce, so the other doth one that is soft and effeminate. He therefore hath cast up his accounts the best, who, confining himself within due bounds, hath such ascendant over his temper as to bear prosperous and adverse fortune with the same equality, whichsoever it is that happens to him in this life. He puts on those resolutions as if he were in a popular government, where magistracy is decided by lot. If it luckily falls to his share, he obeys his fortune, but if it passeth him, he doth not repine at it. So we must submit to the dispensation of human affairs, without being uneasy and querulous. Those who cannot do this want prudence and steadiness of mind to bear more happy circumstances. For amongst other things which are prettily said, this is one remarkable precept of Euripides: If fortune prove extravagantly kind, above its temper do not raise thy mind. If she disclaims thee like a jilting dame, be not dejected, but be still the same, like gold unchanged amidst the hottest flame. For it is the part of a wise and well-educated man not to be transported beyond himself with any prosperous events, and so, when the scene of fortune changeth, to observe still the comeliness and decency of his morals. For it is the business of a man that lives by rule either to prevent an evil that threatens him, or, when it is come, to qualify its malignity and make it as little as he can, or put on a masculine brave spirit, and so resolve to endure it. For there are 4 ways that prudence concerns herself about anything that is good. She is either industrious to acquire or careful to preserve, she either augments or useth it well. These are the measures of prudence, and consequently those of all other virtues, by which we ought to square ourselves in either fortune. For no man lives who always happy is. And, by Jove, you should not hinder what ought to be done, those things which in their nature ought to be. For, as amongst trees, some are very thick with fruit, and some bear none at all. Amongst living creatures, some are very prolific, and some barren. And, as in the sea there is alternate vicissitude of calms and tempests, so in human life there are many and various circumstances which distract a man into divers changes of fortune. One considering this matter hath not said much from the purpose. Think not thyself, O Atreus' son, forlorn, thou always to be happy wast not born. Even Agamemnon's self must be a shade, for thou of frail materials art made. Sorrow and joy alternately succeed, spite of thy teeth the gods have so decreed. These verses are Menander's. If thou, O Trophimus, of all mankind, uninterrupted happiness couldst find, if, when thy mother brought thee forth with pain, didst this condition of thy life obtain, that only prosperous gales thy sails should fill, and all things happen according to thy will, if any of the gods did so engage, such usage justly might provoke thy rage. Matter for smart resentment might afford, for the false deity did break his word. But if thou unaccepted sawest the light, without a promise of the least delight, I say to thee, gravely in tragic style, thou ought to be more patient all the while. In short, and to say more there's no one can, which is a name of frailty, thou'rt a man. A creature more rejoicing is not found, none more dejected creeps upon the ground. Though weak, yet he in politics refines, involves himself in intricate designs. With nauseous business he himself doth cloy, and so the pleasure of his life destroy. In great pursuits thou never hast been crossed, no disappointments have thy projects lost. Nay, such hath been the mildness of thy fate, hast no misfortune had of any rate. If fortune is at any time severe, serene and undisturbed thou must appear. But though this be the state of all sublunary things, yet such is the extravagant pride and folly of some men, that if they are raised above the common by the greatness of their riches or functions of magistracy, or if they arrive to any eminent charge in the commonwealth, they presently swell with the titles of their honor, and threaten an insult over their inferiors, never considering what a treacherous goddess Fortune is, and how easy a revolution it is for things that are uppermost to be thrown down from their height, and for humble things to be exalted, and that these changes of fortune are performed quickly and in the swiftest moments of time. To seek for any certainty, therefore, in that which is uncertain, is the part of those who judge not aright of things. Like to a wheel that constantly goes round, one part is up, whilst others on the ground. But the most sovereign remedy against sorrow is our reason, and out of this arsenal we may arm ourselves with defense against all the casualties of life. For everyone ought to lay down this as a maxim, that not only is he himself mortal in his nature, but life itself decays, and things are easily changed into quite the contrary to what they are, for our bodies are made up of perishing ingredients. Our fortunes and our passions too are subject to the same mortality. Indeed, all things in this world are in perpetual flux, which no man can avoid with all his care. It is an expression of Pindar that we are held to the dark bottom of hell by necessities as hard as iron. And Euripides says, "No worldly wealth is firm and sure, but for a day it doth endure." And also, "From small beginnings our misfortunes grow, and little rubs our feet do overthrow. A single day is able down to cast some things from height, and others raise as fast." Demetrius Phalereus affirms that this was truly said, but that the poet had been more in the right if, for a single day, he had put only a moment of time. For earthly fruits and mortal men's estate turn round about in one and selfsame rate. Some live, wax strong, and prosper day by day, while others are cast down and fade away. And Pindar hath it in another place, "What are we? What are we not? Man is but a shadow's dream. He used an artificial and very perspicuous hyperbole to draw human life in its genuine colors. For what is weaker than a shadow? Or what words can be found out whereby to express a shadow's dream? Crantor hath something consonant to this, when, condoling Hippocles upon the loss of his children, he speaks after this manner: These are the things which all the old philosophers talk of and have instructed us in, which, though we do not agree to in every particular, yet this hath too sharp a truth in it, that our life is painful and full of difficulties. And if it doth not labor with them in its own nature, yet we ourselves have infected it with that corruption. For the inconstancy of fortune joined us at the beginning of our journey, and hath accompanied us ever since, so that it can produce nothing that is sound or comfortable unto us. And the bitter potion was mingled for us as soon as we were born. For the principles of our nature being mortal is the cause that our judgment is depraved, that diseases, cares, and all those fatal inconveniences afflict mankind. But what need of this digression? Only that we may be made sensible that it is no unusual thing if a man be unfortunate, but we are all subject to the same calamity. For as Theophrastus saith, Fortune surpriseth us unawares, robs us of those things we have got by the sweat of our industry, and spoils the gaudy appearance of a prosperous condition. And this she doth when she pleaseth, not being stinted to any periods of time. These and things of the like nature it is easy for a man to ponder with himself, and to hearken to the sayings of ancient and wise men, among whom divine Homer is the chief, who sung after this manner: Of all that breathes or grovelling creeps on earth, most man is vain, calamitous by birth. Today with power elate in strength he blooms, the haughty creature on that power presumes. Anon from heaven a sad reverse he feels, untaught to bear, 'gainst heaven the wretch rebels. For man is changeful, as his bliss or woe, too high when prosperous, when distressed too low. And in another place, What or from whence I am, or who my sire, replied the chief, can Tydeus' son inquire? Like leaves on trees the race of man is found, now green in youth, now withering on the ground. Another race the following spring supplies, they fall successive, and successive rise. So generations in their course decay, so flourish these, when those are passed away. How prettily he managed this image of human life appears from what he has said in another place. For what is man? Calamitous by birth, they owe their life and nourishment to earth. Like yearly leaves that now with beauty crowned smile on the sun, now wither on the ground. When Pausanias, the king of Sparta, was frequently bragging of his performances, and bidding Simonides, the lyric poet, in raillery to give him some wise precept, he, knowing the vainglory of him that spoke, admonished him to remember that he was a man. Philip, the king of Macedon, when he had received 3 dispatches of good news at the same time, of which the first was that his chariots had won the victory in the Olympic games, the second that his general Parmenio had overcome the Dardanians in fight, and the third that his wife Olympias had brought him forth an heir, lifting up his eyes to heaven, he passionately cried out, Propitious demon, let the affliction be moderate by which thou intendest to be even with me for this complicated happiness. Theramenes, one of the 30 tyrants of Athens, when he alone was preserved from the ruins of a house that fell upon the rest of his friends as they were sitting at supper, and all came about him to congratulate him on his escape, broke out in an emphatical accent, "Fortune, for what calamity dost thou reserve me?" And not long after, by the command of his fellow tyrants, he was tormented to death. But Homer seems to indicate a particular praise to himself, when he brings in Achilles speaking thus to Priam, who was come forth to ransom the body of Hector. Rise then, let reason mitigate our care. To mourn avails not, man is born to bear. Such is, alas, the gods' severe decree. They, only they, are blessed and only free. 2 urns by Jove's high throne have ever stood, the source of evil one, and one of good. From thence the cup of mortal man he fills, blessings to these distributes ills. To most he mingles both. The wretch decreed to taste the bad unmixed is cursed indeed. Pursued by wrongs, by meagre famine driven, he wanders, outcast both of earth and heaven. Hesiod, who was the next to Homer both in respect of time and reputation, and who professed to be a disciple of the Muses, fancied that all evils were shut up in a box, and that Pandora, opening it, scattered all sorts of mischiefs through both the earth and seas. The cover of the box she did remove, and to fly out the crowding mischief strove. But slender hope upon the brims did stay, ready to vanish into air away. She with retrieve the haggard in did put, and on the prisoner closed the box did shut. But plagues innumerable abroad did fly, infecting all the earth, the seas, and sky. Diseases now with silent feet do creep, torment us waking, and afflict our sleep. These midnight evils steal without a noise, for Jupiter deprived them of their voice. After these the comedian, talking of those who bear afflictions uneasily, speaks consonantly to this purpose. If we in wet complaints could quench our grief, at any rate we'd purchase our relief. With proffered gold would bribe off all our fears, and make our eyes distil in precious tears. But the gods mind not mortals here below, nor the least thought on our affairs bestow, but with an unregarding air pass by, whether our cheeks be moist or whether dry. Unhappiness is always sorrow's root, and tears do hang from them like crystal fruit. And Dictys comforts Danae, who was bitterly taking on after this manner. Dost think that thy repinings move the grave, or from its jaws thy dying son can save? If thou wouldst lessen it, thy grief compare. Consider how unhappy others are, how many bonds of slavery do hold, how many of their children robbed grow old, how sudden fate throws off the usurped crown, and in the dirt doth tread the tyrant down. Let this with deep impression in thee sink, and on these revolutions often think. He bids her consider the condition of those who have suffered equal or greater afflictions, and by such a parallel to comfort up her own distempered mind. And here that opinion of Socrates comes in very pertinently, who thought that if all our misfortunes were laid in one common heap, whence every one must take an equal portion, most people would be contented to take their own and depart. After this manner Antimachus the poet allayed his grief when he lost his wife, Lyde, whom he tenderly loved. For he writ an elegy upon her, which he called by her own name, and in it he numbered up all the calamities which have befallen great men, and so by the remembrance of other men's sorrows he assuaged his own. By this it may appear, that he who comforts another who is macerating himself with grief, and demonstrates to him, by reckoning up their several misfortunes, that he suffers nothing but what is common to him with other men, takes the surest way to lessen the opinion he had of his condition, and brings him to believe that it is not altogether so bad as he took it to be. Aeschylus also doth justly reprimand those who think death to be an evil, declaring after this manner: Some as a thing injurious death do fly, but of all mischiefs 'tis the remedy. And he who spoke thus very nicely imitated him. Come, with impatience I expect thee, Death, and stop with thy obliging hand my breath. To thee as a physician all resort, and we through tempests sail into thy port. And it is great to speak this sentence with courage. Where is the slave who never fears to die? Or this: And shadows never scare me, thanks to hell. But what is it at length in death that is so grievous and troublesome? For I know not how it comes to pass that, when it is so familiar and as it were related to us, it should seem so terrible. How can it be rational to wonder, if that cleaves asunder which is divisible, if that melts whose nature is liquefaction, if that burns which is combustible, and so, by a parity of reason, if that perisheth which by nature is perishable? For when is it that death is not in us? For as Heraclitus saith, it is the same thing to be dead and alive, asleep and awake, a young man and decrepit, for these alternately are changed one into another. For as a potter can form the shape of an animal out of his clay, and then as easily deface it, and can repeat this backwards and forwards as often as he pleaseth, so nature too out of the same materials fashioned first our grandfathers, next our fathers, then us, and in process of time will engender others, and again others upon these. For as the flood of our generation glides on without any intermission and will never stop, so in the other direction the stream of our corruption flows eternally on, whether it be called Acheron or Cocytus by the poets. So that the same cause which first showed us the light of the sun carries us down to infernal darkness. And in my mind the air which encompasseth us seems to be a lively image of the thing, for it brings on the vicissitudes of night and day, life and death, sleeping and waking. For this cause it is that life is called a fatal debt, which our fathers contracted and we are bound to pay, which is to be done calmly and without any complaint when the creditor demands it. And by this means we shall show ourselves men of sedate passions. And I believe nature, knowing the confusion and shortness of our life, hath industriously concealed the end of it from us, this making for our advantage. For if we were sensible of it beforehand, some would pine away with untimely sorrow, and would die before their death came. For she saw the woes of this life, and with what a torrent of cares it is overflowed, which, if thou didst undertake to number, thou wouldst grow angry with it, and confirm that opinion which hath a vogue amongst some, that death is more desirable than life. Simonides hath glossed upon it after this manner: Our time is of a short and tender length. Cares we have many, and but little strength. Labors in crowds push one another on, and cruel destiny we cannot shun. The casting of these lots is very just, for good and bad lie in one common dust. Pindar hath it so. The gods unequal have us mortals vexed, for to one good 2 evils are annexed. They pay a single joy with double care, and fools such dispensations cannot bear. Sophocles so. Why at a mortal's death dost thou complain? Thou knowest not what may be his future gain. And Euripides so. Dost thou not know the state of human things? A faithful monitor thy instruction brings. Inevitable death hangs o'er our head, and threatens falling by a doubtful thread. There's no man can be certain overnight, if he shall live to see tomorrow's light. Life without any interruption flows, and the results of fate there's no man knows. If then the condition of human life is such as they speak of, why do we not rather applaud their good fortunes, who are freed from the drudgery of it, than pity and deplore them, as some men's folly prompts them to do? End of section 22. Recording by Lucretia B. Section 23 of The Morals, Volume 1. This is the LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Morals, Volume 1, by Plutarch. Translated by several hands, corrected and revised by William W. Goodwin. Consolation to Apollonius, Part 2. Socrates said that death was like either to a very deep sleep, or to a journey taken a great way and for a long time, or else to the utter extinction of soul and body. And if we examine each of these comparisons, he said, we shall find that death is not an evil upon any account. For if death is sleep, and no hurt happens to those who are in that innocent condition, it is manifest that neither are the dead ill dealt with. To what purpose should I talk of that which is so tritely known amongst all, that the most profound sleep is always the sweetest? Homer particularly attests it. His senses all becalmed, he drew his breath, his sleep was sound, and quiet like to death. And in many places he saith thus, she met death's brother, sleep. And again, twin brothers, sleep and death, thereby representing the similitude, as it were, to the sight, for twins especially indicate similarity. And in another place he saith, death is brazen sleep, thereby intimating to us that it is insensible. Neither hath he spoken much amiss who calls sleep the lesser mysteries of death, for sleep is really the first initiation into the mysteries of death. Diogenes the Cynic, when a little before his death he fell into a slumber, and his physician rousing him out of it asked him whether anything ailed him, wisely answered, nothing, sir, only one brother anticipates another, sleep before death. If death be like a journey, neither upon this account is it an evil, but rather the contrary. For certainly it is the emphasis of happiness to be freed from the encumbrances of the flesh, and all those troublesome passions which attend it, which serve only to darken the understanding, and overspread it with all the folly that is incident to human nature. The very body, saith Plato, procures us infinite disquiet only to supply its daily necessities with food. But if any diseases are coincident, they hinder our contemplations, and stop us in our researches after truth. Besides, it distracts us with irregular desires, fears, and vain amours, setting before us so many fantastic images of things, that the common saying is here most true, that on account of the body we can never become wise. For wars, popular seditions, and shedding of blood by the sword are owing to no other original than this care of the body, and gratifying its licentious appetites. For we fight only to get riches, and these we acquire only to please the body, so that those who are thus employed have not leisure to be philosophers. And after all, when we have retrieved an interval of time to seek after truth, the body officiously interrupts us, is so troublesome and importune, that we can by no means discern its nature. Therefore it is evident that, if we will clearly know anything, we must divest ourselves of the body, and behold things as they are in themselves with the mind itself, that at last we may attain what we so much desire, and what we do profess ourselves the most partial admirers of, which is wisdom. And this we cannot consummately enjoy till after death, as reason teacheth us. For if so be that we can understand nothing clearly as long as we are clogged with flesh, one of these things must needs be, either that we shall never arrive at that knowledge at all, or only when we die. For then the soul will exist by itself, separate from the body. And whilst we are in this life, we shall make the nearest advances towards it, if we have no more to do with the body than what decency and necessity require, if we break off all commerce with it, and keep ourselves pure from its contagion, till God shall give us a final release, and then, being pure and freed from all its follies, we shall converse, it is likely, with intelligences as pure as ourselves, with our unaided vision beholding perfect purity. And this is truth itself. For it is not fit that what is pure should be apprehended by what is impure. Therefore, if death only transports us to another place, it is not to be looked upon as an evil, but rather as an exceeding good, as Plato hath demonstrated. The words of Socrates to his judges seem to me to be spoken even with inspiration. To fear death, gentlemen, is nothing else than to counterfeit the being wise, when we are not so. For he that fears death pretends to know what he is ignorant of. For no man is certain whether death be not the greatest good that can befall a man, but they positively dread it, as if they were sure it was the greatest of evils. Agreeably to this, said one after this manner: Let no man fear what doth his labours end. And death sets us free even from the greatest evils. The gods themselves bear witness to the truth of this, for many have obtained death as a gratuity from them. The less famous instances I will pass by, that I may not be prolix, and only mention those who are the most celebrated and in all men's mouths. And in the first place, I will relate what befell Biton and Cleobis, 2 young men of Argos. They report that their mother, being the priestess of Juno, and the time being come that she was to go up to the temple to perform the rites of the goddess, and those whose office it was to draw her chariot, tarrying longer than usual, these 2 young men harnessed themselves and took it up, and so carried their mother to the temple. She, being extremely taken with the piety of her sons, petitioned the goddess that she would bestow upon them the best present that could be given to men. Accordingly, she cast them into that deep sleep out of which they never awoke, taking this way to recompense their filial zeal with death. Pindar writes of Agamades and Trophonius, that after they had built a temple at Delphi, they requested of Apollo a reward for their work. It was answered them that they should have it within 7 days, but in the meanwhile they were commanded to live freely and indulge their genius. Accordingly they obeyed the dictate, and the 7th night they died in their beds. It is said also of Pindar, that when the deputies of the Boeotians were sent to consult the oracle, he desired them to inquire of it which was the best thing amongst men, and that the priestess of the tripod gave them this answer, that he could not be ignorant of it, if he was the author of those writings concerning Agamades and Trophonius, but if he desired personally to know, it should in a little time be made manifest to him. And that Pindar, hearing this, prepared himself for the stroke of fate, and died in a short time after. Of Euthynes, the Italian, there is this memorable story, that he died suddenly, without anybody's knowing the cause of his death. His father was Lysias, the Tyrrhenian, who was a man of the first condition for his estate and virtue, being rich and honorable, and this being his only son and heir to all his fortune, which was very great, he had a strong jealousy upon him that he was poisoned, and not knowing how he should come to the information of it, he went into the vault where they invoke the dead, and after having offered sacrifice, as it is enjoined by the law, he slept in the place. When all things were in a midnight silence, he had this vision. His father appeared to him, to whom, after having related his lamentable misfortune, he earnestly desired the ghost that he would assist him in finding out the cause. He answered that he was come on purpose to do it. But first, saith he, receive from this one what he hath brought thee, and thereby thou wilt understand the reason of all thy sorrow. The person that the father meant was very like to Euthynes both for years and stature, and the question being put to him who he was, he answered, I am the genius of thy son, and at the same time he reached out a book to him, which he opened, and found these verses written therein. 'Tis ignorance makes wretched men to err. Fate did to happiness thy son prefer. By destined death Euthynes seized, we see, so 'twas the better both for him and thee. These are the stories which the ancients tell us. But lastly, if death be the entire dissipation of soul and body, which was the third part of Socrates's comparison, even then it cannot be an evil. For this would produce a privation of sense, and consequently a complete freedom from all solicitude and care. And if no good, so no evil would befall us. For good and evil alike must by nature inhere in that which has existence and essence. But to that which is nothing, and wholly abolished out of the nature of things, neither of the two can belong. Therefore, when men die, they return to the same condition they were in before they were born. For as, before we came into the world, we were neither sensible of good nor afflicted with evil, so it will be when we leave it. And as those things which preceded our birth did not concern us, so neither will those things which are subsequent to our death. The dead secure from sorrow safe do lie, 'tis the same thing not to be born and die. For it is the same state of existence after death as it was before we were born. unless perhaps you will make a difference between having no being at all and the utter extinction of it, after the same manner that you make a distinction between an house and a garment after they are ruined and worn out, and at the time before the one was built and the other made. And if in this case there is no difference, it is plain that there is none between the state before we were born and that after we are dead. It is elegantly said by Arcesilaus that death, which is called an evil, hath this peculiarly distinct from all that are thought so, that when it is present it gives us no disturbance, but when remote and in expectation only, it is then that it afflicts us. And indeed, many out of the poorness of their spirit, having entertained most injurious opinions of it, have died even to prevent death. Epicharmus hath said excellently to this purpose, "It was united, it is now dissolved, it returns back whence it came, earth to earth, the spirit to regions above. What in all this is grievous? Nothing at all. But that which Cresphontes in Euripides saith of Hercules, for if he dwells below, beneath the earth, with those whose life is gone, his strength is naught," I would have changed into these words, "For if he dwells below, beneath the earth, with those whose life is gone, his woes are o'er." This laconic, too, is very noble. Others before and after us will be, whose age we're not permitted e'er to see. And again, "These neither did live handsomely nor die, though both should have been done with decency." But Euripides has spoken incomparably well of those who labor under daily indispositions. "I hate the man who studies to defeat the power of death with artificial meat, to baffle and prevent his fate does think, and lengthens out his life with magic drink. Whereas, when he a burden doth become, then he should die because he's troublesome. Old age in modesty should then give place, and so make way unto a brisker race." But Merope moved the passion of the theatre with these masculine expressions: "My sons by death are ravished from my side, and I'm a widow who was once a bride. I am not thus selected to be crossed, others their sons and husbands too have lost." And we may not incongruously add these: "What is become of that magnificence? Where is King Croesus with his opulence? Or where is Xerxes with his mighty pride, who with a bridge did curb the raging tide? Inhabitants of darkness they became, and now are living only in their fame. Their riches have perished with their bodies." Yes, we may say, but an untimely death from many doth extort groans and passionate complaints. But the way to dry up these sorrows is so expedite and easy, that every vulgar poet hath prescribed it. Consider what consolation a comedian puts in the mouth of one who comforts another upon so sad an occasion: "If this with certainty thou couldst have known, that fortune always would have kindness shown, that nothing but what's good would him befall, his death thou justly mightst untimely call. But if calamities were imminent, and death the fatal mischief did prevent, to give to things the character that's due, death was the most obliging of the two. It therefore being uncertain whether it was for his advantage that he departed this life, and was freed from all the miseries that attend it, we had thereby lost all that we fancied we could enjoy in him whilst he was living. And Amphiaraus, in the poet, doth not do amiss when he consoles the mother of our Chimerus, who was even sick with grief for the untimely death of her infant son. He speaks: "There is no man whom sorrow doth not seize. Our children die while others we beget. At last we die ourselves, and mortals grieve as they give dust to dust, but human life must needs be reaped like a full crop of corn. One man must live, another die. Why weep for this, which by necessity must be? There is no hardship in necessity." In general, everyone should meditate seriously with himself, and have the concurrence of other men's opinions with his own, that it is not the longest life which is the best, but that which is the most virtuous. For that musician is not to be commended who plays upon variety of instruments, nor that orator that makes multiplicity of speeches, nor the pilot that conducts many ships, but he of each faculty that doth one of them well. For the beauty of a thing doth not consist in length of time, but in the virtue and seasonable moderation wherewith it is transacted. This is that which is called happy and grateful to the gods. And for this reason it is that poets celebrate those who have died before they have become old, and propose them for examples, as the most excellent men and of divine extraction, as him, for instance, beloved by Jove, and him who gilds the skies, yet short his date of life. And we see in everything that preference is not given so much to age as to maturity. For amongst trees and plants, those are accounted the most generous which bring forth abundance of fruit, and that early ripe. And amongst living creatures too, those are the most valued which supply us with the accommodations of life in a short time. Besides, if we compare the space of our life with eternity, we shall find no difference betwixt long and short. For according to Simonides, thousands and millions of years are but as a point to what is infinite, or rather the smallest part of that point. They report that about Pontus there are some creatures of such an extempore being that the whole term of their life is confined within the space of a day, for they are brought forth in the morning, are in the prime of their existence at noon, grow old at night, and then die. Dost thou not think that if these had the soul and reason of a man, they would be so affected, and that things would happen to them after the same manner as to us? That those who died before the meridian would be lamented with tears and groans, and that we should call them happy who lived their day out? For the measure of a man's life is the well spending of it, and not the length. But such exclamations as this, "The young man ought not to be taken off so abruptly in the vigor of his years," are very frivolous, and proceed from a great weakness of mind. For who is it that can say what a thing ought to be? But things have been, are, and will be done, which somebody or other will say ought not to be done. But we do not come into this life to be dogmatical and prescribe to it, but we must obey the dictates of the gods who govern the world, and submit to the establishments of fate and providence. But when they mourn over those who die so untimely, do they do it upon their own account, or upon that of the deceased? If upon their own, because they have lost that pleasure they thought they should have enjoyed in them, or are deprived of that profit they expected, or that relief they flattered themselves they should receive from them in their old age, then self-love and personal interest prescribe the measures of their sorrow, so that upon the result they do not love the dead so much as themselves and their own interest. But if they lament upon the account of the deceased, that is a grief easily to be shaken off, if they only consider that by their very death they will be out of the sphere of any evil that can reach them, and believe the wise and ancient saying, that we should always augment what is good and extenuate the evil. Therefore, if grief is a good thing, let us enlarge and make it as great as we can. But if it is numbered amongst the evils, as in truth it ought to be, let us endeavor all we can to suppress it, make it as inconsiderable as we can, and at last utterly efface it. How easy this is to be done, I will make appear by an illustrious example of consolation. They say that an ancient philosopher came to the Queen Arsinoe, who was then sorrowful for the death of her son, and discoursed her after this manner. At the time that Jupiter distributed honors amongst his under deities, it happened that Grief was absent. But he came at last when all the dignities were disposed of, and then desired that he might have some share in the promotions. Jupiter, having no better vacancies left, bestowed upon him sorrow and funeral tears. He made this inference from the story. Therefore, saith he, as other demons love and frequent those who give them hospitable reception, so sadness will never come near you if you do not give it encouragement. But if you caress it with those particular honors which it challengeth as its due, which are sighs and tears, it will have an unlucky affection for you, and will always supply you with fresh occasion that the observance may be continued. By this plausible speech he seems in a wonderful manner to have buoyed this great woman out of her tears, and to have made her cast off her veil. In short, I would ask the mourner whether he designs to put an end to his grief, or to allow the anguish to have the same duration with his life. If this thou hast resolved, I must say thou hast cut out for thyself the most bitter infelicity in the world, and all through the stupidity and softness of thy mind. But if thou wilt ever make a change, why dost thou not make it now, and so free thyself from misery? Apply now the same reasons thou must use a great while hence, to unburden thy mind and ease thy afflictions. And as in bodily distempers the quickest remedy is the best, so bestow the advantage thou must otherwise allow to time upon reason and instruction, and so cease to be unhappy. But it is objected, the calamity was sudden, and I did not expect it. But thou oughtest to have done it, and considered the vanity and uncertainty of human affairs, that thy enemies might not have come suddenly upon thee, and taken thee unawares. Theseus in Euripides seems to be excellently well prepared for events of this nature, for he saith thus: This wholesome precept from the wise I learn, to think of misery without concern. My meditating thoughts are always spent either on death or else on banishment. Foresight of evils doth employ my mind, that me without defence they may not find. And though in ambuscade the mischief lies, kill me it may, but shall not me surprise. But those who are of a degenerate and thoughtless spirit never apply their mind to anything that is either useful or becoming, but they grow exorbitant in their sorrows, and afflict the innocent body, making it sick for company, as Achaeus expresseth it. Therefore Plato doth rightly instruct us to acquiesce in cases of this nature, when it is not manifest whether they be good or evil, and when we get nothing by being uneasy under them. For grief is the greatest obstacle to deliberation as to what is best to be done. Therefore he commands us, as in the casting of dice, to accommodate ourselves to what befalls us, in the way which reason shows us to be best. And when anything ails us, not to imitate the folly of children, who presently cry out and clap their hands to the place affected, but to accustom our minds to seek at once for remedies which may restore the part that is diseased to its first tone of health, making lamentation give place to the healing art. He that instituted laws for the Lycians commanded the citizens that when they mourned they should put on women's apparel, intimating thereby that sorrow was an effeminate thing, and therefore was not fit for men of temper and liberal education. For it is indeed a weak and unmanly passion, and women are more subject to it than men, the barbarians more than the Greeks, and the dregs of mankind more than the refined part of them. And even amongst the barbarians, the brave-spirited Celts and Gauls have not a propensity to it, or any that have generous sentiments. But the Egyptians, the Syrians, and the Lydians, and those who resemble them in the softness of their disposition. They report that some of these will hide themselves in retirements underground, and refuse to behold that sun of which their lamented friend is deprived. Ion, the tragedian, who heard something of this extravagance, introduceth a person speaking after this manner: Your blooming children's nurse, I have come forth a suppliant from the caves where I have mourned. Some of these barbarians have deformed their bodies by cutting off their noses, ears, and other parts of themselves, thinking to gratify the dead by these mutilations, when in doing so they deviated excessively from that moderation which nature prescribes us. And, by Jove, we meet with some persons who affirm that the death of every one is not to be lamented, but only of those who die untimely. For they have not tasted of those things which we call enjoyments in the world, as a nuptial bed, proficiency in learning, the coming up to an height in anything, the honor of magistracy and charges in the government. It is for the sake of these things that we condole with those who lose friends by untimely death, because they were frustrated of their hopes. But in the meanwhile we are ignorant that a sudden death doth not at all differ from any other, considering the condition of human nature. For as when a journey is enjoined into a remote country, and there is a necessity for every one to undertake it, and none hath liberty to refuse, though some go before and others follow, yet all must arrive at the same stage at last. So, when we all lie under an obligation of discharging the same debt, it is not material whether we pay sooner or later. But if any one's death may be called untimely, and consequently an evil, that appellation suits only with that of children or infants, and especially of those who are newly born. But this we bear steadfastly and with patience. But when those that are grown up die, we take on heavily, because we fondly hoped that when their years were full blown, they would then have an uninterrupted state of health. Now if the age of man were limited to the space of 20 years, we should not think that he who had arrived to 15 died an untimely death, but that he had filled up a just measure of living. But one that had attained 20, or at least had approached very near it, we should applaud for his good fortune, as if he had enjoyed the most happy and perfect life in the world. So if life were prolonged to 200 years as its fixed period, and any one died at 100, we should howl over him as if he had been hastily cut off. It is manifest then, by what hath been said now, and what hath been mentioned before, that the death we call untimely is capable of consolation. And the saying is true, that Troilus wept less than Priam, perishing as he did in his youth, while his father's kingdom flourished and his riches abounded, which Priam afterwards laments as most deplorably lost. For observe what he saith to his son Hector, when he entreats him to decline the battle he was going to fight against Achilles. Yet shun Achilles, enter yet the wall, and spare thyself, thy father, spare us all. Save thy dear life, or, if a soul so brave neglect that thought, thy dearer glory save. Pity, while yet I live, these silver hairs, while yet thy father feels the woes he bears, yet cursed with sense, a wretch whom in his rage, all trembling on the verge of helpless age, great Jove has placed, sad spectacle of pain, the bitter dregs of fortune's cup to drain, to fill with scenes of death his closing eyes, and number all his days by miseries. My hero slain, my bridal bed o'erturned, my daughters ravished, and my city burned, my bleeding infants dashed against the floor, these I have yet to see, perhaps yet more. Perhaps even I, reserved by angry fate, the last sad relic of my ruined state, dire pomp of sovereign wretchedness, must fall, and stain the pavement of my regal hall, where famished dogs, late guardians of my door, shall lick their mangled master's spattered gore. But when the Fates, in fullness of their rage, spurn the hoar head of unresisting age, in dust the reverend lineaments deform, and pour to dogs the life-blood scarcely warm, this is misery, the last, the worst that man can feel, man fated to be cursed. He said, and acting what no words can say, rent from his head the silver locks away. With him the mournful mother bears a part, yet all her sorrows turn not Hector's heart. Having then so many examples of this kind before thine eyes, thou oughtest to make thyself sensible that not a few have been saved by death from those calamities they would certainly have fallen into had they lived longer. Contenting myself with those I have related already, I will omit the rest, that I may not seem tedious. And these are sufficient to show that we ought not to abandon ourselves to violent sorrow beyond temper and the bounds of nature. End of section 23. Recording by Lucretia B. Section 24 of The Morals, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Morals, Volume 1, by Plutarch. Translated by several hands, corrected and revised by William W. Goodwin. Consolation to Apollonius, Part 3. Crantor saith, to be innocent is the greatest comfort in afflictions. I assent to him, and affirm that it is the noblest remedy. Besides, the indication of our love to the deceased consists not in grieving ourselves for him, but in paying respect to his fame by honorable remembrance. For no good man deserves elegies, but panegyrics, and we should rather celebrate his loss by an honorable remembrance than lament it, and offer up rather first fruits of joy to the gods, and not tears which sorrow extorts from us. For he who ceaseth to be amongst men becomes partaker of a divine life, is free from the servitude of the body, and all those solicitous cares which they who are embarrassed with a mortal life of necessity must undergo till they have finished the course which Providence hath marked out for them. And this life nature hath not given us as a perpetual possession, but hath clogged it with restrictions and conditions of fate. Those therefore who are the masters of their reason ought not to be transported by the death of friends beyond the limits of nature and a just moderation unto unprofitable and barbarous complaints, and so wait till that comes upon them which hath happened to many, to have their vital moisture exhausted before their tears, and to be carried to their own graves in those mourning weeds they put on for others, where their sorrow must lie buried with those evils they provoked upon themselves by their own imprudence. To whom that of Homer may be appositely applied. Whilst others they lament with weeping eyes, the darkness of the night doth them surprise. Wherefore in this case we should often thus reason with ourselves. Shall we put an end to our sorrow, or shall we grieve all the days of our life? To make it infinite is the last degree of infatuation. For we have seen those who have been in the deepest circumstances of dejection to be so mitigated by time that they have banqueted upon those tombs which before they could not endure the sight of without screeching out and beating their breasts, but which they can now dance round with music and all the postures of jollity. Therefore to be obstinate in our grief is the resolution of madness. If then thou hast purposed within thyself that it shall have an end, join this consideration with it, that time will assuage it too. For what is once done, even the Deity himself cannot unravel. Therefore that which hath happened to us beyond our hope and contrary to our opinion hath palpably shown us what is wont from the same causes to befall others. What's the result then? Cannot any discipline teach us, nor cannot we reason with ourselves, that the earth with evils doth abound, as many in the sea are found? And thus likewise, the fates have so encompassed men with ills, that even the wind can find no entrance. For many, as Crantor tells us, and those very wise men, not now but long ago have deplored the condition of human nature, esteeming life a punishment, and to be born a man the highest pitch of calamity. This, Aristotle tells us, Silenus declared when he was brought captive to Midas. I think it best to quote the expressions of the philosopher himself in his book entitled Eudemus, or of the Soul, wherein he speaks after this manner: Wherefore, thou best and happiest of mankind, if we think those blessed and happy who have departed this life, then it is not only unlawful, but even blasphemy, to speak anything that is false or contumelious of them, since they are now changed into a better and more refined nature. And this my opinion is so old, that the original and author of it is utterly unknown, but it hath been derived down to us even from eternity, so established is the truth of it. Besides, thou seest what is so familiar in men's mouths, and hath been for many years a trite expression. What is that? saith he. He answered him, It is best not to be born at all, and next to that, it is more eligible to die than to live, and this is confirmed even by divine testimony. Pertinently to this they say that Midas, after hunting, asked his captive, Silenus, somewhat urgently, what was the most desirable thing amongst men? At first he would return no answer, but was obstinately silent. At last, when Midas would not give over importuning him, he broke out into these words, though very unwillingly: Thou seed of an evil genius, and precarious offspring of hard fortune, whose life is but for a day, why dost thou compel me to tell thee those things it is better thou wert ignorant of? For those live the least disturbed, who know not their misfortunes. But for men, the best for them is not to be born at all, nor to be made partakers of the most excellent nature. Not to be is best for both sexes. This should have the first place in our choice, and the next to this is, when we are born, to die as soon as we can. It is plain, therefore, that he declared the condition of the dead to be better than that of the living. I could bring millions of examples to justify this topic, but I will not be long. We are not, therefore, to lament those who die in the bloom of their years, as if they were spoiled of things which we call enjoyments in a longer life. For it is uncertain, as we have often said, whether they are deprived of good or evil, for the evil in the world far exceeds the good. The good we obtain hardly and with anxious endeavor, but the evil easily befalls us. For they say evils are linked together, and by a mutual dependence of causes follow one another, but the good lie scattered and disjoined, and with great difficulty are brought within the compass of our life. Therefore we seem to have forgot our condition, for not only is it true, as Euripides hath it, that the things we do possess are not our own, but in general no man can claim a strict propriety in anything he hath. When gods do riches lend, it is but just that when they please we should resign our trust. We ought not, therefore, to take it amiss if they demand those things which they lent us only for a small time. For even your common brokers, unless they are unjust, will not be displeased if they are called upon to refund their pawns. And if one of them is not altogether so ready to deliver them, thou mayest say to him without any injury, Hast thou forgot that thou receivedst them upon the condition to restore them? The same parity of reason holds amongst all men. The gods have put life into our hands by a fatal necessity, and there is no prefixed time when what is so deposited will be required of us, as the brokers know not when their pawns will be demanded. If therefore any one is angry when he is dying himself, or resents the death of his children, is it not very plain that he hath forgot that he himself is a man, and that he hath begotten children as frail as himself? For a man that is in his wits cannot be ignorant that he is a mortal creature, and born to this very end, that he must die. If Niobe, as it is in the fable, had had this sentence always at hand, that she must at length die, and could not in the ever-flowering bloom of youth remain, nor loaded with children, like a fruitful tree, behold the sun's sweet light, she would never have sunk to such a degree of desperation as to desire to throw off her life to ease the burthen of her sorrow, and call upon the gods to hurry her into the utmost destruction. There are 2 sentences inscribed upon the Delphic oracle, hugely accommodated to the usages of man's life: Know thyself, and Nothing too much. And upon these all other precepts depend, and they themselves accord and harmonize with each other, and each seems to illustrate the energy of the other. For in Know thyself is included nothing too much, and so again in the latter is comprised Know thyself. And Ion hath spoken of it thus: This sentence, Know thyself, is but a word, but only Jove himself could do the thing. And thus Pindar: This sentence brief, do nothing to excess, wise men have always praised exceedingly. He therefore that hath these impressed upon his mind as the precepts of the Pythian oracle can easily conform himself to all the affairs of life, and bear them handsomely. Considering his nature, so that he is neither lifted up to arrogance upon a prosperous event, nor, when an adverse happens, is dejected into complaint through pusillanimity and that fear of death which is so congenial to us, both which proceed from the ignorance of those things which fall out in human life by necessity and fatal decree. The Pythagoreans speak handsomely to this purpose. Against those evils thou shouldest not repine, which are inflicted by the powers divine. Thus the tragedian Aeschylus, he store of wisdom and of virtue hath, whom nothing from the gods provokes to wrath. Euripides thus, he that is passive when the fates command is wise, and all the gods doth understand. In another place so, he that can bear those things which men befall, him wise and modest we may justly call. But many there are who blame all things, and whatsoever unexpectedly happens to them, they think is procured them by the malignity of fortune and the spite of some evil genius. Wherefore they are querulous, and cry out upon every occasion, inveighing against the bitterness of their mishaps. Their complaints we may not unfitly obviate with this expression: the gods do hurt thee not, but thou thyself. Even thou thyself through perverseness and want of good instruction. And by reason of this false and deceiving opinion, they accuse any kind of death. For if one die upon his travel, they exclaim after this manner: the wretch, his father being absent, dies, nor did his aged mother close his eyes. If he die in his own country, with his parents about him, they lament that he is ravished out of their hands, and hath left them nothing but regret for his loss. If he die silent, giving them no instructions at parting, they complain thus: his tender dying words I did not hear, which I in my remembrance still should bear. If he spoke anything before he breathed out his soul, they keep those last accents as fuel to maintain their sorrow still kindled. If he die a sudden death, they cry out that he is snatched away. If chronical pains waste him, they will tell you that the slow distemper hath emaciated him to death. Thus every appearance, take it which way you will, is sufficient to stir up your complaints. These things the poets have introduced, and the chiefest among them Homer, who sung after this manner: as a poor father, helpless and undone, mourns o'er the ashes of an only son, takes a sad pleasure the last bones to burn, and pours in tears ere yet they close the urn. And whether these things are justly lamented doth not yet appear, but see what he elsewhere sings: born in his elder years, his only boy, who was designed his riches to enjoy. Who knows but that the Deity, with a fatherly providence and out of tenderness to mankind, foreseeing what would happen, hath taken some purposely out of this life by an untimely death? So we should think that nothing has befallen them which they should have sought to shun. For naught that cometh by necessity is hard. Neither of those things which fall out by a precedent ratiocination or a subsequent. And many by a timely death have been withdrawn from greater calamities, so that it hath been good for some never to have been born at all, for others, that as soon as life hath been blown in, it should be extinguished, for some, that they should live a little longer, and for others again, that they should be cropped in the prime of their youth. These several sorts of deaths should be taken in good part, since fate is inevitable. Therefore it becomes men well educated to consider that those who have paid their debt to mortality have only gone before us a little time, that the longest life is but as a point in respect of eternity, and that many who have indulged their sorrow to excess have themselves followed in a small while those that they have lamented, having reaped no profit out of their complaints, but macerated themselves with voluntary afflictions. Since, then, the time of our pilgrimage in this life is but short, we ought not to consume ourselves with sordid grief, and so render ourselves unhappy by afflicting our minds and tormenting our bodies. But we should endeavor after a more manly and rational sort of life, and not associate ourselves with those who will be companions in grief, and by flattering our tears will only excite them the more, but rather with those who will diminish our grief by solemn and generous consolation. And we ought to hear and keep in our remembrance those words of Homer wherewith Hector answers Andromache, comforting her after this manner: Andromache, my soul's far better part, why with untimely sorrows heaves thy heart? No hostile hand can antedate my doom, till fate condemns me to the silent tomb. Fixed is the term to all the race of earth, and such the hard condition of our birth. No force can then resist, no flight can save, all sink alike, the fearful and the brave. Which the poet expresseth in another place thus: The thread which at his birth for him was spun. Having these things fixed in our minds, all vain and fruitless sorrow will be superseded. The time that we have all to live being but very short, we ought to spare and husband it, and not lay it out too prodigally upon sorrow, but rather spend it in tranquillity, deserting the mournful colors, and so take care of our own bodies, and consult the safety of those who live with us. It is requisite that we should call to mind what reasons we urged to our kinsmen and friends when they were in the like calamities, when we exhorted them to suffer these usual accidents of life with a common patience, and bear mortal things with humanity, lest, being prepared with instructions for other men's misfortunes, we reap no benefit ourselves out of the remembrance of those consolations, and so do not cure our minds by the sovereign application of reason. For in anything a delay is less dangerous than in sorrow, and when by every one it is so tritely said, that he that procrastinates in an affair contests with destruction, I think the character will more fitly sit upon him who defers the removing his troubles and the perturbations of his mind. We ought also to cast our eyes upon those conspicuous examples who have borne the deaths of their sons generously and with a great spirit, such as were Anaxagoras of Clazomene, Demosthenes of Athens, Dion of Syracuse, King Antigonus, and many others who have lived either in our times or in the memory of our fathers. They report of Anaxagoras that, when he was reading natural philosophy to his pupils and reasoning with them, sudden news was brought him of the death of his son. He presently stopped short in his lecture, and said this to his auditors: I knew that I begot my son mortal. And of Pericles, who was surnamed Olympius for his wisdom and the strength of his eloquence, when he heard that both his sons were dead, Paralus and Xanthippus, how he behaved himself upon this accident Protagoras tells us in these words: When his sons, saith he, being in the first verdure of their youth and handsome lads, died within 8 days, he bore the calamity without any repining. For he was of a pacific temper, from whence there was every day an accession of advantages towards the making him happy, the being free from grief, and thereby acquiring a great reputation amongst his fellow citizens. For every one that saw him bear this calamity with so brave a resolution thought him magnanimous, and indeed entertained an higher opinion of him than he strictly deserved. For he was conscious to himself of some weakness and defects in cases of this nature. Now after he had received the news of the death of his sons, he put on a garland according to the custom of his country, and, being clothed in white, he made an harangue to the people, was the author of safe and rational counsels, and stirred up the courage of his Athenians to warlike expeditions. Chronicles tell us that when an express came out of the field to Xenophon the Socratic, as he was sacrificing, which acquainted him that his son perished in the fight, he pulled the garland from his head, and inquired after what manner he fell, and it being told him that he died gallantly, making a great slaughter of his enemies, after he had paused a while to recollect his thoughts and quiet his first emotion of concern with reason, he adorned his head again, finished the sacrifice, and spoke thus to the messengers: I did not make it my request to the gods that my son might be immortal or long-lived, for it is not manifest whether this was convenient for him or not, but that he might have integrity in his principles, and be a lover of his country. And now I have my desire. Dion of Syracuse, as he was consulting with his friends concerning some affairs, heard a great noise, and crying out and asking what was the matter, he was told the accident, that his son was killed with a fall from the top of the house. He was not at all surprised or astonished at the disaster, but commanded the dead body to be delivered to the women, that they might bury it according to custom. But he went on with his first deliberations, and reassumed his discourse in that part where this accident had broken it off. It is said that Demosthenes, the orator, imitated him upon the loss of his only and dearest daughter, about which Aeschines, thinking to upbraid him, spoke after this manner: Within 7 days after the death of his daughter, before he had performed the decencies of sorrow, and paid those common rites to the memory of the deceased, he put on a garland, clothed himself in white, and sacrificed, thereby outraging decency, though he had lost his only daughter, the one which had first called him father. Thus did Aeschines, with the strokes of his oratory, accuse Demosthenes, not knowing that he rather deserved a panegyric upon this occasion, when he rejected his sorrow and preferred the love of his country to the tenderness and compassion he ought to have for his relations. King Antigonus, when he heard the death of his son Alcyonius, who was slain in battle, looking steadily upon the messengers of these sad tidings, after a little interval of silence, and with a modest countenance, spoke thus: O Alcyonius, thou hast fallen later than I thought thou wouldst, so brisk wast thou to run upon the thickest of thy enemies, having no regard either to thy own safety or to my admonitions. Every one praiseth these men for the bravery of their spirit, but none can imitate what they have done, through the weakness of their minds, which proceeds from want of good instruction. But although there are many examples extant, both in the Greek and Roman stories, of those who have borne the death of their relations not only with decency but courage, I think these that I have related to be a sufficient motive to thee to keep tormenting grief at a distance, and so ease thyself of that labor which hath no profit in it and is all in vain. For that virtuous men die in the prime of their years by the kindness of the gods, to whom they are peculiarly dear, I have already told thee in the former part of my discourse, and will give a short hint of it now, bearing witness to that which is so prettily said by Menander. He whom the gods do love dies young. But perhaps, my dear Apollonius, thou wilt thus object to me. My young Apollonius was blessed by fortune in his life, and I ought first to have died that he might bury me, for this is according to nature. According to our human nature, I confess, but Providence hath other measures, and that supreme order which governs the world is very different. For thy son being now made happy, it was not requisite according to nature that he should tarry in this life longer than the time prefixed him, but that, having consummated the term of his duration, he should perform his fatal journey, nature recalling him to herself. But he died untimely, you may say. Upon that account he is the happier, not having been sensible of those evils which are incident to life. For Euripides said truly, "The time of being here we style amiss, we call it life, but truly labor 'tis." Thy Apollonius died in the beautiful flower of his years, a youth in all points perfect, who gained the love and provoked the emulation of all his contemporaries. He was dutiful to his father and mother, obliging to his domestics, was a scholar, and, to comprehend all in a word, he was a lover of mankind. He had a veneration for the old men that were his friends, as if they had been his parents, had an affection for his companions and equals, reverenced his instructors, was hospitable and mild to his guests and strangers, gracious to all, and beloved by all, as well for his attractive countenance as for his lovely affability. Therefore, being accompanied with the applauses of thy piety and his own, he hath only made a digression from this mortal life to eternity, as if he had withdrawn from the entertainment before he grew absurd, and before the staggerings of drunkenness came upon him, which are incident to a long old age. Now if the sayings of the old philosophers and poets are true, as there is probability to think, that honors and high seats of dignity are conferred upon the righteous after they are departed this life, and if, as it is said, a particular region is appointed for their souls to dwell in, you ought to cherish very fair hopes that your son stands numbered amongst those blessed inhabitants. Of the state of the pious after death, Pindar discourseth after this manner. There the sun shines with an unsullied light, when all the world below is thick with night. There all the richly scented plants do grow, and there the crimson-colored roses blow, each flower blooming on its tender stalk, and all these meadows are their evening walk. There trees peculiarly delight the sense with their exhaled perfumes of frankincense. The boughs their noble burdens cannot hold, the weight must sink them when the fruit is gold. Some do the horse unto the manege bring, others unto the tuneful lute do sing. There's plenty to excess of everything. The region always doth serene appear, the sun and pious flames do make it clear, where fragrant gums do from the altars rise, when to the gods they offer sacrifice. And proceeding farther, in another lamentation he spake thus concerning the soul: Just we that distribution may call, which to each man impartially doth fall. It doth decide the dull contentious strife, and easeth the calamities of life. Death doth its efforts on the body spend, but the aspiring soul doth upwards tend. Nothing can damp that bright and subtle flame, immortal as the gods from whence it came. But this sometimes a drowsy nap will take, when all the other members are awake. Fancy in various dreams doth to it show what punishments unto each crime is due, what pleasures are reserved for pious deeds, and with what scourges the incestuous bleeds. Divine Plato has spoken many things of the immortality of the soul in that book which he calls his Phaedo, not a few in his Republic, his Menon, and his Gorgias, and has some scattered expressions in the rest of his dialogues. The things which are written by him in his dialogue concerning the soul I will send you by themselves, illustrated with my commentaries upon them, according to your request. I will now only quote those which are opportune and to the present purpose, and they are the words of Socrates to Callicles the Athenian, who was the companion and scholar of Gorgias the rhetorician. For so saith Socrates in Plato: Hear then, saith he, a most elegant story, which you, I fancy, will think to be a fable, but I take it to be a truth, for the things which I shall tell you have nothing but reality in them. Jupiter, Neptune, and Pluto, as Homer tells us, divided amongst themselves the kingdom which they received by inheritance from their father. But there was a law established concerning men in the reign of Saturn, which was then valid and still remains in force amongst the gods, that mortal which had led a just and pious life should go, when he died, into the fortunate islands of the blessed, and there dwell in happiness, free from all misery. But he that had lived impiously and in contempt of the gods should be shackled with vengeance, and be thrust into that prison which they call Tartarus. In the time of Saturn, and in the first beginning of Jove's empire, the living judged the living, and that the same day that they were to die, whereupon the decisions of the bench were not rightly managed. Therefore Pluto and his curators under him came out of these fortunate islands, and complained to Jupiter that men were sent to both places who were not worthy. I, saith Jupiter, will take care that this thing be not practised for the future. For the reason that the sentences are now unjustly passed is that the guilty come clothed to the tribunal, and whilst they are yet alive. For some of profligate dispositions are yet palliated with a beautiful outside, with riches and titles of nobility. And so, when they come to be arraigned, many will offer themselves as witnesses to swear that they have lived very pious lives. The judges are dazzled with these appearances, and they sit upon them too in their robes, so that their minds are, as it were, covered and obscured with eyes and ears, and indeed with the encumbrance of the whole body. The judges and the prisoners being clothed is thus a very great impediment. Therefore, in the first place, the foreknowledge of death is to be taken away. For now they see the end of their line, and Prometheus has been commanded to see that this be no longer allowed. Next, they ought to be divested of all dress and ornament, and come dead to the tribunal. The judge himself is to be naked and dead too, that with his own soul he may view the naked soul of each one so soon as he is dead, when he is now forsaken of his relations, and has left behind him all his gaieties in the other world. And so justice will be impartially pronounced. Deliberating on this with myself before I received your advice, I have constituted my sons judges, Minos and Rhadamanthus from Asia, and Aeacus from Europe. These, therefore, after they have departed this life, shall assume their character and exercise it in the field, and in the road where two ways divide themselves, the one leading to the Fortunate Islands, and the other to the deep abyss. So Rhadamanthus shall judge the Asians, and Aeacus the Europeans. But to Minos I will grant the authority of a final appeal, that if anything hath escaped the notice of the others, it shall be subjected to his cognizance, as to the last resort of a supreme judge, that so it may be rightly decided what journey every one ought to take. These are the things, Callicles, which I have heard and think to be true, and I draw this rational inference from them, that death in my opinion is nothing else but the separation of two things nearly united, which are soul and body. These collections, my dear Apollonius, I have joined together with all the accuracy I could, and out of them composed this consolatory letter I now send thee, which is very necessary to dispel thy melancholy humour and put a period to thy sighs. I have paid likewise that deference which became me to the ashes of thy son, who is the darling of the gods, such an honour being most acceptable to those whom fame hath consecrated to immortality. Thou wilt therefore do handsomely to believe the reasons I have urged to thee, and gratify thy deceased son by shaking off this unprofitable sorrow, which eats into thy mind and afflicts thy body, and again returning to that course of humour which nature hath chalked out, and the former customs of thy life have made familiar to thee. For as, when thy son lived amongst us, he could not without the deepest regret see thee or his mother sad, so now that he is amongst the gods, enjoying the intimacy of their conversation, such a prospect from thence must be much more displeasing. Therefore take up the resolutions of a good and generous man, and of one who loved his son, and so extricate thyself, the mother of the lad, thy kinsmen and friends, at once from this great infelicity. Betake thyself to a more tranquil sort of life, which, as it will be acceptable to thy son, will also be extremely pleasing to all of us who have that concern for thee that we ought to have. End of section 24. Recording by Lucretia B.